I'm really excited to see this race. So the two runners are Gakushin and OKB, and I've seen a couple of Gakushin's runs, and I've reviewed his uh, DQ5 route chart, but I don't know OKB at all.
Yeah, Hectical actually prepared for this. I've seen some both Super Famicom and DS runs, but I haven't actually watched a PS2 run. In theory, it's very similar to the DS run.
始まりましたこれどのタイミングでスタートするんですか
Alright, looks like they're getting close. See the game now. Got the hero chilling on the OQB side. Do like the little idle animations the characters have in this version.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this version, it looks like it's a mix of things that look really cool and things that kind of don't. But looks like they're probably getting ready to get started. So, like most Japanese RPG speedruns, they're going to be using JRTA timing, which means that the timing is going to be start at the system power on and go through the end of the credits. So it looks like they've got their consoles turned off and are probably preparing to get going here. And they're off. So yeah, this is, as I was saying during the intermission, for anyone just coming back, this is Dragon Quest V for the PlayStation 2. It is a remake of the Super Famicom Dragon Quest V. The only version we got here in the West was the DS version. And the PS2 version is, I would say, more similar to the DS version, but not exactly the same.
OKB naming the character OCAP-B, so taking a little time loss from not having a one character name there.
Yep, that's gonna make or break this race.
Yep, definitely. Probably gonna cost him at least 5 seconds.
To Ash's point, this game does have a casino manipulation. However, this category, as seen on screen, is no casino manip, so the runners will not be doing that today. But the casino manip category is also pretty popular, or was at one point. I know I've seen Pingval do runs of that in the past. So, game starts off with this little bit of a slow introduction. You see the scene of Papa's here and his wife and his baby being born.
Yep. I assume they say that the baby's name is your name that you just typed in, since they're your parents here. But then you actually wake up and you're on this ship with Pappas. So it's not explained for quite a while how Pappas gets from in that castle where we just saw him to where you are at the start of the game. So all we really know right now is Pappas is roaming around looking for your mother. I believe you know that. And then, yeah, you're just going on some adventures with him at the beginning here.
Yep. So you start off on this boat. There's some plot triggers you need to do, and actually a fair number of items that they'll be picking up along the way on this boat. Money is really important in the early game, so herbs and Sugaroku tickets and maybe some gold. I don't know the exact items that are on this boat. I think maybe a Chimera wing or something. And the runners will be picking up some of that stuff in order to afford their starting gear once they get to a town. But the interesting thing to note about Dragon Quest V is, we've already seen the one-time jump, right? The intro scene from the baby. We're going to be referring throughout this run to like Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3, or, childhood, adulthood, those kinds of things. So this is Gen 1, this is the childhood phase, but there are a couple of time jumps in this run. So, the first one is the intro, but we are, the main character here is a child during this segment of the run. So a lot of the story elements are going to be, reflective of that at this point.
Yep.
The boat's going to sail into the port here, and just kind of some intro stuff. You got to go tell your dad that we've arrived. I think there's
Does
another
the Super
herb up here.
Famicom version have the Sugaruko boards in it? I think that was added for this version.
That was added for this version, right?
Yeah, I think so. So if anyone's played remakes of Dragon Quest III, the board game that you can play in that is called Pachisi in the Game Boy version, or they called it like TNT, whatever it stood for in the DS version of this game. But that's what the ticket is that he picked up. You can play that board game and win prizes and get your stats altered by some of the squares and stuff like that. It's a very kind of deep mini game, really, but it's very unfair.
Yep. And you meet this little girl, Flora, at the dock here, but she just kind of wanders off.
Shoulders. Her dad's shoulders. His arms don't touch his sides. All right. Yeah, we'll see them later.
Yep. Just make a note of them. They'll be back later.
If anyone's familiar with the DS version, you know that that dude has another daughter on DS, but she is not in the PS2 version. Deborah.
Do you see Deborah here on the intro scene on DS?
I believe so.
Okay. So your dad's got some talking and business to take care of or whatever, and he tells you not to get into trouble. So of course the runners are just gonna, decide to walk outside and explore on their own and get into trouble with 3 slimes.
That's a
It's a
good
scripted
question.
encounter.
Ash, he turns to the side and he crab walks through doors. Look how cute they are.
It's really interesting. As far as I'm aware, this is the only game that used this engine. A lot of the other remakes of Japanese Dragon Quest games have been built on an existing game. So, like, on the Super Famicom, they remade Dragon Quest 1 and 2 with the DQ5 engine. They remade Dragon Quest 3 with the DQ6 engine. On PlayStation, there was a remake of DQ4 with the Dragon Warrior 7 engine. And this game kind of just sits by itself. I don't know.
Yeah. All the DS games are kind of based on that PS1 engine as well.
Yeah. But it means that this game has, really unique monster appearances and animations. The overworld is very unique. I try not to look too closely at the horizon because it's very curved and it's a little bit disorienting. But
yeah, that effect is a little stronger than it needed to be.
Worth noting here on a couple of these scripted overworld walks, though, only that first encounter with the 3 slimes is scripted. So there will be a few sections here where the hero is walking along behind Papas, and they may get into encounters. And Papas is really strong, so you actually kind of want to get some encounters here because you get some free experience and also, more importantly, some free money, which can be used for some starter equipment. So if you get bad luck, then you get 0 or very few encounters, and if you get good luck, you might get a couple more. And even though it takes a little bit of time to handle the encounters, it's definitely safer.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a certain amount of experience that's like optimal, but a little more or a little less, it doesn't hurt anything. Because you can see Pappas is, I think he's like level 25 or something. He hits really hard, and he also attacks twice for some reason. Later you get his sword, and his sword does not give you that effect, so he just naturally attacks twice somehow. Just that cool.
Yep. And you get back to town here, and all the townsfolk are are welcoming him home as if he's someone important. Which, from the intro scene, you know that he's important, but you don't really know how you're in this situation. And then this little girl shows up, Bianca, and she will be a very important character. And basically says, you know, the adults are all boring. Let's go upstairs and play. And you decide to read a book, but characters are a little bit too young to really read, so they put the book back, and Bianca goes home.
I always forget about that, but that's a thing that comes up a couple times in Gen 1 here, is that the main hero can't read. There's a sign that you can read somewhere that I think is in the middle of a swamp, and it says, "Be careful, stay out of the swamp," and it says, "But your character can't read."
So first dungeon here, little mini dungeon, is going to be the Santa Rosa cave. Santa Rosa is the town that they're in right now. And OKB and Gakushin are both in here. OKB is a little bit ahead, but the gist of it here is that there's somebody trapped down at the bottom of the cave, and you have to go rescue him. But I'm gonna pick up a couple of items along the way, leather shield, and there will be some traveler's clothes at the bottom of the cave too. And the runners might fight some stuff, they might not. It kind of depends on the encounter. These hammer hoods that you just saw on OKB's stream, they're something you definitely don't want to fight here. But a little bit of experience, maybe get up to level 3, can be useful, and a little bit of money. Again, the money kind of depends on the Pappas encounters, but yeah, they're going to get to the bottom of this cave, and you can see that there's a guy with like a boulder lying on him. So you just kind of got to push the boulder out of the way. But before they do that, they're going to grab the traveler's clothes.
Yeah, priorities.
Yep.
We'll get to you in a minute, sir.
In the Super Famicom version, usually you save this guy first and then grab the clothes and then death warp out. But I guess they do things in a little bit different order here in this version. Looks like maybe they're just going to walk out.
That could be. So if anyone's not familiar with the Dragon Quest series at all, when you die in these games, you get sent back to town and you lose half your gold. So it's not a complete game over situation, which means you can death warp to get out of dungeons faster early on, but it also means you'll be shorter on gold if you do that.
Yeah, and gold is pretty important early on. There's a specific weapon that the runners are going to really want, and then also just kind of utility items, herbs and chimera wings and holy waters and that sort of thing.
The level up jingle is really long in this era of the series. I keep seeing their battle freezing because it's the hero leveling up, but the jingle's like 6 seconds long.
It's also worth noting that because it's a disc-based game, encounters loading in and out are a little bit slow, so you get to the end of a battle and sometimes it'll feel like the game is almost frozen, and it can just be because it's waiting for the disc to reload the area.
Yeah.
Looks like Gakushin is back out.
Yep. Got another league change.
In the remake version of this game, you can just walk into the inn and grab the hand-woven cape from the chest back there. In the Super Famicom version, there's a guy that's blocking your way, and you normally do a little bit of a glitch to get past him. But in this version, they can just walk past.
That's one way to fix the glitch.
Yeah.
Looks like OKB is actually fighting stuff right now. No, well, not to go for Cicada, though. He took one fight, though. Oh, there's also another chest he's grabbing.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with all the options and safeties and like what chests and what items are down here, so just an herb, or was that an antidote herb maybe? Oh no, that was a regular medical herb. Yeah, I know which that chest that is.
Alright. Gakushin's going off on another adventure. He's escorting Bianca and her mom to another town.
Yep, the town of Alcapa.
Yeah. That's
And
where
again,
they live, right?
I think so.
Okay.
But I think there's, yeah, I don't honestly don't 100% remember all the plot
0
beats for coming here.
encounters. Where's Error
Yep.
at? Yeah, there's
We'll
a
see.
fan translation of this version, like Evil Ash said. There's also a fan translation of the Super Famicom version, and there's a Nintendo DS release that is in English, officially.
Yeah, all three versions are a little bit different. The Super Famicom version is most different because it's not going to be relevant until later, but your party size is capped at 3 in that version, whereas you get 4 characters in your party in the remakes.
Yeah,
And
for that reason
there's-
alone, I would recommend the DS version, or this if you want to play this.
Mhm.
Just because it's more fun being able to customize 4 party slots, especially since on DS, I think every time you walk into a town, it moves your hero into the inventory, or into the party, so maybe some other characters too, so it's just like a kind of a pain if you want to juggle your characters around.
Yeah. So you get to this town and you and Bianca go off exploring, and the main point is they bought Gakushin just bought some herbs, which will be used pretty heavily in the first dungeon, and found 2 little kids that are bullying a little saber cub, and they tell you that if you there's a rumor going around the town about this haunted mansion or castle, Lenoir Castle, and the boys bullying the cub tell you that if you go there at night and come back, I don't remember the exact. They tell you have to do something there or whatever, or stop the haunting. But if you go there, they'll stop bullying the cub. So Bianca feels really bad for the saber cat and comes and grabs you in the middle of the night to sneak out of town to go to the castle. But before they actually leave town, Gakushin here is going to go to the weapon shop and sell some of the junk they've been picking up to buy the most overpowered weapon in the Dragon Quest series, at least in the early games, which is the boomerang.
Yes. And so the boomerang will actually attack all enemies on the screen with decreasing damage from left to right. So just from a, total damage perspective, it's very strong. Especially since I know in the Super Famicom version, you can find at least 10 enemies in certain formations.
Yeah, formations in this game get quite large. Nothing that big early on, but there are a couple big fights. Like there's a big Draki fight in Lenoir Castle with like, I don't know, probably 7 or 8 of them.
Yeah. And that's when they get big on SFC, is when you've got those flying enemies, because they can have 2 rows of enemies on SFC.
Yeah, it's similar here. There's like a back row, front row kind of thing. But once they're all geared up and ready to go, they're going to be running out to Lenoir Castle. They're going to be reordering to put Bianca in the lead. In most or all Dragon Quest games, really, the characters who are at the front of your party have a higher chance of being targeted. So it's something like 55-45 or something like that, or 57-43% with 2 characters for the targeting order. So Bianca's going to be hit more. But the important thing to know is that Bianca gets automatically revived during this early segment, whereas if the hero dies, then you get kicked back to town. So it's fine if Bianca ends up getting knocked out in combat because she'll come right back. So basically, you put Bianca in the lead. Bianca mostly just defends until she learns some spells to absorb some damage, and they'll be fighting some stuff or running kind of as the need entails. Some of the fights are actually pretty scary. This early game in DQ5 is actually pretty volatile, just because you don't really have a whole lot of options in combat.
Something interesting about this segment is that this game actually doesn't have a dynamic day and night system, and this might be the only segment of the game where it's nighttime and you're running around the overworld.
No, they get the Lamp of Darkness later, and they use the Lamp of Darkness. So there will be some more nighttime stuff later.
Okay. I'm mistaken then.
I don't know about, like, you might be right, though, about the dynamic part of the system, or that might be new for the remake. I'm not entirely sure.
Could be.
But yeah, walking into the spooky castle, Bianca gets kidnapped, taken away.
This is an interesting animation on the statue turning into the
Yeah.
small thing. I was confused at first. I didn't recognize that enemy.
Yeah, so
Got owned by it.
it's sort of an interesting thing. You can intentionally be defeated by those stone statues if the hero gets poisoned by one of the babbles, and being defeated by it will not kick you out of town, but it will get rid of the hero's poison. So I don't think that was I think that was a choice to remove the poison and not because it's faster.
Yeah. It also moves you up here where Bianca is.
hmm
You get shoved into these two graves.
The layout of this castle was a little bit different than it is in the Super Famicom version.
OKB got an
Also,
extra level before coming in here. He does not want to die to the boss. Understandable.
yeah, or trash.
Yeah.
One thing that's interesting you can see OKB doing now is, like, he carried that pot all the way to the stairs. There are a lot of, like, little optimizations in this version for picking up items. So for things like pots, you can actually menu to examine them, which is a little bit faster if you do it optimally compared to picking up a pot and throwing it. But if you can throw it against a wall or against a staircase, it actually has, like, a faster animation to break the pot. So he picked up the pot and carried it around back to the stairs before breaking it, just to speed up the animation. We're talking like frames of differences, but you pick up enough items that they add up over time, and it's kind of just a cool little optimization.
Dakushin found a ghost here. He looks like a king. He's following him around. And I'll find out later that he's the owner of this place, basically, before it got haunted.
Eric.
Not sure what exactly happened here. But he and his wife, those are actually his graves up at the top of the castle that you keep getting thrown in when you die in here. I think OKB just talked to the ghost of the wife, too, though they look kind of the same from the back. They're both wearing red capes.
Yeah.
You have to go a pretty roundabout route to get through this place because there's doors that are blocked off and there's like broken staircases and stuff, I think.
Yeah, and again, the layout in this is a little bit different than it is in Super Famicom, so I'm not really too familiar with the exact triggers they need to do in this version. But there's some stuff to pick up, some more herbs and gear. One of the things that they're going to be looking for, I don't know if they already got it, is I don't think so, is a torch. There are some dark areas of the castle, and they'll want a torch to be able to get through those. But I think think you get it in this version after the Mad Candle fight. So
Yeah.
for now, Gakushin opened up the front door, kind of shortcut. There is like an inn that you can take in this castle, and they'll be forcing fights before going through doors and doing a little bit of grinding. They want some magic on their characters. The hero will learn the heal spell, and Bianca will learn at least Blaze. In SFC, you get her to learn Surround also. I'm not exactly sure if spell learning is the same, but I don't think they rely on Surround in this version for the boss ghost. But either way, they need some levels for HP, MP, learning spells, etc.
Yeah. Gakushin just went out to talk to that old man by that campfire where you can rest and get your health and magic refilled.
Except
He's
a string seed.
Yep.
That's not there in SSC. Or if it is, you don't get it. Oh, maybe you just don't get it. It's in this underground tunnel thing. Immediately used it on the hero. One other thing that you see the runners doing a fair amount, and we'll keep doing throughout the run, is manipulating the camera in these dungeons. Or on the overworld, or, well, not in the overworld itself, but like towns. DQ games sort of have an interesting relationship with cameras. Some of the games, like Dragon Quest VII and Dragon Quest IV for PlayStation 1. Oh, there's the torch on Gakushin's screen. Actually, you have like different move speed based on the direction that you're running relative to the camera. So like in those games, running vertically is faster than running horizontally. In DQ8, they do like a diagonal movement thing with the camera to move faster. In this game, the camera doesn't actually speed up your movement at all, but it does help with just generally making your movement be cleaner. And there are some times where the game will force camera rotation for certain scenes, so you can pre-rotate the camera in order to cut down some of those animations.
Alright, OPKB looks like he caught up a little bit. He's maybe a minute behind right now, but he might also have more experience points as a result. I see Gakushin just got into this fight on purpose, so he's looking for more XP. So we'll probably have a better idea of who's ahead when they get to and beat the boss.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the early game, and really there are actually a number of parts of this game that are really volatile, so any kind of lead, especially if it's only, a minute or so here or there, really means nothing at this point in the game, or means very little at this point in the game.
Question in chat, RTA stands for real-time attack, and all that means is it's just your normal speedrun definition. You have a timer going when you start the game, and you leave the timer running until you beat it.
Yep.
OKB's fighting some candles. Those guys are kind of dangerous in here. Do they have Blaze, or do they just have high attack power?
No, they have Blaze.
Okay.
At least they do in SFC. I think they do here also.
Yeah, that hits pretty hard at this point in the game where their max HP looks like 24 and 35 on OKBs, and Blaze will hit as hard as probably 10 or 12. I think most games it caps at 10 when an enemy's casting it on you. Often in the Dragon Quest series, enemy spells deal different damage ranges from when you cast them yourself, and generally your spells are stronger. That started all the way back in Dragon Warrior 1.
Alright, so Gakushin is using the torch now, in the dark area of the castle, distributing some herbs, and he's gonna go up and look for the boss ghost, but it's a trap.
Oh no.
And the hero and Bianca are going to become dinner. Haha.
There's a lot more vegetables on that plate on DS. It looks more like a huge salad than a big plate of meat.
Yeah, I see some turkeys. I see some drumsticks.
I'm glad I ate before this. They throw a bunch of salt on you and then pull it up to the dining table. Which that's pretty sick. They've got the dining table that just lowers into the kitchen. And they throw the food on it and then raise the table up through the floor. It's the kind of setup I need if I ever have a giant house and chefs.
When you have your own mansion.
Yeah, it's like kind of ideal for like a snooty rich person. You don't even have to see the kitchen staff. They don't have to bring the food out to you. They just pull the table up. There you go.
Yep. Anyway, the characters
3
get attacked by
candles.
these mad candles. Yep, 3 candles in this version. It's 4 in SFC, but you get 3 candles in this version.
Pretty sure there were still 4 people standing around the table, but I guess one's just staying out of it because he knows better.
In Super Famicom, you want a little bit more experience here for, especially if you can get Bianca to learn Surround, because it helps make that fight a lot safer. Those guys are, those candles are really scary.
Yeah, he ended that fight with like 9 HP on his hero, so if there was 1 extra candle and it cast Blaze, it could have killed him. Or he might have to slow the fight down to heal somewhere.
Yep. But it looks like Gakushin still wants some more experience before fighting Boss Ghost.
Bianca level 5. Learn Surround. So maybe they do use it. Or maybe they just want the stats. There's Hero level 5 as well. No spell learned on Hero.
Yeah, I know Gakushin's chart mentions wanting herbs and distributed and that sort of thing. Level 4 for the candles, but his chart doesn't really specify. Oh yeah, when both of them have finished raising level 5. So level 5 is what they want, I guess, for the Boss Ghost. But it doesn't specify why.
Ooh, okay, B's hero just got.
Oof.
It's unfortunate. Both of the candles attacked him at the last turn and killed him exactly.
Yeah. And unfortunately, if the hero gets wiped out, then it sends you back to town, and you need to wait for nighttime again, and Bianca will come grab you and bring you out, and then you got to walk back to Lenoir Castle.
Yeah.
But Gakushin is starting the Boss Ghost fight, so Boss Ghost has a very simple rotation. He alternates between attacking, and then on the alternate turn, he can either attack, do Blaze, he can Firewall, which is what he just did there, which hit both characters, or he can do Sap, which lowers a character's defense. So the general gist is that the runners are going to know kind of the heal lines. One thing that was actually really important that would have been easy to miss is they actually wanted to make sure that they actually unequipped armor before going into this fight, because there's a glitch in this game. I don't want to say a glitch, but if you get sapped, you can equip armor and it will remove the sap effect. It'll recalculate your defense. But unlike Dragon Quest 3 or 6 Super Famicom, you have to actually equip the item in this version. You can't just select something that's already equipped. So they actually unequip gear before the fight, so that way they can exploit that technique during the fight when they get hit with sap.
That is interesting that bug is back, because that was fixed in Dragon Quest 7. I noticed in the speedrun notes for 7, they unequip armor before going into a certain fight, then they get hit with defense, and since you're not wearing armor, it only lowers your defense by 3. Then you put the armor back on, and I think you're still missing that 3 defense, but it's better than getting hit with it when you had full armor. Because then that particular fight, they're guaranteed to cast it on turn 1.
Interesting.
Right.
So the Boss Ghost here is, kind of just a They use all their MP, and then it's just a battle with attacking and herbs and hope that they can finish him off, which
Got him.
Gakushin got him.
Yeah, he had a bunch of herbs left too. I think that was pretty safe there at the end. OKB's re-entering the castle. He's probably got the XP he wants by now. He didn't have to stop to heal. So I think he's just walking up to fight the boss. At least he died after that little kitchen fight, not before.
Oh, did he get through the kitchen fight? Okay, I thought.
Yeah. He died to a
When he
random
died,
encounter after it.
Okay. Thought it was the kitchen candles.
I think so. Oh, maybe I'm wrong, because the ghost is going to drop him in the pit again.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the kitchen
Okay.
candle fight that he died to. So you end up the ghosts, the real ghosts of the mansion kind of thank you for clearing out the boss ghost, and you end up leaving with a gold orb, which has some plot significance.
Yep.
And then you end up back here in town, and as promised, the kids stop bullying the saber cub, and then the cub will join you. It looks like Gakushin's trying to get a certain name. Gray Gray?
Great.
Normally, the default name is Barongo, so I will probably be referring to the saber cub as Barongo throughout the run whenever I don't look at the name.
When I played DS, I named him Pajamas. It's one of the 4 or 5 options you get.
I'm re-looking at Gakushin's notes on the defense thing, but it's kind of unclear thanks to Google Translate as to whether it's really a bug or whether it's just reducing the effectiveness of SAP. It says you can recover the defensive power by equipping the armor after defense is lowered by Rukani. I don't know.
That's the real struggle with Dragon Quest RTA is the Japanese community has all these resources, but you got to go through Google Translate to get to it.
Yeah. Evil Ash 25 is the only one who can decipher Google translated Japanese notes effectively.
Yeah. So you got to filter it twice. You got to do the Google Translate, then the Evil Ash Translate, then it gets to you. And you can actually make heads or tails of it.
Yeah, so a lot of people run these Dragon Quest games in the original Japanese version, so Countess, me, Evil Ash, I mean, a lot of people in the community have all run various Japanese DQ games, so one thing that you might find is like when we refer to spells in combat, for example, or items, sometimes we might use the Japanese name, sometimes we might use the English name, and I apologize if it's a little bit hard to follow. But like Fireball, is Gira, or Blaze is Mera, for example. And if you look at like a translator document, obviously it's going to be all the Japanese names for stuff, because the Japanese spell names aren't like, they're more like an onomatopoeia kind of thing than a actual literal word. So yeah, kind of confusing, but it's not too bad. The Japanese Dragon Quest games are all very consistent with spell names and enemy attacks and items and things like that. And it makes it really easy to, like, even if you don't play a specific game, you can look at another DQ game and kind of have an idea what's going on. Whereas in the English translations, they've used a number of different naming conventions, like Frizz and Sizz.
It's really been 17 years they've been calling it that? Oh my goodness. As we looked it
Yeah.
up, that game came out in 2004. I was mad about it then, and I'm still mad about it now.
Means we're getting old, Countess.
You know,
So,
okay.
yep. Okay, B
Gakushin's
here
side,
is
he's found a ghost or a pixie fairy. There's a thing in this town where you find this fairy that only you can see, because apparently only children can see fairies because adults don't have imaginations anymore. So that's a thing that'll come up in quite a bit later. But right now the hero is off on this adventure. He found her in, I think, the bar, and she asked for his help. So he's taken him to see the fairy queen. And basically, this place is locked in winter because there's some ice queen up in the north who's upset. I forget what her problem is, but we're gonna go talk to her about it.
an OKB takes down the boss ghost in the meantime.
He's like 5 or 6 minutes behind, but that's not a big deal in the grand scheme of a 6.5-hour JRPG.
Yeah. The early game in this game in
Uh,
particular is
yeah.
just really volatile. So the pixie that you find or fairy that you find is actually going to join you while you're in the fairy kingdom here, Bella. Another interesting change compared to the original Super Famicom version is that you get control of Bella in the Super Famicom version, but you do not in this. So no real AI tactics or control. So kind of changes up the strategies and the success rates of certain things a little bit during this segment. A little more volatile. And Barongo is now, or Gray is now joining as a member of the team. And at this point, though, isn't really tamed, still kind of wild. So Gray is not really going to be following orders at all. So can't really rely on the cat to do anything
Those guys were in
useful either.
DQ5. I thought the Fu Hero crew debuted in 7, but there they were. These guys.
Yeah. And it looks like OKB is using Barongo
Ah,
for the cat name. So before heading up to the Snow Queen that Countess mentioned, the door, if they went up to the Snow Queen's mansion, the door to the mansion is locked. And there's this dwarf cave over here. And normally in Dragon Quest games, throughout the game, you get a number of different like keys that help you unlock various doors. And it's a similar thing in DQ5, but I think that this first one isn't actually a physical key. I think like you learn how to pick locks or something like that.
I
It's
think
like
in the DS translation, you get like a piece of paper that magically teaches you how to do it, even though your character can't read. But magic, I guess.
Yeah, it's something along those lines. So this dwarf cave over here is going to have that secret of locks in it. It's kind of nice in the Super Famicom version because your inventory is so limited. In that version, you don't have a bag or anything, so your inventory is very limited. So not needing it to take up space in your inventory for the key is kind of convenient early on. But as they go through this cave, in this run, the run was actually fighting like a lot of random encounters in places. So you can see Gakushin is fighting a lot of the enemies that he's running into, and that's again for a combination of experience and gold. It all does add up, and this game running is actually later on. Running will actually be pretty friendly. I'll explain that a little bit more once we get to the point where you have multiple party members to really control, but they can try to run away from fights. And I guess just note that the run chances, if they want to run from fights, start at 50% and go up to 87.5% if you continuously try to run away. 50, 50, 75, and then 87.5. So first try, second try, etc. But I'll talk more about that later again once there are more party members with control. So Gakushin just got a life seed that he used on the hero. A lot of life seeds in this run will be saved for the very, well, I don't know about the very end of the game, but for Gen 3, for a specific threshold for the final boss. But for now, they do help on the early game. And I think at this point, he's walking back out of the cave.
Is there any randomness in stat level ups in this game?
I'm actually not positive. I don't think so.
Yeah, I kind of thought it was only 3 and 4 that had randomness.
Maybe for like the monsters, but I'm not sure. But I think for the main named characters, I don't think there's any. So it's sort of an option here at the.
As a stand OKB his way into the fairy world.
Yeah. So at the bottom of that cave where Gakushin got the secret of locks, you can optionally death warp out of that cave, and that's what you do in the Super Famicom version. In this version, it's usually just like you walk out, and if you happen to death warp, it's fine. If you happen to walk out, that's also fine. And for a race like this, the extra money that you save from not death warping out is useful. So Gakushin looks like he's heading up now to head towards the fairy, or the Snow Queen. Fighting some of these goofy magician guys along the way. It's actually a really good fight to take. It's interesting because a lot of the fights early on they're pretty easy to kill, like that group of magicians. So it's like that's a group that's definitely better to fight than to run from. Even though running is typically will end up being faster in the long run overall. Sometimes in this early game section in particular, that's not the case. Although this is a really big fight. I think it was a surprise attack, though. So he ran from that one. And now he's going to be going into the Snow Queen's mansion, and of course it's an ice puzzle. In the Super Famicom version, you can kind of cheese the puzzle, but you actually have to go through it the somewhat legitimate way, although I think they made it a little bit easier in this version. And then past the ice puzzle, there are going to be kind of 2 back-to-back bosses that will need to be fought. The first one here is this hooded guy, Zaire, however you want to say it. And Zaire isn't too tough. Basically just attacks, but can also use raw magic and steal your MP, which can have a big effect on the next fight if you lose a bunch of MP. But he's got 140 hit points, and he can attack, steal your magic, or heal himself. It's pretty straightforward, so it's kind of just turbo through the fight and hope you come out of it in decent shape. He does drop a magic water when you defeat him, so you can use that to recover MP in the second phase if you need it. And then the second fight here against the Snow Queen, this is one of the most volatile, if not the most volatile fight in this RTA. Highest chance of losing. Definitely in the child section anyway. So the Snow Queen has 550 hit points and has a 3-action rotation. Turn 1 can be either attack or ice bolt. Turn 2 can be a heal or a like deep breath power up thing, and then the third can either be an attack or an ice breath, which is what we're seeing right now. And the scary thing in this fight is the deep breath, because a deep breath physical can do up to 40 damage, which can one-shot Bella. Bella doesn't level up or anything and will just die to it. And often Hero or Barongo are also hovering around that 40 HP line. And a deep breath attack, ice breath attack, also does pretty heavy damage to all the characters. So it's kind of the big scary thing of this fight. So we'll see how this goes. If characters stay alive long enough, then usually it's fine. Here's a deep breath.
It seems like it's
Critical
going well
hit.
so far. Oh, well, it was.
Yep. But he's far enough into the fight that he might be okay. He's going to try to finish it up. If somebody dies early on, they might just end up running away, trying to run away, and taking the death to get back here more quickly. But especially that critical hit, trying to clutch out the fight. A lot of deep breaths, which is scary, but it also means that the Snow Queen isn't healing as much. So, there's a little bit of a trade-off. If you survive the deep breath hit, then you don't lose damage on the heal.
Yeah, it looks like a heal is going to take off about 3 of Barongo's hits.
Yeah, I don't know what the value range is for enemy heal, but it's normally 30 to 40, so I'm assuming it's somewhere in that range.
He is completely out of resources, so he's got his hero attacking now as well. Breath. Survived that.
It's very close. Another
Heal.
heal.
Double checked his herbs. Oh, he got wiped.
Yep.
One thing I wasn't paying attention to was whether or not the fairy cast defense on the boss at all. That's a kind of random component in this version. But the spell also wears off after a few turns, so since she died, it would have worn off probably 5 turns later.
Does it wear off in this version?
Kind of assuming so, maybe not. It does in
Yeah.
the PlayStation game, so I would just kind of assume.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. The Gakushin's notes say that the odds of Bella casting defense are about 3%. And then it's only a 75% chance to hit. So, not super likely, but could happen.
Okay, well, maybe they're not relying on that then. It's got to be higher on DS because Purple Mario sits there and prays for it. It definitely happens more than 3% of the time.
Yeah, it says, I'm lucky when Bella gives me Rukanon about 3% every turn. However, it only works 75%. So, and also mentions that with the charge attack, the high random numbers rolled can kill Barongo or Bella even at max. Which is what I was saying before, and exactly what we saw in that attempt. So, yeah, it's pretty quick to get back to, though. They can restock on some herbs and try again. Worth noting that even though they're tied on screen, I think the Zaire fight is skipped on a refight. It's directly back to the Snow Queens, and OKB still has to do the first little mini boss fight, but
that was a real quick fight though, like a minute-ish.
Yeah.
Looks like
very quick.
Bunnies.
The purple bunnies. All Mirage.
Building up power.
Oh
no. I was gonna ask if they put you to sleep in this version, but that's worse.
knocked out the character in the back.
Yeah. That's Dragon Quest. They say the back character has a lower chance to get hit, but in practice, it seems like they get hit more often.
Yeah.
Woof, woof.
What's the targeting rate here? It's 44, 33, 22%. So the person in front has a twice as much chance of getting hit as the person in the back with 3 characters. Some enemies in other DQ games ignore those odds, and spells ignore those odds, but Bella not wanting to heal there for OKB, put Barongo in the back to reduce the chance that he would get targeted, and hoped that Bella would heal, which they did eventually. Now we get to see if OKB can take out the Snow Queen. See how this fight goes. I think that the Snow Queen starts at a random point in her rotation, or maybe the first turn doesn't count towards it or something. I don't think it always starts on the beginning of the rotation.
Right, they're like
Yeah.
2 rounds of combat apart. Looks like they've got the same character levels too, so they're in pretty much the same situations.
Looks like a pretty standard fight so far for both of them. Got a deep breath, icy breath, but that's not too big of a deal for OKB. Ah, we got a sap.
I think Gakushin got one last time too, because they were doing more damage than this in the end there. The Barongo was hitting for like 13 and Hero was hitting for like 18. I'm seeing single digits at the start of these fights.
Yeah.
So maybe it doesn't wear off. It
Ooh.
definitely should have.
Bella
down
got
again.
bopped again, and Gakushin's just gonna run
Bailing.
away and come back in and start over.
Yeah. And without a sap, the damage I was seeing there, just I don't think that's even worth trying that early on with the boss
No.
having a heal spell in the rotation.
Mm-hmm.
Because it would take like 4 hits from Barongo to make up for 1 heal, and then the Queen's right back in the rotation where it could cast it again.
OKB though looks like fight's going pretty well.
Yeah.
Even
And
though
this
it
fight's
seems like
definitely one of the bigger hangups in Gen 1.
Yeah, Gakushin's notes imply that it's the most volatile fight in the run.
Oh, really?
That's
Snow Queen down.
that's how it's implied here. Trying to find the exact line. Winning percentage is the lowest on the RTA. Still more than 80%. Well, not for Gakushin today.
Yeah.
Yeah, OKB gets it. First try, easy peasy. Makes up for the death to the candles earlier.
Nope. The dude wakes up. He's
Yeah,
upset
and
that you
then
killed his girlfriend, but he's out of here. He's not going to fight you again.
Yep, and then you get to loot the chests for a boomerang and the spring flute. And the spring flute they'll bring back to the Fairy Queen in order to end the endless winter. As soon as they go back through the ice puzzle.
Was it actually an endless winter, or was it just a normal winter, and normal winters only end when you use the flute?
I don't know. You know me and lore. I don't know what happens in video games.
The Snow Queen had the whole aesthetic going on, but it seems like they also need this flute to end it. It's not just a matter of stopping her.
It's worth watching here, OKB's screen, though, when he goes and brings the, picking up a life seed along the way. When he brings the flute to the Fairy Queen, because it's a pretty cool scene where it becomes spring again. But in the meantime, Gakushin's battling again. Yeah, so this scene here on OKB's screen, it's a really pretty scene. Very thematic for a Japanese game, too, I would say. Maybe. I think there's some music playing.
Someone
There we
with
go.
bad allergies, I don't think Eternal Winter sounds bad at all, and I think the Snow Queen was the protagonist of the story. We just wiped her out.
But look at how pretty these cherry blossoms are.
Yeah, so look at all that pollen.
It's probably fine.
I need the extra big box of Puffs Ultra. We should get them to sponsor my stream.
Also worth noting that I know on the Restream we're not really getting any of it, but the music in this game is very good. So anybody who likes turn-based RPGs with good music, you can't go wrong with most of the Dragon Quest games, but this game in particular has got a pretty good soundtrack.
Yeah, though if you've played Dragon Quest XI, you've heard most of it.
Looks like Gakushin's doing much better this time around, so it's gonna take out the Snow Queen for sure this time, I think. Still no sap, but he's deep enough in the fight now.
He's still got a full bag of herbs.
Oof.
I've noticed whenever Hero gets bopped, he reorders to put Hero in the back to try to protect him while he heals up.
Yeah, the hero dying is immediately a loss for the fight. The full bag of herbs is not so full anymore.
Yeah.
So in the meantime, on OKB's side of things, once again you're going on an adventure with Papas to Reinhardt. I don't really remember what the reason for going to Reinhardt is. Oh, hey, there's a sap.
I think Papas is just visiting.
And Gakushin takes down the Snow Queen.
Nice. But yeah, Papas is on a quest to find his wife who was kidnapped, and I'm not sure that he tells the hero that until the very end of this segment. So he's just kind of going to this castle up here to look for more information, I believe.
Sounds about right. And of course, there'll be mischief to be had.
Oh, yes. You know, that thing I just described, that's a boring adult conversation. They're gonna go. He can go up and talk to the king himself, and then we're gonna get stuffed in the room with the prince because we're children, so we'll play and get along together, right?
Yeah. Prince Henry definitely wouldn't try to sneak away. Ash says it's a job to protect Henry. That sounds sure. That sounds right. So yeah, while Papas and the king are talking, OKB is going to go over here and talk to Prince Henry. Worth noting that you can talk to him through the wall here. The dialogue boxes are pretty wide, but I think that's the only time it's useful in the run. Yeah, talks to Prince Henry through the wall, and Prince Henry, I don't know, isn't really interested. A couple other people in the castle here that you need to talk to for some plot triggers. The queen, there's a guard you need to talk to. There are a couple items in the castle. There's an MP seed and maybe one other thing that they might grab to sell. I think to sell. Let's see what OKB grabs up here. There's the MP seed. Yeah, just that.
It is worth noting that neither of us are fluent in Japanese, so if we're wrong about a story beat, we can't just read the text that's popping up on the stream to figure out what the actual answer is. So we're probably just going to commit to what we say and pretend it's right until someone in chat corrects us.
Yeah, we can figure out most of the spell and item names, but anything story related, you'll just have to trust us. Or don't.
Or play the game yourself. It's a great game.
It is a great game. It's not my favorite Dragon Quest game, but it is one of the ones that I most recommend to people who are new to the Dragon Quest series. So Prince Henry tells you that there's something in that chest that you should go grab, and then the chest is empty. Yeah. And then you come back, and Henry's gone, and you find out he's got a secret staircase underneath his stool. And then, despite Papa's being outside his room to protect him, you're now no longer protected, and goons come in and grab him. And now you got to go give your dad the bad news.
Yep. Dad, you had one job. Yeah, your dad throws you in there to play with Prince Henry, but Prince Henry says, "Hey, you're going to be my lackey now. Why don't you go in the other room and get the goon badge out of that chest so you can wear it and everyone will know you're my goon?" But it's empty and he escapes.
Goon badge. I love it.
Much later in the game, Prince Henry's child will try to play the same trick on you.
So OKB is going to check this shop here and try to buy an iron shield for 720 gold. Has enough money for it easily.
Worth
I'll
noting,
be interested
buys
to
that shield. I don't know what game started this, but a lot of shields in the series reduce the damage you take from spells or breath. Depends on the shield what it'll reduce. I think Dragon Warrior 4 tried to introduce that, but it was bugged. So Super Famicom 5 probably does it too.
I don't know the exact numbers. I'm assuming for an iron shield, it's something like 5 damage from fire breath or something like that.
Yeah. But at this point in the game, when fire breath is dealing 10 damage max, that's a huge reduction.
Mm-hmm. And so I'll be interested to see if Gakushin is able to afford that shield or not. or have to sell a little bit more stuff because of all the deaths to the Snow Queen and having to rebuy herbs and everything.
Yeah.
His notes do have a backup to buy one later at Alcapa. If you're 330 gold is the threshold in his notes, so if he's under that, then he will skip the shop. In the meantime, OKB is up here at these ancient ruins.
I think Pappas runs off here alone, but you follow him, and we saw him a second ago standing there staring down some monsters. So we gotta navigate this very maze-like area to get to him.
Yep, and this is where we think Prince Henry was taken by the goons. So that's kind of the goal, was we're looking for Prince Henry also.
So weird looking strength seed sprite. It looks kind of like a rock.
基本はこういうブラウニーとか土偶戦士とかいう、あと笑い袋とかがっていう比較的そんなに全滅しないエンカウントばっかりなので、これ全滅することってあんまなくて、で笑い袋単体っていうエンカウントが存在するんですけど、そのエンカウントだけは唯一しますね。笑い袋って
In this dungeon, we're already getting a couple of recolor enemies. It's very normal in Dragon Quest games for there to be 3 different palettes for each enemy, and for the, later in the game, you find the palette swaps that are a little tougher. So we saw these dolls in the Ghost Castle. I also saw there are now brownies, which are the upgraded hammer hoods.
Yep. And now found Pappas and see him owning some goons. And after this point, the ancient ruins are pretty much free. Pappas owns everything, and I think if the hero gets knocked out, Pappas can just revive you. So I don't think that there's really any concern here after this point.
I'm pretty sure he does revive you early on. I know he also full heals you after each fight, which is a kind of a minor RNG thing at the very beginning of the game. Each of those fights you get in while you're walking are a little slower if the hero even takes 1 point of damage, because afterward Pappas will cast heal on him.
Yep.
Oh, we almost found out.
Almost. There are a couple of chests in this. Oh, go ahead.
I was saying, looks like he's choosing to run, even though he's got Pappas with him, and Pappas would probably destroy these guys quickly. Did he not get healed after he ran away? Looks like he didn't. He's at 11
Did
HP
not.
still. I saw a dialogue pop up after the first fight, but he did not get healed.
Barongo might not have been healed. I don't know.
Maybe.
I wasn't really paying attention. We can find out when he gets another one.
Dad, you can heal my cat. Got plenty of magic.
But find Prince Henry in the cell.
Ah, I see. Was Barongo in the front?
Now we're gonna escape with Prince Henry, or try to.
Such a tiny raft.
I know.
Used to seeing the DQ7 and 4 raft.
And then there's an elf water here, an elfin elixir, which is a crazy item to find this early in the game.
Does that still sell for over 1,000, like in most games?
I'm not sure.
Or does he just actually save it for the final boss or something?
And then there's some monster food here.
Beef jerky. I don't think it's ever translated as beef jerky in DQ5, but that's the same name as the beef jerky item in Dragon Quest Monsters. Same Japanese name.
Ah. Google Translate lists it in Gakushin's notes as demon food.
Is that just the item that increases encounter rate?
It'll have actually a specific purpose. I'll talk about it when we get to a certain fight later. I don't know exactly what it's supposed to do in this game normally, but I know how it's used in the run. So, while trying to escape, the heroes encounter Gemma, and
Henry has 50 HP. He's probably never worked a day in his life, and he's got more HP than anyone else in the series at level 1.
yeah, you saw Gakushin trying to cast a spell on Gemma just to intentionally die faster because of the reflect. Didn't really seem to help a whole lot, but and a couple more goons show up here. Jami and Ganzu.
I think Papa's got crits on both of them. That was a very short fight.
Yep. But then Gemma threatens to kill the hero unless Papa's loses. And not wanting to see his son slain before his eyes,
Jeez,
Pappas
it's not
is
even a battle, so you actually get to see him get hit with an axe.
beaten down.
Kind of brutal for a Dragon Quest game, even for DQ5.
It really is. This game is very dark. Definitely a bit darker in tone than a lot of other DQ games. A dark eye on Gakushin's screen looks kind of cool.
Yeah, I saw it up there in the second row. The fights in the ruins here with the slime knights are actually pretty valuable because the slime knights can drop some armor, which is useful. I don't know if it's useful to wear or to sell. I don't remember exactly which armor it is they drop, but it's kind of cool to see them. He has giant hands.
It's just a trick of the camera.
We're in the foreground. Alright. Now, our father is a smoldering crater. So the horse dude walks up and says, "Hey, what do we do with this cat?" Gemma just says, "Whatever, just leave it. It'll get wild again." Finds this ball that we got from the ghosts earlier. He seems to recognize it, just squishes it. So, we don't really know what that was, but we don't have it anymore. And they're gonna take us and Prince Henry off.
Yep.
And start a new chapter in our lives. Poor Barongo, Pajamas, Gray, left all alone. Oh, he stops to sniff Pappas's crater. That's sad.
It really is. So, mentioned earlier that this game is broken up into 3 different main time segments. So 10 years pass by from the scene that we just saw, and Prince Henry and our hero are going to wake up 10 years later in slavery, working the mines or whatever this place is supposed to be.
Building the great temple for the demon lord.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yep.
今主人公17歳ぐらいですかね。
You'll notice it asked if you wanted to save in the middle there, and he chose not to save because saving on a PlayStation memory card takes a while, and also resetting a PlayStation console takes a while if you were to die in whenever you load his save. So often in these PlayStation and PS2 runs, they'll just not save the game ever. Because again, a death isn't game over, it just sends you back to town and you lose a bunch of gold. So as long as you're not in a situation where you're like completely out of money and revival costs are high, because your revival costs go up as you level up. But as long as you don't get in a really bad financial situation, you can still continue the run.
Yeah. Yeah, there are some spots where it could be faster to reset than to revive, especially if consumables are an issue at certain points in the run.
Yeah.
And saving and resetting is used for manipulations, but this run is no casino manip, so they won't be doing any of that.
Yeah, and if Gakushin's notes say that the most volatile fight in the game is still an 80% success rate, he's probably not going to save ever.
That's what they say.
Yeah.
Gakushin getting trolled by Gemma. Gemma's just laughing at him. It's at least 3 laughs, 4 laughs.
Yeah. I'm pretty confident if Hero dies, that fight's instantly over, but he saved Hero for last, and then one hit from the end, he laughs 4 times in a row instead of finishing him off.
構成員じゃないよな。まあ構成員でいいか。まあその教団の構成員みたいな人だったんですけども、その教祖様の大事にしていた壺を割って
OKB's waddling around, talking to people, hitting plot triggers. There's not too much going on here, except that there's right here we see there's a girl getting whipped, and Henry likes this girl, so he's gonna talk you into doing something about this.
Yeah,
So
Maria.
Fight these guys. Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if you win or lose this fight. It's like you don't game over or anything like that, but they do want to actually win this fight for a little bit of experience and money. So they're gonna try to win, but if they are not successful, it's not too big of a deal.
Chances are it's gonna take 20 minutes to find Pierre anyway, so they'll get plenty of XP, right?
And Aperu. And liquid metal slimes later.
Yeah, and one other thing that he did that you find when you're walking around talking to people here is there's actually a guard working here who is Maria's brother, I think. And so he's sitting there kind of complaining that his sister's in slavery here and he's trying to think of a way to get her out of here. And that's going to come into play now that we've saved her from getting whipped by these dudes.
Yep. Is his name Jacob?
I don't know.
8割9割は勝てますね。まあ負けても問題はないけど、勝った方がゴールド的に美味しいっていう戦闘。
But yeah. In the meantime, we get the sad scene on Gakushin's screen again.
He's in prison for starting a riot. They threw him in the cell. Then Maria and her brother come in. He's led her away in the confusion there.
You got a little bit quiet, Callie.
Oh. There. Is that better?
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Yeah, Maria and her brother are here, and he's going to let us out because we helped her. And then lead us up to this room up here where there's some barrels floating. We're just going to The Hobbit our ways out of here.
Oh, Joshua. That's not Jacob. I was close-ish.
Extra crispy is actually the only way we serve pancreas, so yes.
And then out to sea we go in a barrel. The classic.
Yep.
Barrel over a waterfall. It's a DQ game. It's got to have a waterfall. Basically an obligation.
Now we find ourselves in the ocean. But I guess we've got some kind of navigation system because we're going against the current here. I guess don't worry about that.
普通割れるからな。あの高さで落とされたら。なんて頑丈な樽なんだ。
We're gonna float for quite a bit because that thing is smack in the middle of the ocean.
Sure is.
で、さっきマリアを
Slowly drifting.
鎧の男性がいたと思うんですけども、あれがマリアのお兄さんで、
There's a building in sight.
名前
Could it
は
be?
ヨシュア。
Barrel magically turns to head directly north towards the building.
よく RTA プレイヤーの人はヨシュアに助けられてヨシュア
These ocean mechanics really don't make any sense.
任せます。
Anyway, the hero here and Henry and Maria are gonna wash up here at the monastery. South Shore Monastery?
で、樽が
Something like that?
教会になる。
Seashore? Seashore. That's it.
学生さんの方は仕事をサボってうろうろしてます。この階段
And like good
と思うんですけど、
nuns, whatever they call nuns in this,
一回出るっていうのが
they're gonna rescue us from the barrel and give us a place to rest.
で OKB さんの方が起きたら
Walk outside to find Prince Henry here.
で目覚めると。
I think they tell you that you've been asleep for 3 days, but it's a video game, so there's no lasting brain damage from that. Just Henry and Maria have been
で
around and awake a little longer than you.
マリアが
And at some point, I don't know, is it now that like
儀式を受けてと。
doesn't Maria decide she wants to like join them?
Yeah, that's why she doesn't leave with you.
で
Yeah.
That's the conversation that's going on there.
マリアに話し
That's
か
what
け
I
ると
thought.
まあ私を逃がしてくれてありがとうと。
But she gives you 1,000 gold, so
Hey,
you know.
1000ゴールド預かってたので受け取ってくださいと1000ゴールドもらえるんですけども、ちなみにこれ話しかけないともらえません。
But in the meantime, we're gonna continue our quest.
でも忘れてしまうと1000ゴールドはなくなってしまう
I don't really know what our quest is at this point. Just get Henry back to Reinhardt because he was
think
the Prince
that's
of
it.
Reinhardt. So that's kind of like a general goal. I don't know if there's like anything else overarching or if it's just getting Henry back there, but
I
Henry's
don't
gonna
know.
join us for now.
They probably tell you about the town that's up north that we're going to go to because there's a lot of important stuff you can do there, but I don't know if any of it's actually required. And you can't miss the town anyway.
I mean, this is where you get to be able to tame monsters, so
Yeah,
it's kind of
very
required.
highly encouraged.
So this is the town of Oracleberry, and we're gonna be trying to buy some equipment.
Yeah, spent all the money on something, but I blinked and missed it.
Chain cross, most likely.
Ah.
It's a weapon,
Yeah, that could be.
and we're also gonna loot the casino for some gear to sell. Silk robe and I missed whatever the other thing was.
The chain cross, I assume that's the whip that hits a whole group of enemies.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you mentioned earlier the boomerang will hit all enemies on the screen. The chain whip will do that for a group of enemies. So normally all enemies of one type are grouped together. Sometimes they're split into multiple groups. But this will hit all of basically one group.
Yep. And then he's gonna try to get enough money to be able to buy slime clothes, which will be some equipment, some armor that some of the monster characters can equip. So at this point in the game, after this shop here, he's going to leave town and he's going to walk against the coastline in order to make it nighttime without getting an encounter here. Not getting any depletion, but it's still advancing time of day. And
Nice.
then re-enter town and the and at nighttime, there's going to be somebody who teaches you about monsters, and then the opportunity to buy a wagon. And kind of the shtick of this game is that you can do monster recruitment. So not every monster in the game can be recruited to your party, but many of them can be, and some of them have unique stats, unique abilities, etc. So getting the wagon and learning how to tame monsters is going to allow the runners to start recruiting monster allies to their team. And, typically in a casual playthrough, you kind of experiment with different monsters as you go through the game. But there are a couple of very specific allies that will be used for the speedrun. So this old man is teaching about monsters, and there was some monster food down there.
Find the
In
bunny
the
girl
pot.
in his bed.
And then up here, there's a shop for the wagon. It's normally 3,000 gold, but tonight only, you can have the wagon for 300.
All right. There's a couple other things he sells later in the game. I don't know if you pick them up in the speedrun. I can't think of what they are. But I know for sure he does that shtick again later.
Yeah. And so now OKB is going to be heading off to Alcapa. In the SFC run, you would try to recruit a couple of monsters here, like a slime and a brownie. They've got a little bit of usefulness, but they're also acting as bags in that run because you don't have a bag. Since you do in PS2, the monsters are going to be limited to things that are a little bit more directly useful. So the one thing that they are really looking out for here is an evil apple. So evil apple is the first monster that they need to recruit for the run. He's pretty tanky. He's really good early on. He'll be used for quite a while. At least through pretty much all of Gen 2. And in addition, they want some experience and money while they're looking for the apple. So they'll be fighting a lot of stuff along the way. And next to Alcapa, there are some mountains with some pretty high encounter rate. And they'll be going over there to look for the evil apple. And they can do some shopping along the way also here. And if anybody dies to the fights, they can use Alcapa in order to revive them. So the overworld in this game is really interesting because like these mountains that OKB is running on right now, the first time I loaded up this game, first time I ever tried it, I didn't think you could run on them. I thought they were like blocking you. But it's typical like DQ terrain where mountains just have higher encounter rates. Getting put to sleep by these evil toadstools.
Get away. That was pretty close.
Yeah, you're kind of quiet again.
No.
Thanks.
There we go.
Yeah, this segment could take a while. So basically, the runners need the evil apples to show up, right? So there's whatever likelihood that is of that happening, and then there's the actual recruit rate of getting the evil apple to join you. And the way recruitment in these games tend to work is whatever the last enemy you take out is, has a chance of joining you. The last enemy that you take out that is able to join you. Again, not every enemy is.
Yeah, so I don't think it has to be the actual last enemy.
Right.
But that would require you to know, every enemy that's recruitable in the zone, which I'm sure they do. But
in the meantime, OKB hasn't even seen an apple yet, so. This could take anywhere from a few minutes to, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes. I mean, I think when I was watching
Sky's the
Gakushin's
limit.
VOD as a reference, it was 20 minutes he was here for.
Oh wow.
It was quite a while. But the XP and the money is all going to be, it's all going to be useful, so the time isn't completely going to waste.
Yeah.
There's an evil apple.
It's going to be quite a while till we start doing grinds on metal babbles, and until that point, any extra XP is going to be significant, basically. It might mean you get an extra level or
Ooh.
2 for a boss.
And the apple joins.
So,
Alright, so monster number 1 is recruited.
it's a good looking tomato there.
I'm not sure if there's like a level or XP threshold or money threshold at this point in the run that the runners want to be at before moving on. So you're going to be going from here to Santa Rosa, which is like the first town that we were really in the run with the cave, with the guy that was trapped by the boulder and everything. So that's where they're going to be heading to next, but I'm not sure if they want a little bit more money and XP for the apple first.
So you threw the slime clothes onto the apple.
Yep, and a stone fang, and at least one of the demon food, monster food.
We still
Looks like
have our
he's
bag. Why didn't we just use the wings we have in our bag when we were in prison? We did that barrel. Or if the guard gave us our stuff back, why didn't we just wing instead of the barrel at that point?
Yeah, I think that's what it.
For 3 days.
I think that's what it was, that they had stashed our stuff away and we got it back with the barrel. But you have a good point. Maybe we just didn't have a return point set. So wings in this game will just return you to the most recent town that you were in.
Oh, they kept that for PS2?
Yeah. So when you get the return spell later, you'll be able to actually select which town to return to, but Chimera Wings will just bring you back to the most recent one. You can't
Oh,
actually
okay.
choose from a list. And so, yeah, so OKB is in Santa Rosa and is jumping right into Santa Rosa Cave. So, one of the main things that happens in this game, and most of it's kind of optional, but there's this DQ5 is part of the Zenithian trilogy of DQ games, so DQ 4, 5, and 6, and they all have the Zenithian equipment. They all have the sword, shield, helmet, and armor. And most of the games want you to go collect all of the Zenithian equipment in order to progress the story. And not all of the Zenithian equipment is required. I'm actually not sure which pieces even are required in DQ5, but the Zenithian sword will be found in this cave. So, in the Super Famicom version, you normally come in here a little bit later, but with the tankiness of the Apple and lower encounter rates, the PS2 version jumps right in. And one thing that's really worth noting is that metal slimes can show up in this cave, like right here. And a lot of times they show up with friends, which means that you kind of need to prioritize the scary stuff that can kill you first. But I don't know the exact HP. Yeah, he's out of there. I don't know the exact HP range of metals. I think it's 3 to 5. And I think they're worth 1350 XP for everybody. I'm not completely sure of those numbers, but I think that's right. So they're hoping for a couple metal slimes while running through here. Oh, here's 2 more. 3 damage. Oh. And he's gone.
To deal 3 damage in 1 turn is pretty nice. There's a very high chance that you deal 0 damage if you don't have enough attack power to break something's defense power.
In the meantime, Gakushin is looking for his evil apple.
Brownie got a critical hit on him for 15 damage.
Yeah, in this game, the brownies frequently, or hammerhoods will frequently either, miss or crit, basically. At least the early ones.
Yeah. So the room that OKB's in, when he was upstairs walking around on that floor that was indenting as he walked on it, that was also dropping tiles down here into the water so he can walk along the same path he walked on upstairs.
Yep, and then he picked up a treasure chest with the Lamp of Darkness.
Yep.
And then he gets an agility seed and iron apron for some equipment.
It must just be specific parts of Gen 1 that don't have dynamic daytime, because obviously we've already seen it become nighttime in Gen 2 here.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
it's definitely a thing.
I don't think you can just walk around outside until night and then walk to the ghost tower.
Oh, you can't get outside until night. There's a guard blocking you in Alcapa earlier.
That could be it then.
But he's sleeping at night and you just walk around him.
Yeah. I guess you probably don't have freedom over the world map in that gen until like the very end when Pappas runs off to Henry's cave.
Yep. Lots of metal slimes showing up, but so far none have stuck around. Anybody who's run DQRTA for any length of time knows not to get attached to metal slimes until the metal slimes are dead.
Yeah, that's for sure. Turtle friends.
So one thing I'll talk about now that I mentioned earlier, but wasn't really a great opportunity, is running away in this game. So when you try to run away in this game, the first time you try to run, it's a 50% chance of escape. The second time you try to run, it's 50%. Third try, it's a 75, and then from then on, it's an 87.5% chance. It's never guaranteed. But in this game, there's 2 ways to run away. So when you enter in combat, you get like a battle tactics kind of menu where you can reorder your party, you can attack, you can change party's AI, you can run away. And if you run away from that menu, it immediately tries to run away, but it consumes your entire turn. That's your turn, success or fail, 1 chance to run. Alternatively, characters have a personal action of run away that they can select, which means that on their turn, on their action in initiative, they will try to run away. So it means that combat is still playing out, enemies are still attacking. You are not going to try to necessarily run first, before enemies act, so you're more likely to take damage. But it means that you can kind of combine actions, so you could, for example, defend on a low health character and run on a different one, or heal. And it also means that you can stack runaways. So if you have 4 people in your party, they can all individually try to run away, and you will get the 50, the 50, the 75, and the 87.5% chances all in 1 turn. So running can be nearly guaranteed in a single turn. Not actually guaranteed. If people use their personal actions to run away at the cost of, likely being hit by a bunch of enemy attacks. So OKB is doing it on some of these fights where he will attack with a couple of characters and then try to run with another if a character doesn't have a useful action to take. That way, if they happen to run, it speeds up the fight. If they don't, at least you're making progress towards clearing the fight.
That Gakushin got his apple. He's moving on. Neither of them got stuck by the apple.
Did you say Zapple or Kazapple?
I said tomato.
2時の確率を引いて起き上がったら、メタルスライムを仲間にします。仲間にして使います。普通に強いです。
Yeah, in the meantime, OKB's just taking some fights, making the way through the cave. Did OKB get the Zenithian sword already?
I didn't notice, but he's at the entrance again.
Yeah, I'm not sure if
whatever
he's
he's doing in here.
I'm not sure if he's bailing to heal, and then he must have gotten it. I wasn't sure if he was bailing to like take it in and heal and then go back in. He didn't get any metal slimes in there, which is kind of unfortunate, but
Yeah. He's the lamp of darkness to get himself out of the town faster. But he went back in.
Yeah, using the lamp to leave is pretty normal if you're trying to actually leave. Looks like he's thinking about a couple things, his stats and all that. Meanwhile, Gakushin is taking some encounters before diving into the cave, over here in this little corner by the water. Must have worked it out where he just happened to be at nighttime, which I don't know if it's got a higher encounter rate or just different formations or what, but the Slime Knight here on Gakushin's screen is another one of the important monsters to recruit. That'll be Pierre.
He's going back in. He must want a metal slime.
See if Pierre joins here. I think in SFC it's a 25% chance of Pierre joining. I'm not sure if it's the same in PS2. Let's see if these notes say anywhere. Yes, 25%. So Pierre recruitment is another major point of RNG. So there's both the apple and then there's Pierre. The apple's name is Apuru, so calling it apple is fine. Then OKB is leaving
Okay,
again.
I don't know why he went in there.
He must have been like... Oh, no, now he's going back through the raft. It's a little bit hard to follow without knowing the run, like, to the level of details that these runners do, and also trying to split attention between both racers to know, like, is there a specific gold or XP threshold or something like that. You're never quite sure if you miss something. So,
yeah.
It's definitely diving back in, though. Oh, big slime knights for Gakushin. The slime knights are actually... like, they're reasonably annoying to fight. They'll steal your magic and can get critical hits and junk. But they're very important for the run. And in the meantime, you know, Gakushin's also getting some XP and money off of this, which will help help his attempt into the cave.
Oh, he ran.
No Pierre that time.
で、ここなんか変なとこでぐるぐるしてると思うんですけど、ここの場所が、ラインハット周辺じゃないんですけど、ここだけラインハット周辺のエンカウント内容になってるんですよね。
There's the enemy that they actually want to recruit. Dude on the left. Best hugs in the game come from that guy right there.
Okay, so that's what I thought. So yeah, OKB hadn't gotten
singing you
the
a
sea
song.
sword yet.
Ah.
Tenku no Tsurugi.
Singing another song.
I don't think Gakushin liked the song.
Oh. He did his best.
He killed 2 people. Then he ran away.
Well,
あのお前がこの手紙を読んでる頃にはきっと俺はこの世にいないんだろうなみたいな確か
They're shot at a metal slime, 3 damage, and it runs away.
こういましたよねこうが
So at least 2 of them he's done. OKB's done 3 damage to.
and a brownie stand up.
He's had a couple of
そ
them.
の中には
Yeah.
Metal
So many-
slime runs away.
にはその伝説の
So it must have been Hero that was dead when he entered town because there was a little text box that popped up that was saying that the Hero's party ran him to the church and revived him. His hero gets free revival when you enter a town.
のを集める必要があるみたいな確か話になってた気がするんですよね
Yeah, some of the auto revives in this game aren't free,
世界を回
at least in SFC. But I don't
でどう
I don't know if it applies to all situations or if it's only when it's Henry or what. I
Yeah.
just know that
It
does
still
actually cost-
money.
Yeah.
I assumed it just always wanted you to have a human in the party because it also pulls the hero out of the wagon if he's in there, at least on DS. I guess if he's dead, then you could have just monsters with you. I wonder if townspeople don't like that.
I don't know. I also don't know if it's the same on the remake as it is on SFC.
Yeah.
Kakushin's coming back over here to try for another Pierre. Still hasn't dived into the cave though that I've seen, the Santa Rosa cave, which it kind of works both ways. Like having Pierre earlier can probably give you more survivability.
Yeah.
In
Plus,
the,
Pierre gets the XP if you kill a metal slime.
Yeah. But at the same time, some of these fights aren't super free, like the Yetis that killed him.
Yeah.
And there is equipment that you can get from going through the cave.
Hug the Yetis.
Don't want to get hugged.
There's
There's an oddly specific spot he's grinding in. It must be on an encounter line. Maybe it's the encounter zone from across the river.
Yeah. Yep. Pretty sure that's the case. Because that's normally where you'd grind for Pierre is over by Reinhardt.
Yeah.
This little corner must just sneak into that zone.
部分ですね。まあ、なので OKB さんが取ってる戦略はその厳しいのを一旦保留にして先に
So no Pierre for Gakushin, no metal slimes for OKB.
まあ仲間モンスター
He's the runners are being put through the ringer a bit so far, but this is kind of just normal DQ RTA stuff.
であと鉄の胸当てとか防具とかも
Oh, Slime Knight stands up.
All right.
Got ourselves a Pierre.
Looks like a bronze knife, wooden hat.
Find it hilarious that Gakushin also recruited the Toadstool
Nice.
when it offered to join earlier. Must be useful for this segment. I wonder if that's why he was doing the Slime Knight stuff earlier. I wonder if the Toadstool offers, like, sweet breath or something to make those fights easier.
That could be.
まあそうですね。まあ厳しくて運が悪いとまあすごいハマってしまうポイントっていうのがあるんですけど。
Alright, so I think OKB is now actually going to move on. Didn't get the metal slime, but must be comfortable in his XP and money. He's completed getting the Zenithian sword. So now OKB is going to be going for his own Pierre while Gakushin dives the cave.
Yeah. Looks like he used an intelligence seed on one of his monsters. I didn't see which one, but I believe in this game, when your monsters have 20 intelligence or more, they will listen to your commands without just doing random stuff. Like Hactical was mentioning earlier that Barongo doesn't necessarily listen to you at the start. If you
I
play
did not actually know.
If you play Dragon Quest monsters, it's kind of like your monsters having a wild number in that.
Yeah, I did not actually know what the stat trigger for that was, but what you say is probably correct. Say anything here in Gakushin's notes? Darkness Lamp, Seeds of Power, Zenithian Sword, Agility Seed. No, doesn't say.
I'm not sure what OKB was doing the first time he left that cave and used the Lamp of Darkness. Maybe he was thinking about skipping the Zenithian Sword, but then realized he was ahead and decided to go back in. Because it's
Maybe.
very common in like DQRTA races for the runners to be watching each other's streams and then altering their strategies to get more aggressive if they fall behind or to do safety strats if they're ahead, if they can afford it.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know about in this version, but I know in SFC the top run skipped the Zenithian Sword, so I don't
Yeah.
know if they'd change any triggers to make it required in this version, but it's not required in SFC. So yeah, maybe he was considering skipping it altogether or coming back for it later when it would have been easier to get through the cave. I don't think that would have been the case because I think he would have wanted the metal slimes now. Maybe he wanted money and XP. It's hard to say. But one thing we know he wants a Pierre.
Yep. So he bought a stack of wings there. Stack of herbs. Another stack of herbs. There's always room in your bag.
It'll be interesting to see. It looks like he's going to go do the underground segment. So you can kind of do things in a varying order here. Like you want Pierre, but there's this little you can't get into the castle, so you kind of need to sneak in through this underground segment into the castle underneath the drawbridge here. And there are slime knights that show up down there, so you can still recruit Pierre down here, but it's a little bit more dangerous to come in here without having Pierre already. So you kind of get a little bit of a risk-reward play in terms of how you approach this. It's a little bit safer in this version than in SFC because they have the apple to help them spread out the damage and tank a little bit, and generally lower encounter rates. So maybe it's pretty safe in this version. I'm not really sure. I think Gakushin just got a metal slime though, because I just saw 1400 something XP.
Oh, that's good for him.
Sure is. It's really hard to say right now who is like ahead. I don't think we'll really know until, at least the imposter fight or so, or the Mirror of Ra. But even then, there can be discrepancies in XP or money or whatever else. OKB's Henry just got level 5.
And a metal slime is a good amount of XP, but it's really only like 5 or 6 other encounters from what I've been seeing. They're getting like 200 to 300 per encounter, and the metal slimes were 1300. Oh, Yetis are singing their song again. Beautiful.
Oh, Gakushin didn't even bring Henry into the cave. He's got the toadstool instead.
Oh, yeah.
ついてる逃げるコマンドって結構性能が悪くて、最初の逃げるを打ったら 50%、50%。
She knows ahead by the time eyeball goes down. We're a few hours away from that, so hopefully we'll have a little bit of an idea sooner.
Yeah.
Ooh, didn't see him. Surprise the metal slime. 2 free damage.
Nice.
Got him. He's hitting those metal slimes pretty reliably.
Yeah.
This game must use a different formula for determining whether or not you hit them or not. Either that or just getting extremely lucky.
Yeah, because I know in the NES games it's like a 1/3 chance to hit for 1 damage.
Yeah.
So I don't know if the game's completely different or if maybe Boomerang and Whip are like guaranteed to do 1 damage or something for the first one.
I don't know.
Hard to say. It is worth noting that the Boomerang and Whip cannot crit.
Right.
Unless this game's different from others, but usually they cannot. The critical hit chance in this game, or the series in general, is really low anyway. It's usually 1 in 64.
Gakushin's got heal more on both Pierre and Hero. I
Alright.
think that was Hero.
OKB's chewing through all those herbs he bought. He's still got over a dozen left.
More metal slimes.
Why not? There's a miss.
Looked like a
Right.
dodge.
That could be.
Look at all these slime knights.
Nice. It'd be even
They don't-
nicer if this meant there was 7 times the chance for it to join. That's
They
not
don't
how
even
it
all
works.
fit on screen.
Yeah. Everywhere you can find slime knights, they love to show up in huge groups, so it's unfortunate that multiple slime knights doesn't mean higher recruit chance. Oh no.
Gakushin's got the Z sword.
Ooh. Guess it was Apple that was low, but survived it.
Yeah, but even 7 of those, 259 XP. I mean, a
Yeah.
metal slime is 5 groups of 7 slime knights.
Yeah.
And a whole lot easier.
Well, if it's easy to be lucky.
Well, yeah. You're not going to die fighting a metal slime, hopefully.
Yeah. We got
Ambushed by living dead. Orcs or whatever these are. Whatever variety of undead.
He's thinking about this one. All right.
He wants that. He wants that slime knight.
Yeah, he backed up and is menuing a lot. It looked like at one point he was going to cast around, but I don't think he did. Oh, the dead call for help even. That's great. Oh, he killed the slime knight before the backup.
Might be
Oh,
okay. I don't know if
Yeah,
these
that might
guys
be
can
fine,
join.
actually. Those guys probably can't.
Some level up jingles to sit through before he finds out.
Yep.
Hey!
All right. So he got that without sitting around grinding for it. So that helps.
Yep.
Oh,
So,
that's nice.
okay,
Like 2 steps from the end.
OKB is solidly ahead. There are a couple misses, but another metal slime kill.
Yeah.
So OKB is solidly ahead from like
Distance.
a progress standpoint, but all this XP for Gakushin might be able to pull some of that back.
Yeah. everything's going to be safer and faster because he's got more attack power, more HP.
Yep. You'll be able to clear random encounters more quickly or run from them more safely.
Yeah.
Has more healing abilities, less likely to die on bosses, etc. And it's possible OKB might have to grind to make some of that up.
Yeah. OKB's probably got at least as much gold as Gakushin, though, because Gakushin died a couple times finding looking for his Slime Knight.
Yeah, true.
And OKB double dipped into this cave that Gakushin's in and fought monsters the whole way.
So OKB's successfully snuck into the castle, gets to loot the treasure here for some iron armor, a life seed, and 1,200 gold.
Like
Trading
he's
around
given,
some of the equipment.
yeah, it's like iron armor and a bronze knife to Pierre.
Mm-hmm.
Slimes. They ambushed him. Oh no. That's just what you want to see. Get ambushed by 7 enemies that can't even hurt you.
8.
Oh, 8. Alright. Not even a king slime.
Nope. So OKB is doing a little bit of shopping here. It's a steel sword, I think that was. Sells the bronze knife.
Landed long.
Stocking up on some herbs.
This bridge that Gakushin's on. We saw earlier in the game, Hiro and Pappas went through the same bridge to get to the castle, and I think the same guard was working there. And they originally doesn't let you through, but then Henry walks up and says some things to him, and he realizes, oh, this is Prince Henry. I guess I will let you through. Because the Queen is not letting people through that bridge right now.
Yep.
And we also saw on OKB's screen when he was walking through the dungeons that someone was locked up down there, and that's actually the real queen, and there's a fake queen sitting on the throne right now. So OKB's gonna start going off to deal with that. You gotta look for an item called the Raw Mirror, which is gonna dispel the illusion that the fake queen put on herself. So
Yeah, the
otherwise,
mirror.
you let the queen out, and she just runs upstairs, and they look exactly the same. So they get in a fight, and you can't tell which one's which. And you should have just stopped them because you knew which one was fake, but then now you don't.
Yeah.
Happens a couple of times in the Dragon Quest series. I know DQ Monsters 2 does the same thing.
I mean, the Mirror of Ra shows up in what? DQ2, DQ3, DQ4
Yeah.
technically, DQ5, DQ6.
I don't think it's even in 4's remakes. I think it might only be in NES. It's mostly useless.
I thought it still showed up, but I'm not positive of that.
I don't
I thought it
think
could
it's
still
in the
drop.
casino, but yeah, maybe the imposters still drop it.
So even though OKB got through that underground section way ahead of Gakushin, Gakushin should go through that much faster because he won't need to be fighting some suboptimal fights. So he should make a fair amount of time back on this segment, even though he's behind right now.
And the fights he does take, he'll clear faster because he's got his Slime Knight with him, and he's got more levels on everybody, including the boomerang and whip users. So I don't know if the whip's in his party right now. That was on Henry.
Yep.
Actually, Henry's in his party right now. Which makes
So
sense that you
the
made him in the castle.
so the gist of what's going on here is, as Countess said, they're looking for that Mirror of Ra. And I don't know if you hear a rumor or somebody tells you or whatever, but you're trying to get into the Tower of God, which has the mirror at the top of it. I don't know if you specifically know it's the mirror at this point or whatever, but you're coming here to this monastery because the people of the monastery are the only ones that can open up the Tower of God. And so Maria, I think, is going to come with them here and help open up the tower once they get there.
She's only been working there for like a week, but they still trust her with this. They've given her the keys to the important tower and everything already.
Well, they don't want to leave home. I mean, that sounds like work.
Yeah, and there's monsters out there. And in the tower.
そうですね。で、ラインハットの城の中に入りたいんだけど、なんか手はないものかなって。
Stinky weasels don't have their stink cloud in PS2. That's a nerf for sure. I'm fine with that though.
Yeah. Yeah, the weasels are one of the more questionable enemy designs in my mind.
Yep.
So yeah, we have OKB here heading towards the Tower of God. Gakushin taking his trip through the underground.
ラーの鏡っていうアイテムが必要になるから、ラーの鏡を取りに行こうっていう話になって、で、今、ラーの鏡。
Sometimes it's still weird to me seeing recolors of enemies that I knew from Dragonware monsters before having played DQ5 or 6, like the piggies, the blue piggies in the Gakushin's cave. It looks
Here's
strange
an
to me.
interesting thing that OKB is doing, which is going through the teleporter and then immediately turning around and going through the teleporter again. And that's just used to set the Chimera Wing return point for after the tower to go back to Reinhardt. All right, and Gakushin made it through the underground already, so pretty quick. Still definitely a few minutes behind, but nothing that can't be overcome. I think there are a couple of worthwhile treasure chests here in the Tower of God. There's also some metal slimes. Is this a chance to catch up on XP for OKB?
Hey.
He gets one. That'll be helpful. So, as Countess was saying, the general idea here is that we're getting the Mirror of Ra in order to prove which queen is fake and restore the normal queen. And the fake queen is going to be a boss fight, which will be coming up shortly. So I'll start talking about it now. The fake queen has 650 hit points. Turn 1 will summon a jewel bag. She can summon a couple of different types of enemies. And then has a kind of 3-turn rotation where she can use flame. I don't know what this other option is. It says spirit on this guide, this translation of notes. I don't know if that's like a deep breath or what. Turn B can attack or call a soldier. Turn C can attack or call a laughing bag. But the important thing to note is the flame breath that can happen on turn A. And there were those monster foods that the runners have been picking up as they go along that I said I was going to explain earlier, and now's the time for that. So the monster foods can be used as an item in combat to cause enemies to try to lose their turn. So on the Fake Queen, on the second turn and the 5th turn, they'll be using monster food on the queen to try to skip the flame breath attack. If they do get hit with flame breath, they'll have to heal it up. They may have to fight summoned enemies along the way, but the hope is that she skips the flame breath. You kind of just mash through. You get a surround off on her and a sap to make her a little bit less scary. And then usually you hope you can just be able to turbo through from there once if you get the debuffs on and she loses her turns, the rest of her stuff isn't too scary. It does look like OKB is getting quite a number of encounters going through this tower here.
Yep. So that metal slime did get him at least heal more on hero.
That's good. Gets a scale shield and an MP seed. I think was the other item I saw. And this tower's got the top of the tower where the mirror is, there's a little bit of a gimmick with a fake floor, or a invisible floor, I should say, that they have to walk across. And I mean, you just can walk straight across it, but it's not straight down the middle. So when you're playing casually, you'll probably fall off a couple times, or at least once.
Another metal slime for OKB.
Yeah, I'm sure he's really happy about that. That's catching up a lot. I don't
Yeah.
remember how many Gakushin got, but it was 3?
I believe so. They're probably about even on XP right now.
Yeah. Gakushin might be 1 medal ahead still, but
Yeah,
he's
but
also
I think OKB got more random stuff.
Yeah, that's true. So OKB's probably ahead on money because of that.
9, 11, 11, 6.
But Gakushin's catching up on the overworld. He's almost to the Tower of God himself. He's entering the Tower of God right now, so
Yep.
they're in the same place.
These blue mad plants look weird to me too.
I know. I was
Same
just
reason.
thinking the same thing.
You're used to them being green.
I also think I think OKB fell off on accident. I don't know if that was on accident or if he required to fall off and walk back up for some reason, but
It looked intentional because he healed right before he did it.
yeah.
But I don't
But he
know.
was
It also didn't look like he landed in a specific spot. Like if he wanted to fall down there, he could have done it further to the right.
Yeah, and he was just back in that same room, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Either way, he's at the top now and has the Mirror of Ra.
Well, that looks like a metal slime. That's gonna. No, he ran. I don't know. I had a good feeling about him. That's why you don't get attached, though.
It's true. Never attach. Oh, Gakushin just skipped those chests altogether.
Oh,
What did I say was there? It was an MP seed and
shield.
Scale shield. Yeah, that's right.
Which probably resists fire breath. Maybe.
Probably.
Maybe it's just defense power.
Well, either way, he's going to make back some fair amount of time on that tower.
Yeah.
Went from being a few minutes back to being maybe 2 minutes back now. And up here we've got, oops, all queens.
Yep.
But we can figure out which one the fake one is. The Mirror of Ra. And this is the false queen. So again, the goal is to land a sap, which hit, surround, which also hit. They're going to use the monster food. The queen's going to lose her turn. 2 turns of straight up attacking. 1, 2. This next turn we'll have another monster food. Which seems like it also worked again. And then this turn of the next should take out the false queen. Yep, and there she goes. Easy
Right.
peasy. And at the same time, Gakushin is starting his own fight.
That doesn't even look dangerous when she didn't breathe fire.
Yeah.
Plus, with all the medals, their lowest max HP is 67.
Right, hits the debuffs. Monster food 1 is good. I don't know if the monster food is guaranteed to work, because there's a note about recovery if you get hit with flame breath in the notes. But I'm not
Yeah.
sure if it's related to like a failure or like right here.
Or
If
turn order, maybe.
yeah, maybe your turn order, or maybe if you have to sell one for a backup or something.
Yeah. So I actually saw, I think Gakushin sell one.
Yeah, I think he only
I didn't
had
know
one
if
for
it
this
was
fight.
extra. Yeah. I think that was right before he went for the Apple grind. I think I saw him sell one, and then he like still didn't seem to have enough money, so he just went out without whatever he was buying at the time. But he cleared the fight just fine anyway. I don't think one fire breath would have caused too much trouble in that fight, though.
No, especially because if it hits at the end, if the first one hits, then like it can be a tricky spot. But if
Yeah.
it hits on like the turn that you kill her or something, then
And maybe depending on what she summons too. The trick bag looked like it just died without getting a turn both times.
yeah, the summons don't do a whole lot, especially with the boomerang taking them out.
Alright.
Yeah, so the runners are pretty close together now.
Yep. So with that plot line resolved, Henry stays behind at the castle, just guide his brother, lets his brother be king, I guess. And you just leave him there, and then you continue your search for your mother.
How dare you forget about Maria too?
Yeah, she's there too.
Yeah,
He decided
Remember,
the whole nun thing is she's done with that.
Henry is better than a nun, than being a nun.
Yeah. That job didn't last long at all.
And then yeah, so you lose your party member, and then you're continuing on with your quest to look for your mom. So you're gonna come back here to where the game very first started, on the boat. And you're gonna go back to that same port and take the boat over to the next continent.
And I believe right when you get off this boat, you get a letter from Henry saying, by the way, me and Maria got married. I'm sorry you couldn't make it. Which makes you wonder, like, did they just get married that same night and they could have just told me and I'd have stayed and done the wedding? Or does sailing in the series actually take multiple days or weeks to get somewhere?
This is a good question. You'd think if that were the case, they'd be, going through day-night cycles while the boat was animating, but
Yeah.
because they're sure making it look like it only takes a day.
In most of these games, you don't really feel like time is passing while you're adventuring, but the situation with Henry and Maria makes it feel like it's passing here.
Yeah. So, onward from Port Selmy. They're going to be, I don't really know like what the
パンサーを仲間にするために向かってますね。
like what exactly the story beats are here, but at some point you hear a rumor about,
スーパーファミコン版って仲間
I don't know,
30
a wild monster in a cave or something like that.
版になって何が変わったかというと、戦闘に出せるメンバーは4人になる
I think there's
Yeah.
supposed to be more to it than that,
現状だと
but
They pop into a village, and the people in the village are complaining about a monster that's causing trouble or attacking them or something, and they send you to take care of it.
yeah, and I think it's the village that OKB just like walk past.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. I don't think it's required to actually go in there.
火力が高いんで、もうメインアタッカーとして、ストーリー
I see OKB is fighting metal riders, which are not worth as much as metal slimes, even though they look like they would be. Very deceptive enemy.
時間をかけてでも
Yep.
仲間にする価値があるモンスターなのがキラーパンサー。
and then OKB makes it to the cave. Again, more metal slimes are able to show up here, so see if they get any more XP along the way.
ちなみにこの洞窟のメタルスライムが出る可能性があって
This cave was
So-
another place where I got to the bottom and had a moment of, it's just like Dragon Warrior monsters when you're supposed to have the opposite experience.
この洞窟は本当にいっぱい出る。ただ確率はすごい低かったりとか、結構危ないモンスターと一緒に出てきたりもするんで、
kind of,
なかなか
you know, especially from this point on.
ここも
But
いろいろ貼れる
it's been a theme throughout the run, but
いいですね。
at various points, the fight versus run decision making becomes more and more complex as they go.
結構危ないんですよね。
Let's actually fight
Obvi-
these guys.
それはうまい。
Apple has
麻痺攻撃っていう特技を使う
Mahigiri,
攻撃しながら
so paralysis hit, or no, Mahikogeki,
強い攻撃手段を持ってて、
Yeah.
麻痺攻撃で危ないやつ
not
を
slash, it's attack.
うまいプレイですね。
Yeah, so he numbs the big guy and then focus the metal slime. Got him.
Yep.
はい。
Got him.
経験値的にも並んだかな、これで。
Oh, and Gakushin's got some metal slimes of his own.
枯れる
Yep.
Still running around with the mushroom. Mashu.
4体残ったからこれは
Yeah, so these guys are both pretty good on XP at this point.
1体でも
Oh, the
残ったら
Boomerang
boomerang had
just hit
multiples.
3.
Yeah.
勝ったな。下手したらこれ2体枯れるな。あ、2体枯るな、これ。あ、枯れないか。1体か。
In other DQ games, normally whips or boomerangs are often only able to damage the leftmost of a group of metal slimes, not able to do damage to multiple ones. But in this
Yeah.
version, seems to not be the case. Oh, he ran from the Yeti.
Like, after the first hit, like the weapon will be guaranteed to do at most the amount of damage that it just did to the previous monster. So over the course of the whole series of monsters, the damage value just goes lower and lower. But I guess in this version, if you hit for 1 damage, you can hit the next one too. Oh, I'm not sure about this palette for these night whips over here.
I kind of like it. The night whips remind me a lot, like the shape of them and everything. It reminds me a lot of the like the DQ3 dragons, like the Sky Dragon and Salamander and Ice Dragon.
Yeah.
Or Snow Dragon, like the curly serpent-ish shape.
Did OKB accidentally fall on the screen before this? I saw he fell. It must not have been on purpose because Gakushin didn't fall there. Now
I'm
they're
not
both
sure.
fighting a killer panther. Oh no. But believe what happens is you show the panther Bianca's ribbon that she gave you earlier in the game, and it recognizes you because this is Barongo from earlier. He is all grown up.
He's a big kitty.
Yeah.
And he's got a sword for you.
Yeah, Pappas's sword. So he gives you that and he joins you. And at this point, if you go back to that village, which I don't think they need to do, the villagers will see that you have the tiger with you, and they'll think that you were going along with him this whole time, that you were involved with this panther attacking the village, that you just showed up to get the bounty on this guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's funny.
I think they refuse to reward you for it. We got another Yeti there. Running away though. He just wanted a hug.
No one wants to hug the Yetis today.
Why not?
You're just gonna have to route this all Yetis and show them how it's done.
Yep.
Just got a stone axe from that treasure chest. Ishi no Ono. I love that one of the I've seen axe written out a few ways in the Japanese games, but my favorite is when they use the katakana "oh no," because it just seems so fitting.
Yeah.
で、洞窟出ました。もうその差、何秒これ。でもエンカウントしたから。
All right, so with Barongo and the sword retrieved, OKB is winging back to Port Selmy and running west to Rudolphin. And this is the town where I'm a little fuzzy on some of the story beats, but there's an old man here who's going to be able to, I don't know if he's experimenting with spells or what it is, but it's where the characters are going to learn Rudao or Return or Zoom.
I believe he's trying to rediscover lost magic or something, and you can actually come back later and I believe teach the Zenithian hero Zap if you talk to him again in Gen 3.
世界を巡って、まあ、天空の装備と伝説の勇者を探そうっていうフェーズなんですけども、
That sounds good anyway, so we'll go with that.
Sure, sounds good to me. Yeah, I knew it was some kind of like magic experimentation stuff. I didn't realize it was a lost spell thing. It's been a while since I've played this game in English. But the two runners are now actually neck and neck. In fact, Gakushin is now on screen ahead, although OKB just took some shopping.
Yeah, OKB's got to stop falling out of towers.
So, talking to old man Bennett back here. He's going to ask them to go find an ingredient he needs. Now they finally get a overview of the. Do you see the world map before this at any point? Like in the dialogue, they show you the overall like world map, which is I've always thought really cool. But in this version,
sure,
you might be able to just see it.
That's probably a world map item somewhere. Maybe not. Because I think in DQ6 you've still got to pick up a map before you can see the overworld, at least in Super Famicom. So, though the remakes may just give you a map, they tend to do that in the DS games. Or at least a map that's like covered up in the spots you haven't been to.
Yeah, true. I do think you get a map in this at some point. I just don't know if it's now or later.
With how little you can see on this overworld, it'd be nice to have a map. Really not a great camera angle.
Excuse me. Alright, so they retrieve the Ruda Moon. I'm going to bring it back to Old Man Bennett. Once again, carrying a pot around town so they can break it at a more optimal place. He's going to break it on this like little overhang here.
Nice.
See, the breaking animation happens kind of instantly. It doesn't need to wait for the pot to fall to the ground. I find little tidbits like that to be just really cool.
Yeah.
Even though it's only really frames here and there. So after this crazy explosion of magic, you'll be able to use the return spell. And I mentioned earlier that the way wings in this game work is that Chimera wings bring you back to the most recent town you were in, but now that they have the return spell, they can actually use return to select which specific town they want to go to. So Gakushin just returned to Oracleberry. Take a quick jaunt down here to the monastery. Enter that in as a return point. And then head back up to Reinhardt and go talk to Henry. I don't really remember what Henry tells you here.
あの場所で使っとくと、ちょうど海辺の境界に達したところで朝になって、でラインハットの城って夜は入れないので、昼夜調整のためにあの場所で闇のランプ使ってましたね。
I don't know if you're just stopping by to congratulate him and Maria or what.
城に入れて、でこれはフラグですね。フラグ縦に行ってます。で、主人公が大陸を越え、
See if I can get anything out of this dialogue.
一方その頃ヘンリーは何をしてたかというと、マリアを口説いて口説き落としてマリアと結婚してましたね。マリアと結婚。
Nope, no idea.
Same.
久しぶりにヘンリーに会ったらマリアと結婚していたと。で、ヘンリーは主人公に対して
Anyway, now they're going to be heading off to Sarabona? This is where you find out they're getting married? Okay.
Well, then they waited at least 2 or 3 days, I guess. Took a little bit of time to walk across there.
ラインハットを救った後、定期船に乗りポートセレミに渡り、キランパーサーを仲間にルラフェン渡ってるだけの本当に
This is kind of the there's usually a couple points in DQRTA where stuff like this happens, where there's kind of just like a big world tour kind of thing on the overworld. It'll usually happen when you get different transportation, like boats or the magic carpet or whatever. There's a little bit of that going on here. It's a little bit more linear and less full world tour-ish, but there's a lot of just like overworld movement in Gen 2, getting return points for different towns and hitting some plot triggers and that sort of thing.
Yep. Now Gakushin's reaching the important town.
Do you want to talk about why the town's important?
Right there. So you remember at the very beginning of the game, we saw the guy get on the boat with his daughter, little blue-haired girl, and here she is again. We're meeting her again. Her name is
All grown
Flora.
up.
Yep. She's got a dog here. Dog doesn't really do anything except, serve as an icebreaker, but now you've met her, and walking around town talking, you're finding out that her dad is trying to marry her off, and he's holding a big contest, and whoever wins the contest gets to marry her. And the hero, having just met her for the first time, decides to sign up for this, and that his quest to find his mother can wait a minute. Is she cute?
And because the guy who's holding the contest is the rich
Loaded.
family of the town with lots of treasure,
Oh yeah.
and you want a piece of that.
で、
Yep.
天空の装備を持っているらしいっていうルロマンさんの家に行きます。で、いきなり入り口で
So yeah,
フロアさんが結婚をお望みですか
the shtick behind DQ5 here is
まあちょう
the
ど
waifu wars.
この家の
There are a couple of
ルドマン
marriage candidates
まあ
in this
ルドマン
game,
父親なん
and
ですけど
Flora here is clearly one of them.
オープニングで出会ってるんですけどルドマン
The other option is Bianca, your childhood friend that you explored the ghost house with earlier on. And the DS version adds a third character, Deborah. Countess mentioned her earlier. It's the other daughter of this guy who's
Yep.
grouchy and nobody likes her. But she's DS only. She doesn't exist in this version. And it'll be interesting to see who the runners choose, because both characters are viable for the speedrun standpoint. Gakushin is very much a Bianca runner, typically. So I fully expect Bianca on Gakushin. I don't know if it will be the same for OKB or not. Generally, the gist is that Bianca is faster, but Flora is more stable. There's some extra stuff that you have to do with Flora, some extra scenes and things like that, but you also get some extra items. So for a race like this, it's definitely a case that Flora, I don't know, maybe one of the runners will choose her. We'll see.
And you also get some different skills based on which of the two wives you pick, because they have like completely different spells that they learn, and that carries over into Gen 3 as well. And I don't know exactly what the differences are there.
I'm not sure either. I don't think that there's a huge difference for the speedrun standpoint, but there could be some.
Yeah. I think with Deborah, you actually get an extra bike kill on DS if you take her, but you can also just buy consumable bike kills in this game by the time it matters.
So the OKB here is doing some shopping, just bought a Sword of Malice, which seems a little early. Maybe that's normal.
Nera learns Kaboom? I thought she got the ice magic, and Bianca got fire, but maybe Nera gets explosive. Explosive and fire aren't necessarily the same thing.
I guess that's normal. I didn't see Gakushin do the same shopping though, so I wonder if Gakushin's a little behind on money or something.
I think Bianca also doesn't learn any healing. I think Nera gets more of that. But I don't know, it's been a couple years since I actually played through the DS game. I did see that elf water we were talking about only sells for 110 gold, and the item is a full magic restore one time only, so it's not worth selling for 110 gold. Definitely more valuable the longer you hold on to it.
So now Gakushin here is in the volcano, and this is related to the contest, right?
Yeah.
I think the contest is to recover 2 rings, a water ring and a fire ring.
Yeah, and the fire ring is in this volcano.
Yep. So, in order to marry the cute blue-haired girl and get all her dad's money, you need to dive deep into a volcano, first of all, which seems a little bit extreme, but, you know, here we are.
What happened if you got one of them and somebody else got the other one?
In the DS version, and I don't know if you can do it in this version or not, but in the DS version, there's an out of bounds glitch you can do here to skip a lot of the volcano.
Yeah.
And conversely, in the Super Famicom version, the volcano is a pretty brutal reset point. Getting through here is very volatile, and you're basically just hoping to run away.
Yeah.
But with a bit more XP, an extra character, It's not so bad in the PS2 version.
あ、このマドルーパー4体っていうのが最高に美味しい宴会
Being
で、
able to
マドル
just
ーパーってめちゃくち
choose
ゃ
run on all 4
レベル
characters if you don't want to fight stuff goes a long way.
このマドルーパー
Yeah, I
4
don't
体と
know
か
about
使う
the
と、
volcano skip
で、この
specifically,
マ
but
ド
I
ル
know
ー
there's a
スキッ
skip
プの
in
効果とかっていう
DS6 where you like quick save on some stairs and reset, and then when you load back in, you're underneath the stairs. So if it works the same way, that wouldn't apply to PS2. But just since the terrain is like completely different in PS2, I would expect if there were a volcano skip, it would be a different volcano skip.
その必要経験値
Yeah, and I don't really know if it'd be allowed anyway.
Yeah, true.
I think
I've seen Keta do an out of bounds in GQ7 for just
Okay.
getting through one screen. Then at least 2 places in towers where he just walked straight into a wall.
And I think I've seen both versions for DS of this game in Japanese. I think they've got it
Yeah.
either a note in the column or else separated categories or whatever.
まあ、足りてたのかな。はい、足りてるらしいので、このご丁寧に用意されたボス手前の
So what level are they now?
体力を全部使って
15.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
Barongo 15 though.
ボロンゴじゃねえや。ギリギリ
I don't know what Barongo starts at, but he might have started at 15.
溶岩渡ってますけど、これは4人出しだと
The notes here for Gakushin
短期出し
note
受けないようにしてますね。回復の
level 14 as being like kind of a common point for this part, but that they'll still hunt in order to increase Apple's speed. Maybe.
OKB's hero is 14 or 13
Okay.
rather.
So right around the expected amount, I guess. So yeah, so this is the fire ring, and it's guarded by these 3 lava genjin. These guys have 420 hit points each. They have a 50% chance to attack, 1/3 chance to do a flame breath, and a 1/6 chance to do nothing, just assess the situation. And they can't all 3 take the same action, so they can't like all 3 breathe flame.
Oh,
This is really interesting with the mushroom that he's putting them to sleep with sweet breath, it looks like. That's actually really cool. Typically the strategy is to attack, try to get a couple saps off, cast a couple of upper spells on Pierre to increase his defense, and then swap to Pierre only because Pierre has really good fire resistance, good hit points, can cast heal more on himself, etc. And then Pierre kind of solos the fight mostly. And the runners might swap in other party members if they think that they'll be able to finish somebody off in a turn, like if they're at a certain threshold. They might swap in some more party members for a little bit of extra damage on those turns, but in the meantime, it looks like Gakushin's going with mostly PR only, but definitely got a speedy start to the fight with that mushroom.
Yep.
そうっすね。3分の1体制だから20か。で、ピエール鉄の盾装備してるんですけど、
Getting a fair amount of flame breath, but
軽減するっていう効果があるんで、火炎
not problematic.
15ダメージぐらいに抑えられるのかな、最大でも。
I'm not really sure what's happening on OKB's side. Like, it feels like Gakushin is just going much, much faster. And I know that he's got maybe a little bit more XP from some metal slimes, but I don't know if one of them's playing riskier. I've seen OKB do a few more shops that Gakushin hasn't. So I don't know if their routes are slightly different, or if one of them's playing more conservative race strats, or exactly what's going on. Or if it's just, typical DQ RNG. Is Gakushin just getting luckier, or is he playing a little faster, or whatever?
Because even like whether you fight him or not, just getting into a bunch of fights can, swing your time, a minute or two in each dungeon.
短縮になるので。
Yeah, easily.
いくらだとこの後蘇生もしなきゃいけなかったりだとか、金策も結構厳しくなったりするので。
So Gakushin had the outside spell, had enough MP to cast it. That's definitely a thing that comes up a few times in the SFC run, depending on how many medals you get. Kind of determines when you learn outside and whether you're death warping out of places or whether you're able to cast the outside spell. But it's much more common to have outside in this run. So he goes and drops off the flame ring to the dad, and then
You can cast return while you're indoors. You don't hit your head.
Yep.
まあ OKB さんの方はちょっと手間取っ
DQ7, you can't cast return in a single building.
悪いな。
I'm kind of surprised they rolled it back for this, but they usually do that for re-releases of games. They keep return working consistently with how it used to work.
Tell that to DQ4.
絶対勝てないわけじゃない
Yeah.
から、まああんまり影響ないんで。
Bonk everywhere in that, except for in the Chapter 3 castle.
なんですけど、
Yeah.
ただ演
The
歌
prison, for some reason, didn't have a roof over it.
ちょっとそれが怖いかな。現人にたどり着く。
Might be an oversight.
あとは、
Maybe.
現人の負けパターンとしては、まあスカラで固める一ターン目に、
So on Gakushin's side, he's being sent off to get the water ring now, and along the way you stop at this village, which is where we're gonna meet up with Bianca, and she'll come along with us.
燃え盛る火炎、燃え盛る
Not really sure if she has a reason for coming along with us other than she just wants to hang out.
死んじゃう
That somewhere in this village is probably in here with her is her dad's sick in a bed here.
燃え盛る火炎2回撃たれただけで、
She's gonna talk to him first, and then Bianca will show up.
その打撃が主人公に
Duncan.
確率が上がっちゃう
I think in the Super Famicom version, he actually dies if you don't marry her,
来やすくなっちゃう。
which
Oh,
just
really?
makes her life even sadder. But you'd think he'd die if she wasn't there to take care of him, but I'm pretty sure the other way around.
Huh.
燃え盛る火炎撃ってくるんですけど、燃え盛る火炎もグループ内で
Yeah, as mentioned earlier, this game is kind of dark at times.
2体までしか火炎撃ってこない。
People dying and such.
3体とも火炎吐いてくるっていうことはないので、
OKB's on the
はないです。
Lava Genjin, getting his saps and uppers set up. Eating a little bit of flame breath, taking the fight a little bit cautiously.
じゃあ低いな。火炎2回で死んじゃうな、それ。ああ、大丈夫。大丈夫、大丈夫。 学sinhさんの方は
But
ビアンカと再会して
OKB's got the setup now and
その学sinhさんの方は
should be pretty much good to go.
ルドマンに一回炎のリングを渡して、
Plenty of MP.
炎のリングを取って
MP on Pierre can be a little bit of an issue,
水のリングも取ってきなさいと。で、水のリングの
potentially.
ぐらいだから水の多い場所にあるんじゃないかっつって、じゃあ船を貸してやるっつって船を貸してもらって、で、サラブラの北にある
Lots of flame breath.
水門を越えようと思ったんだけど、水門が閉まってて、
Even though flame breath isn't really that scary with Pierre only,
近くにある
it still does a lot more damage than their physical attacks, so
ところ、まあ、ビアンカがいましたと。で、ビアンカと久しぶりに再会して、ビアンカにこの水門を開けてもらって、
Now there's a gate here, that's why you gotta go into the village.
探索する
yeah,
感じですね。
blocking off the canal with the waterfall.
この PS2 版ドラグコンクエスト5において、
Got the one on the right
入れ
first?
る必要があったのか、議論が変わった
Seems so.
謎ムービー。
I don't really know how,
RTA のタイムがもっと短縮されて
like, character targeting enemy targeting works in this game. All the DQ games kind of have like a little bit different behavior when you target a group generically.
Oh, they're all in
Um,
group. Okay.
発生し
There's
て
the
るはず
octopus. You get back attacked with.
発生してる、確か。
Typically, the case is that you'll attack whichever one has the lowest HP first, and then if they're tied, I'm assuming it's either random or maybe it's left to right, or I don't really know. But yeah, down to one left on OKB's side, so
で、この
shouldn't be any problems. In the meantime, Gakushin is entering the waterfall cave here.
滝の流れる洞窟だったか。滝の洞窟かな
It's a pretty cool looking cave.
に、
I really like the way that they
入る前に、
design the dungeons in this game with the transition to 3D.
4人出しにして洞窟に入ろうとするんですけど、
Use a lot of like elevation like this.
Yeah.
私も連れて行きなさいよと言われるんですけど、お断りして4人
They do the same in SFC. It's just things look a lot flatter, and I think they did a really good job with moving into 3D and also using it as like backgrounds for the battles that are going on.
で、この辺はもう全部
Even though the battle scene doesn't exactly match up with where they are
それ以降は全部
on screen, it's still like
このダンジョン結構長いんですけど、まあ全部
still pretty cool.
最新部で水のリング取って
Everyone's favorite gas bag enemies.
まあボスも特に
A great design.
まああとビアンカこの中に連れて行くと
Looks like Gakushin is mostly running from enemies here, feels that he doesn't need the XP or money, or else feels that these fights aren't worth taking.
ロスになっちゃうんで連れて行かないし、まあ逃げ要因にならないので連れて行かないって感じですね。
Probably just feels that these fights aren't worth taking. And even though it looks like there's a decent lead building up, there are definitely still points of death and RNG and grinding and things like that left in this run. We're only halfway through the run, so plenty of time for the fortunes of the runners to switch places again. It's a robe of serenity and a chest back there.
なんかすごい綺麗ねみたいな。あれは話すしなかったら発生しないんだったかな。なんかそういうイベントがちょいちょい挟まるんですよね。
You can really start to see here the power of the way the running away works in this version of the game, with selecting run as the personal action for the entire team. It's very rare the enemies are getting any actions because the party characters are so fast and getting multiple run chances before the enemies even get to act.
ちなみにこの時にまあビアンカの父親のダンカンと会話すると、まあビアンカも
That work looks kind of
母親
slim.
の方はもう亡くなっちゃってるんですよね。
What was that?
The orc looks kind of slim there.
亡くなってしまった
Oh, yeah.
A little bulkier looking in those
父親の
games.
ダンカンと二人暮らしなんだけど、ダンカンも体が
Polygon limits,
よろし
maybe.
くない状態っていうのを主人公に
Maybe.
言ってるんですけど、その時に
It's PS2, so I mean, I'd imagine they'd be able to do something more with it. But you're pretty quiet again, by the way.
No. My dog's been bugging me since this run started, so
Ah.
keep having to mute it to yell at him. I had time to either eat lunch or to take him around the block, and I chose lunch. I don't regret it.
Stay
He went
hungry.
out. We went out yesterday. It's fine.
So Gakushin has retrieved the water ring, Mizuno ring.
まあ、ドラゴンクエスト5って、
No boss at the end of that waterfall cave.
イベントの内容的には、
Yep.
結構、ビアンカと結
So
婚
now we're
さ
gonna
せてくるんですよ。
hand in the ring, and then Bianca's been chatting with us this whole time too. I think there's some points in that cave where it just stops and she says something.
ビアンカと結婚させよう、結婚させようみたいな。
And eventually here,
まあ、
just the topic comes up of, oh, who's that girl with you? Are you sure you wouldn't rather marry her or something? And
有利なように
the conversation goes to the point where the hero takes the night to think about it, and in the morning you get to choose.
開発者の堀
Yep.
裕二さん
Moment of truth coming up.
やったらしいですね。わざとビアンカと結婚させる作りにしたらしいですね。
Although I'm pretty sure that Gakushin is going to choose Bianca.
こういう風
It's
な作りに
unfortunate.
したのに、こんな
I know.
にオーラはが
Biggest
I
mistake
know.
of his life.
びっくりしたみた
Right
いな
here.
話はしてましたね、堀井さん。
He's got one chance.
こんなにビアンカと結婚させようとしたのに意外と割れるんだねみたいな。
I don't know. In 2021, the divorce rate's pretty high. He could change his mind later.
っていう感じで作られたんですけど、 PS2 版だと追加で、まあ、幼年期にフローラと出会うイベントがあったりだとかっていうので、
Yeah, it's sort of interesting because on one hand you get the like the game definitely builds more of an emotional attachment with Bianca.
追加イベントがあって、
You go on the adventure with her early on in the castle and you go with her to the waterfall cave here. There's a pretty big gap between that early stuff and now, but like at least there's some history there. Whereas with Flora, you really just meet her offhandedly a couple of times, and it kind of feels like you're just trying to like marry into daddy's money
新さんの方は水のリングを持ち帰って
And the hair color.
に渡すに
and the hair.
The important thing.
That's the most important. I
一
agree.
緒についてきてて、
No matter who you
But-
marry, you get the Zenithian shield, you get the boat. Like, the other stuff, I mean, financially, it's not, it's nice, but yeah, the important thing you're getting out of this is the hair color, I think.
みたいなことになって、ちょっと待って、もしかしてあなたもこの人と結婚したいんじゃないですか。私がこのまま
Alright.
この人と結婚したらあなたは後悔する
Now you're presented
話になって、で
with two
ロックマンがもう
gorgeous women to choose from.
どっちが
Wait, where's the other one?
好きなの
You'll see Bianca and Nera.
It's in the middle, behind the table.
Oh, shoulders.
学sinhさんはビアンカを選んだと
Um,
ころです。
yeah. So of course Gakushin chooses Bianca.
で、ここが分岐
Yep.
ポイントになりますね。OKB さんと学sinhさんのチャートの分岐ポイントですね。まあ、細かい
So I talked about it a little bit earlier, but the general gist is that Bianca is the faster choice and Flora is a little bit more stable.
ビアンカを嫁に
So
するのに対して
for a no reset run like this, there's some validity to choosing Flora, but
ビアンカにすると結
um,
婚イベントが短縮
I've only ever seen Gakushin run with Bianca, and that's what his chart says. Actually, his chart says,
結婚式の準備
let me find the quote, the Google translated quote.
ちょっと
Blue-haired women are also nice, but let's choose a blonde woman. If you really want to choose a blue-haired woman, please go to another chart.
Wow.
So, yeah, we'll see what OKB goes with when he catches up.
で OKB さんもぼちぼち最深部に到達するのではないかなと。
But in the
半
meantime,
分ぐらいか。
Gakushin is going somewhere. What are they doing now?
でシルクのベール受け取って、
Oh,
まあ、
getting the veil for the wedding, I think.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
I just saw the word silk in whatever this dwarf was talking about. Then he seems to have transformed into a general item shop.
壺をぶち割って力の種盗んでルーラーで帰ると。
They're really making you work for this wedding.
They sure are. Especially because, like, it's Bianca, it's your childhood friend. She'd probably just marry you anyway without doing
Yeah.
all this extra stuff.
Who else is she gonna marry, right?
Ouch.
I mean, she comes from that little dinky village, but you're the big hero.
まあ、RTA 的には休憩ポイントですね、ここは。
And she looks very pretty in her wedding dress.
Yeah, but I mean, anyone probably would.
Harsh. High standards from Countess over here.
Her hair's not even blue.
And then Henry and Maria show up for the wedding, I guess. Kind of forgot that they showed up here, actually. We didn't show up for their wedding. Are they married yet?
I think so.
They got front row seats and everything. I like how their models are just like slowly rotating in the seat to follow you. Doesn't look like they're actually moving or anything. They're just static and just rotating.
OKB さんも水のリンク取りましたね。神父のテンションがおかしいんですよね、ここ。さあ、誓いの口づけを早く、さあみたいなテンションで。
And again.
強要されて、結婚式終わりです。で、ビアンカの場合は、教会で結婚式をやります。
Yep.
Why are Flora and Ludman on the bride's side?
Well, I mean, they're not going to
Bianca
be
didn't
on.
actually invite someone from her family. I guess her
Well, her
dad's
dad's
dead.
sick.
Yeah. I don't know. I think if you're sick, you still go to your daughter's wedding.
学生さんの方はビアンカが仲間になったタイミングで OKB さんはこれから
So now OKB is almost to the choice.
Your daughter only gets married 2 or 3 times in her life.
で、学生さんはこの後ルドマンに
All right, so here also Ludman is going to let us take the Zenithian shield treasure that he's got back here in the 2,000 gold, even though we didn't marry Flora. Still get at least some of the perks that you were after, the Zenithian shield being, the notable one. Treasure to the family. I'm on the edge of my seat to see what OKB chooses here. I mean, I'm assuming it's just going to be Bianca again, but it'd be cool if there were 2 runners with different routes.
Here it comes. Drum roll.
Moment of truth.
Yes, the right choice. The actual right choice.
Yep,
if
sure enough.
If you talk to Ludman there, he says, "What? You're choosing me? I wasn't a choice." Something along those lines. He actually reacts like you've chosen him to marry him. But all right, we got both wives, so that's good. We get to
Sure
see how it
is.
plays out differently.
Mm-hmm.
そのパパスの話が出てくるんですよね。その女王様から確か。パパスってもしかして
So OKB is gonna go get the veil. We got Gakushin's got the boat now, so finally able to open up the world map a bit. And gonna do some exploring. Gonna head off towards this mountain.
The Mad Dragon.
It's fine. It probably doesn't have massacre.
It might not. Might have evil slash instead. The duck kite. Duck kite is definitely an enemy that occurs in this game.
Yep. All these Dragon Quest monsters enemies.
Yep. Can't believe they reused them all for this. Next we're gonna see spot slimes.
No, those are DQ6.
Oh. Yeah, they waited 2 games to reuse them.
So yeah, I don't really know what sort of direction the game gives you at this point. You know, as talking about earlier a little bit, is that once you get the boat, often DQ games, you don't really have a direction of where you're going. You kind of end up doing a bit of a world tour and hitting various plot beats at various towns around the world. In this game, when you get the boat, you've got kind of a
Ludman
more...
just walked through a door. His arms just went straight through the walls. So there's your answer, Evil Ash.
Yep. And then I think the hero's head also clipped through the door.
Yeah.
On the way back out.
So this is, I think, where the biggest time loss comes in from picking Flora, is the fact that you get a much bigger wedding if you pick her. Bianca, you just got married at the church there, but now you're doing it on Lidman's casino boat.
Yeah, and there was like gifts and stuff too, I think. They give you some stuff for it.
We did mention he was rich, but I don't think we mentioned that he was casino boat rich. He just owns the Carnival Cruise.
Yeah. So on Gakushin's side, as I was saying a little bit, is that he's definitely heading towards Granbania, which is the town that Pappas was originally from.
Yeah. I'm not sure that you are like directed there. I think you just happen upon it, because there's a lot of other stuff you can do along the way. Like you can go pick up the Zenithian helmet from some castle in the middle of a desert, but you never have to actually go there.
Yeah.
And the thing about the Zenithian sword that we didn't really mention is that the hero can't actually use it in this game. So, you know, by trying to equip it, you kind of find out that you aren't the legendary Zenithian hero. So you're also kind of looking for him as well. And so as you go around the world in your boat, you're picking up some more hints about the legendary hero and stuff like that. But we won't actually see him for about at least another hour.
Yeah, we've been referring to the main character here as the hero. And it is like the central character of the game, but not actually the hero, as Countess is saying, that you find out when trying to equip the Zenithian sword. So it's kind of just hanging out in the bag right now.
Yeah, and the Zenithian shield was a gift that we got from our wedding, and like I mentioned, the helmet is in a castle. Then the armor is just kind of chilling somewhere. I think we picked that up near like the end of Gen 3, right before the 2 bosses you fight before going to the demon world. But it's just kind of sitting in a side room when you enter the evil priest's place, the place that you were working on when you were a slave.
And Flora is now joining the team,
で、OKB さんはフローラと結婚して、
or OKB.
学神さんはビアンカと結婚して、この後すぐポートセレムに向かったと思うんですけど、ルドマンと会話して。で、フローラと結婚した場合は、ここでは
I'm gonna go change my clothes real quick. I spilled hot chocolate all over myself like 20 minutes ago.
Okay.
ちょっと、壺を見てきてくれやと言われるんですよね。我が家が代々管理してる封印の壺を
So yeah, there's this town halfway around this mountain pass where
でその
they're able to get some
っていうのがあって、それがフローラ
some items, do some shopping,
発生しないイベントなんで、
take a rest,
純粋にこの
selling the chain cross here,
を選択したら
selling the iron sword, or not iron sword, iron claw, leather dress, and buying magic something. I didn't actually
方は入れ替わりで
see the word. It went by too quickly.
そのチゾットの村に到達すると、まあお嫁さんが
It was like a magic skirt or magic dress or whatever. But
なんか最
yeah, one thing that's
ないみたいな。
kind of worth noting or talking about a little bit, and I kind of mentioned it offhandedly earlier, but in the DQ the Japanese Dragon Quest community and
半部分は
most of their games as a
本
whole
当で
allow the use of turbo.
特性がある
So these runners are using turbo controllers,
ただ
and the DQ games generally have very fast, responsive combat engines and menu engines. It's not always the case, but following what's happening, if you're not really super familiar with like the exact position of things or the exact routes, can be pretty challenging because the menus are very fast and very responsive, and then they just go by even quicker than expected with the use of turbo. But even without turbo, they're very fast.
まあ
So
今回みたいな一発勝負だったらまあ借りに行くのもありなんじゃないかなと個人的には思います。
second half of this cave here, Gakushin's gonna be picking up some items, get some armor. I don't know exactly what that was, like demon armor or something. I don't know. I don't know exactly
多分レベルアップだけで結構
what that item translates
1
to.
万とか持ってかれるんじゃないかな。ビアンカのレベルアップだけで1万
Picks up a world tree leaf,
こう上がりますよね。
which is relatively early for a lot of DQ games to get those. In the meantime, OKB got the Zenithian shield and the gold from the chest, and is now finally able to get the boat and
で OK
start heading towards
見に行くイベントが終わ
the
っ
same cave that Gakushin is in
て
now,
ようやく
heading towards Granbania.
船でグランバニア向かう感じですね。で、学神さんの方はまあ道中で必要な
This cave is pretty complicated, and
回収しながら
it's really nice on the remake with all of these, with how many fewer encounters you get. I don't know
山の
exactly how the PS2 version works.
なんか金の斧
This guy's
銀の斧みたいな感じで
looks like he just turned in.
すごろく剣
I don't
か
know if he turned in medals or what. There was something about mini medals and then got a water flying clothes out of it.
メダルかみたいな
So Gakushin just got that, which is typically a very good piece of armor.
3番目に
But in the Super Famicom version of Dragon Quest V, basically you get a threat meter that goes up as you take steps, and there's a chance every step of getting an encounter, and the higher your threat meter is, the higher percent chance there is. Most of the more modern DQ games or the remakes changed to a depletion system, where whenever you enter an area, and that includes taking staircases and things like that, you generate a depletion value, and every step reduces that, and when it hits 0, you get an encounter. So you get a fixed number of steps. Whereas theoretically, with the threat-based system of the older games, you could technically walk forever without an encounter if you got lucky enough. You can't in most remakes. Point is, I am not positive what system this game uses. I'm assuming it's a depletion-based system, because what you end up finding is dungeons like that cave with a lot of transitions, stairs and doors and things like that. You end up getting very few encounters. And you can see Gakushin got to the second half of that cave with like 1 encounter or something.
Did you say that he got the water flying clothes even though he married Bianca?
He got water flying clothes, yeah. He talked to some guy on a ledge on the outside of the second half of that cave, and I don't know exactly what the guy said.
That's
He mentioned Chisana Meru.
Yeah,
And,
because typically he only gives that to you if you marry Flora, because that's Ludman sent that guy out to give you stuff to help you because you married his daughter. But I guess on PS2 you get it either way.
yeah, I guess. I thought that was also the case, was that on SFC you only got the water flying clothes with Flora, but
Yeah,
yes, you...
interesting. Now I wonder if it's like that on DS.
I assume so, but I don't know. I wasn't really sure what the shtick behind it was, but so anyway, Gakushin now here has entered Granbania. Talked to your old pal Sancho. He was Papa's friend from all the way back at the beginning of the game. And here's where you kind of find out that Papas was like the ruler of this area, the king of this area or something, right? Was the deal?
Yeah, he was the king here, so now you're technically the heir to the throne.
Yeah, but they don't just let you be king. You've got like the ordeal trial thing to go through before they'll let you actually take the throne.
Yeah, I think your uncle is currently on the throne, but he doesn't actually want it. So he tries to give it up to you, but then the chancellor is like, wait, no, he's got to go do the trial first. And throughout this whole process, the chancellor keeps showing resistance to letting him take the throne, letting you take the throne from him.
Yep.
We'll find out a little later that he's actually up to no good.
Gasp.
Yeah, the chancellor was up to no good. It's crazy.
And in the meantime, Bianca has fallen ill. Although, do they explain now? Like the deal is just like she's pregnant, right?
Yeah, I believe when she collapses on the mountain, you find out why.
Okay. I wasn't exactly sure like when all that gets explained.
Yeah. If not there, then it happens when she collapses in the castle.
Yep.
Then she leaves your party till that's resolved.
And then we're introduced to one of the best items of DQ5. I don't actually know what this translates to. The fight stuff, the by-kill juice.
Hack the punch. That's the DS name.
Fight Ipatsu. But yeah, it's basically a usable item that applies the by-kill status effect. So rather than needing to rely on grinding for by-kill or 50-50 shot like DQ3 or some other DQ games, you can just buy your by-kills. It's another reason that money routing is kind of a big factor, but Pick up enough stuff on the way to buy what you need for now.
から想像がつかないと思うんですけど、
Buy kills. Oh
炎
no.
と氷耐性がすごい優秀なんですよね。風神の盾っていうのは。
So,
コスパ抜群
fighter
で
hair?
耐性が
Alright, thanks,
優秀
Countdown.
で使うと2フラムの効果がある
That's
っていう優秀
fighter
な
hair gel.
それを
There was they picked one up earlier from like a chest or something, and it looked like a bottle of something. It looked more similar to like holy water, so the hair gel might make more sense.
I've heard that before. That translation.
Anyway, so Gakushin's in this Cave of Ordeals here. Basically it's kind of like a puzzle dungeon. There's one with getting the statues to face certain directions, and then standing on that switch and using the boulder to not get pushed away. He picked up, I think that was spiked armor he got, blade edge armor.
もう決められた手順で進行していくだけなんで。ちなみにここもはぐれメタルが出る可能性がありますね。ここのはぐれメタルはもう出たらもう狩る。もう嫁が離脱してるんで。あ、でもう一つ。
What are these gas enemies that
重要な話をし忘れてたけど、まあいいや、OKB さんの方でするか。
everybody wanted more of?
まあグランバリアに到着した段階で嫁が倒れるんですよね。嫁が倒れるイベントがあったと思うんですけど、その時に倒れたんだけど、そんなに
And they've made it through and found the
悪いんですかみたいな。
King thing.
king thing. Yeah,
The
that's
king thing.
いや、体調悪いんじゃなくて子供ができた。
Saw the king
Royal-
kanji in it, so it's the king thing.
royal token thing.
で、妊娠してて、もう
And
旅は
Oh no.
And
っていうか、まあ旅
now this
What are
goon
these guys
Kandar
doing
wants
here?
it.
後ろにいなさいよって言うんで、
How did he know we'd be here?
It's a good question. Kandar and the shield hippo. Kandata.
Blockoponymous. Oh, Hippoblockomus is the DS name.
サラモナで結婚してグランバリア
Oh
で
no.
RPG 的にはね、グランバリア独通で
Yeah.
Boom. Hippo goes
Unfortunately.
down in one hit. Hippo's only got 100 hit
Well.
points.
Okay, well, it wasn't a very good shield hippo then.
No, with sap, he goes down pretty quickly. Kandar has 1,400 hit points. Can 2/3 chance to attack, 1/6 to heal more, 1/6 to some other kind of attack. I don't know.
Pretty sure the hippo can like cover Kandar and take hits for him, but you're gonna kill him quickly anyway. So if his HP is that low, you're gonna want to kill him first regardless.
Yeah. Yeah, and so the general common boss strat for a while is going to be to use upper to increase defense on specific characters, use the fighter's hair gel to buff up the attack of certain characters. Barongo, it gets used on Barongo a lot. Because Barongo has like a deep breath charge up move. So you can spend a turn charging up his attack while somebody else buffs him, and then while sap is happening, and then can hit for like 300 damage or some pretty high amount of damage from this point in the game with those moves. So, and then obviously some defending or healing or whatever as necessary to cover the damage you take. And they do have at least one World Tree Leaf at this point, so depending on who dies, if the apple dies, it's fine, but if somebody else dies, you can use a leaf to revive them. Apple might be the one with the leaf. I forget who they traded it to.
Yeah, no, we're back at the castle where got our royal emblem or whatever to prove that we're the prince, I guess. Because definitely, Kandar couldn't have just walked in there and grabbed it, claimed to be the prince.
Ooh,
Duh.
look at these shiny guys.
Did he just run from him?
Yep.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah,
We'll
they will
back
be
to that
fighting
later.
some liquid metal slimes, but at this point in the run, they do not need the experience.
Yeah. And they don't have all the characters that they'll want to grind that XP onto right now either.
Exactly. Yep. It's just so sad to see 3 liquid metal friends and then menuing the runaway.
Yeah, we showed the emblem to the current king. He said, "Great, you can be king tomorrow." And the chancellor just whimpers a bit. Then the next day happens. You go downstairs. Now we're gonna do the ceremony, I believe.
You're kind of quiet.
Oh,
Thanks.
there.
いやー、これ、後で2人分のはぐれメタル狩り見てたら分かると思うんですけど、多分3単円かなんて1回見るかどうかだと思うんですよね。2人で。2人で合計して1回見るかどうかだと思うんです
So yeah, and somewhere in here, we're gonna go check on Bianca and find 2 babies.
Where did those come from?
帰ってきたら、まあ、子供が生まれましたと。で、PS 版だと、
And then
Cool that she found those. Can we
you
keep
get
them?
to you do you get to keep them
All right.
and name them.
Sweet.
So the default names are Rex and Tabitha. I definitely saw Rex in there. I think Tabitha was the second one. I don't know if that changes based on who you marry or if it's going to be the same for both. But
I know on DS it doesn't change.
okay. That's what I would expect, but... And now we're going to have the ceremony that we will officially become the king of Granbania.
Yep, it's party time.
Meanwhile, OKB is introducing his lovely wife to Sancho.
Yep.
Sancho is awesome. One of the best characters of the game. Everybody loves Sancho.
Yeah, he'll be on our team later, and he starts out at a pretty high level with some good durability.
Mm-hmm. And he's just like a friendly guy, you know? Like, he's a cool character.
Yeah.
Very likable.
If we didn't mention, he was actually much earlier in the game in one of the towns we visited.
Yep.
One of Papa's
Yeah,
friends.
Yep, he was hanging out with Papas in Santa Rosa.
Yeah.
話しかけてみると、まあ、RTA だと話しかけないですけど、話しかけるとまあ全員寝てるっていう状況ですね。
Yeah, you wake up in the middle of the night on the floor of the dining hall, head on upstairs.
Pass all the people lying on the ground. Not at all ominously.
And surprise, wife's missing. The children are too, but one of the attendants apparently crawled under the bed and saved them. But someone has taken our wife. Fortunately, in Gakushin's case, it was just Bianca.
Man.
But there might be some treasure or something in that tower, so we're still gonna go look for her. We go to the war room, try to plan this out. I'm not sure how you come to this conclusion, but I know that you find out that they're in a tower that's up to the north, and there's not a good way to get there. And eventually you find the flying shoes, which were an item in Dragon Quest IV. You find them in a dresser in the Chancellor's room, which is kind of the last piece of evidence that incriminates him. And when you go out of the castle and put those on, you'll fly over across the river to where they were taken.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if you even know that it was the tower as much as like you just search the Chancellor's room like he's gone missing or something. I don't really know exactly either. But
Something like that.
those were the flying shoes that he just picked up. And that's gonna bring him to
I guess some church on the other side of the river, but then the tower's up north.
yeah. I don't know the name of this tower. Google Translate says Demon's Tower.
Good
Sure.
enough for me.
Good enough for me too. One thing to note here is the resources are kind of important throughout this tower, so Gakushin will be using a little bit more recovery with herbs than normal. OKB with the stuff from Flora has a ton of money.
Yeah, he does.
It's got some dragon mail. I can't tell didn't see what that second item was he got. Iron helmets, maybe?
Yeah. I think he got a Tempest shield too.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. Some more hair gel.
Yeah. The Tempest shield, when you use it as an item in battle, casts the expel spell on all enemies on the screen, and in DQ5 it's very powerful. It'll wipe most enemies in the game just out of the fight. But you don't get XP or gold for them. But it's if you put it on a fast character and just use it to get rid of them, it's better than running in a lot of cases.
More shield hippos. So yeah, this tower's got a lot of traps and stuff in it. You saw Gakushin go through the floor with all the spikes. I think there's more spikes in here. There are fire-breathing statues. Very scary place. The Demon Tower name is pretty fitting. Devil Dancer. Some kind of orc. Looked like a DQ2 Orc King. Here's some of the fire-breathing statues. It's not too much of a concern. The intent is that you're supposed to like push the rocks in front of the statue to block the fire, but you can kind of just walk through it and take the damage. Grabs another World Tree leaf from a chest there. Meanwhile, OKB is going through the trials here. Coming up on the Kandar and Shield Hippo fight. So as Gakushin here is going to be going through this, he's going to be hitting this lever to lower this drawbridge, and it's kind of just like, it's your typical dungeon. There's switches you need to hit, and traps and enemies and treasure chests and all that, but at the top there's going to be a few fights. So the first one is going to be an Orc level 20. The general gist is kind of the same as what the general strat I mentioned earlier is. So attack, sap. Barongo is going to charge up. They're going to use the fighter's hair gel onto Barongo, and then just kind of beat him down. I don't actually know how much HP the orc has. It's not in the notes here. And then the second fight is going to be a Chimera level 35. It's 800 hit points. A little bit scarier. Has some AoE spell attacks. Can attack. He can do Firebane, Flame Breath, Snowstorm. Can also use Heal More on himself. because jerkbirds like to use heal more on themselves. Classic DQ. And
で、ここに大臣が
it's a similar strategy, but in addition,
信用したわしがバカだ
they will likely use the Zenithian shield on Pierre to cast bounce and rely on. So when using the Zenithian shield as an item in combat, it casts bounce or reflect on yourself,
仕掛けませんと
and they're going to use that for that fight to add some extra damage by reflecting
あー、神田達成
the Chimera's magic back at him.
まあ、オークレベル20は
And
入れて殴るだけです
then after that, there's going to be a fight with Jami, who was one of the goons from way back at the end of the childhood segment that actually attacked in with Gemma
The horse dude.
and yeah, the horse dude. And Jami, the Jami fight, there's like an auto revive for the hero that happens in there. Jami has 1200 HP, but also has a barrier which will disappear after 7 turns or after hero is down to a third or less of his hit points. And there are a couple different strategies that'll go along with that. Let's see this Chimera fight here first. Sea Shield, Sap.
Pikety's on his head. It's actually not bald. It's a really weird
It's
look.
true. Yeah.
Should get Star of Violence a wig like that and see what he looks like.
結構ロスになっちゃうんで、もうここは
Blasting the magic,
さっきちょっとラス
which is
で葉っぱできれば残したいっていう話をしたんですけど
okay because of the reflect. It's okay if hero dies in this fight because again there is a story revive. Apple's taking a lot of damage here, but gets the heal off.
こいつオークと違って結構強い
Flame breath, no reflect on that one.
1回から2回コード
I think I saw some damage reflected on the physical, so Pierre must be using the sword edge armor
結構
they picked up in the trials.
Yeah.
全滅ポイントだったりします
I also saw on the floor before this, the Chancellor was laying on the ground down there, so I'm sure he says something to the hero there or apologizes or something.
Ah,
主人公が主人公じゃないか主人公だっけ天
so Jami has 2 different patterns depending on before or after the barrier. So before he can attack, he can snowstorm, can arrow cross, or he can blaze more.
魔法カンタの効果が まあ使用
Again, the barrier disappears when hero is under 1/3 HP or after 7 turns.
だったりヒャダること
And then after that, it's basically the same set of actions, but more attacks and fewer AoE abilities.
戦略を取りますね
So the start of the fight is going to be about buffing up Pierre and Barongo with upper and defending on everybody else while waiting for the barrier to disappear.
ダメージを与えること
And then once the barrier is gone, it's going to be finish the setup. It's going to be using the fighter's hair gel again, and then starting to do some damage with recovery. After 2 uppers, Pierre is also going to use the Zenithian shield to get bounce. So here the barrier is disappearing.
バリアが解ける条件
Hero gets healed up when that happens.
バリアの解ける条件っていうのが一定のターン数が経過するだったかなかもしくは主人公
Pierre's kind of hurting here in the front.
3分の1が半分
Barongo getting targeted.
と開始時の半分まあ条件よくわかんないですけど
Icy
まあ
breath.
1が入ればイベントが挟まってビアンカがジャミの無敵状態を解除してくれるっていう感じですね
So sap. More icy breath.
無敵状態が
Kagoi Fubuki.
でジャミも初期状態で魔法カンタがかかってるんですけど、まあ、魔法カンタ時間経過で解けるんで魔法カンタが解けたらアプールでル
More icy breath. Oof.
Oh no.
This is scary. Gonna try to get the Z shield off. Some repel. Okay, that was good. Got it off just in time to repel that blaze more. It's doing pretty good damage. This guy only has 1200 HP, so
Ugh. I guess hero wiping or dying isn't a wipe here anymore.
and he got him.
All right.
That was scary. That was a little bit close there for a moment.
Yeah. Is that 3 ice breaths in a row?
Yeah, at least.
Which is like 40 to 50 damage to each person every time. So at one point he was desperate enough he had somebody use an herb.
Yeah. Yeah, herb use in that fight happens somewhat commonly, because Apple can't really do much after sap is hit. So Apple using an herb is a good choice.
See what happens here if it does SFC's version or DS's version. DS's version. Alright, so you kill the horse guy, and in the remakes of this game, Gimma shows up, sees that you killed the horse guy, and then he does this instead of horse guy doing this with his dying breath. So he casts a spell on you, and you both turn into statues.
Yep. Feels stoned hero, man.
Yep. He says something intimidating there, like you two can both watch the world crumble from up here or something. Says you'll be helpless to do anything about it. So now we get what I believe you said was an 11-minute cutscene.
It is between death and regaining control in Gen 3. This is the end of Gen 2. We're moving into Gen 3 soon. There's the next time jump going on here. And yes, it is an 11-minute gap between Gen 2 and Gen 3 with just, like, there's going to be story and dialogue. I don't know what they're saying. So enjoy the scene on Gakushin. In the meantime, OKB is a little bit behind and is going to be heading up towards Demon Tower very soon. So at least during the break, we'll have some more fights against the Orc, Chimera, and Jami.
So in the first part of that statue scene, these two thieves come upstairs because they're trying to loot the tower, and they haven't found anything great because you already opened all the chests, and they see these statues, and one of the guys says, "Oh wow, this lady's hot. I'm taking this one, and you can have the other one." So they run off with the statues and go sell them. And then it cuts to the castle, and everyone's just kind of disappointed that the hero didn't come back with his wife. So that's really all that scene amounts to is, oh, I guess these babies are the heirs now, but they're too little and cute to be king, so gotta wait. And here they're auctioning off the statues.
I'm gonna step away for a quick minute during this scene to
All right.
grab a quick snack and a drink, so I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, there goes hero statue. Then they sell the wife statue separately. I'm not sure how well it's explained how the wife statue gets to where it's going, but we're actually not going to see our wife again for quite a while. But now, Hero's statue is taken to its new home. I don't know what the name of this dude is, but this dude and his wife are living here, and they rich guy, so he bought a statue to decorate his front yard, not knowing that it is our hero. So he decides it's gonna be a protector for his family and ward off evil spirits and junk, and gets it set up. OKB continuing the climb over there. And I think it's 8 years of time passing here on Gakushin's screen. We're going to see a couple of seasons come and go. The guy and his wife have a new baby here. On the Nintendo DS translation, they named the baby Georgie Porgy for some reason. I don't know why. I know it's from a nursery rhyme, but I don't know what happens to Georgie Porgy. It doesn't end well for this kid, though. But we'll get to that when he's a little more grown up. There he is,
けるようになり、
running around our guardian statue.
見させられるイベントですね。
Is his name actually Georgie? It might actually be.
で、魔物が現れて、
No, it's
魔
not.
物が
I need to see it one more time. I didn't see what the
魔物
third
に
character was.
連れ去られてしまう。
If it was a show or a Joe at the end. But yeah, little Georgie gets kidnapped by monsters. They just kind of swoop down and get him. Because the monsters, much like in Dragon Quest IV, the Demon Lord is convinced that the legendary hero is growing up somewhere in the world, so he's been kidnapping children. And I think that's kind of why you get kidnapped at the beginning of the game too, because he's looking for this legendary hero to snuff him out before he gets powerful enough to challenge him. So Georgie just got caught up in that. Now his dad is pretty upset about that. He takes it out on the statue here in a minute. He's gonna blame the statue for this bad luck that he's had, because the statue was supposed to bring good luck when he bought it. The auctioneer promised him it was a lucky statue. So he just knocks us over. We're just gonna lay here then. We trade our view of that brick wall in front of us for a view of the sky for the last year or so that we lay here. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I thought the Georgie Porgy nursery rhyme consisted of. I don't know why he got kidnapped by monsters in the video game. But hey, welcome to the Nintendo DS translations of Dragon Quest. And we watch another season pass here, even though much more time has passed up to this point than from here to the end. I get some close-ups of these leaves. That's kind of cool. This is much more drawn out than on DS. Getting some snow. Probably the only time in a Dragon Quest series you watch seasons change or revisit somewhere and, like, see it in the spring and the winter. Okay, B setting these switches in a different order. The left bridge went down before the right. I think. Wolf.
Yeah, I think you walk by the first switch to lower the left one on the way to the second one.
Yeah, I see. They're right next to each other.
Yeah.
Winter is still falling. I can see why this cutscene is minutes longer on PS2 than DS. Meanwhile, while like this current cutscene is playing out, it's actually playing the death theme that plays when your party gets wiped. So you get to listen to that for apparently 2 straight minutes, from Georgie getting kidnapped until a couple of people show up here in a second. That will fade out. Orc level 20 fight is starting over on the right. Okay, so here, Sancho has shown up with a couple of children. And Sancho says, "Oh, look, we found him." The rich guy comes out and says, "What are you doing to my statue? On second thought, I don't actually care. Just take it or whatever." Goes back in the house. Still bitter about the whole his child getting kidnapped thing. But the daughter has an item on her called the Staff of Anti-Magic, and she pokes the statue with it, and now he's people again. So Sancho introduces the kids. They are your children from earlier. And when OKB gets here, we'll see that their hair color actually matches the wife you selected, which is the most important thing that happens based on your wife's selection. And we also find out if you had the Zenithian sword or the other equipment, you can find out that the son can actually equip those things. So he is the legendary hero that the monsters have been looking for. So we'll find out why he's the legendary hero later. But basically, the main character had one half of an important bloodline, and the wife has another half. So the child and the son ends up being the legendary hero. And I think it's first hinted at when you pick up the helmet if you go do that side quest. Like the person, they hand you the helmet and you try to wear it, and I think you can't wear it, so she takes it back. But she says, it looked like it was gonna work. It looks like it was close, but I guess it's not actually you, so I'll just keep hanging on to it. And then if you go back later with the son, he can wear it, so she just gives it to him. But kind of a hint there that you're kind of the legendary hero, but not quite. And later, the sun actually gets it. I see apples down on OKB's screen.
Yeah.
Is he going to use leaves here, or is he just in trouble?
I'm assuming he'll use leaves. Hero will get an auto revive, and I think he has 2.
Is there even a world tree in this game, or do you only get them from chests and probably the casino?
I think that.
Ah,
I don't think there's a tree.
he has not revived anybody.
Nope.
He's holding turbo. And he's running. Interesting.
Maybe it's a quick run back up.
Yeah.
Either he doesn't have enough leaves, or maybe he just thinks it's safer or quicker to
Where's
take
this
the
at?
intentional death.
Is he at the tower, just in some basement? Maybe. I think these two guys are actually the thieves that run off with the US statues later.
Oh, did he mess up equipment? He's doing a lot of menuing now. OKB is.
Yeah, I see that.
Trading the Sword of Malice, the Sword Edge armor. Wonder if he had the wrong stuff equipped for those 2 fights. Surprised you wouldn't have noticed it after the orc fight.
Yeah.
Meantime, we got the Monster Squad over on Gakushin's stream. Here, Apru and Gregre.
I'm not sure what like plot points you're given right at the start of this gen, but I think he's heading to the town with the magic key and the magic carpet in it right now. Maybe you go through here to get there, and there's that necromancer enemy, which is a really ugly recolor of Gemma.
Yeah, and worth noting is that Gakushin's notes say, "I pray not to meet Blizzard Man."
I assume they have beat and defeat in this version as well as in DQ4.
I don't know, but there were 2 of them on screen.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to be a fast walk back to the top for OKB.
Oh my god.
Oh no. 10 enemies.
8 mana wars and 2 blizzards.
Yeah.
Yataruko.
Alright, got away from it. Didn't get numbed.
All right, OKB is back to Jami.
Yep. It's like the same cutscenes playing out second time. Sometimes in Dragon Quest games, if you die to a boss, you'll get a shortened version of the cutscene leading up to it. They'll say, "Oh, you were back for more, huh? Sure, I'll fight you again."
ふるさとにの場所を見つけたので行ってみる
Man,
どうですか
these encounters with Mana
こんな
Wars.
風になってるのかな確かで今その
Yeah,
主人公の母のふるさとで
very
ホテ
large
ルに
groups.
なっているところですね
Okay, so Jami's barrier's down. Still doing the setup with the uppers, though.
ジャミと戦ってますね
Hero took a lot of damage early, so
スカラで固めてルカニを入れてまあ一人が天空の盾を
Pierre's gonna use the Zenithian shield.
まだボロンゴで殴ってれば
So did his attacks change when his barrier goes down?
はいですね
It's the same combination, but he does more regular attacks and fewer AoE attacks.
Ah. Oh, yeah, I see. He did still cast Buggy Cross there. In for
ジャミの
most.
HP って1100ぐらいだったかな確か
All right, Sap's up.
確か
Reflect doing some work.
100ぐらいだったので、1200か。1200なので、まあ、結構すぐ終わりますね。ボロンゴの打撃で160、170とか入って、まあ、バギークロス入れば100ダメージの反射とか入るんで。
No Kogoe Fubuki here so far.
Yeah.
で、学神さんの方は、
A lot of single target.
道中は仲間モンスタ
All
ー
right. Horse down.
出してました。
Easy peasy. Much easier fight than what Gakushin had.
で、
Yeah.
アプールとかって、
Speaking of
So-
Gakushin, grabs the magic key.
使います。
Yeah, so Gakushin's in this town that has a bunch of stairs. You got the magic key there. He's also going to pick up a magic carpet, which is your basic flight vehicle. It won't be able to go over mountains, but it'll carry you over rivers and stuff. And there's something going on in this town. I forget which side of your family it is, but they explain, why one or your other, either you or your wife have a connection to the legendary hero here. But yeah, none of that's even required. I don't think he talked to a single person in that town. He just grabbed the key on the carpet and left. I think on DS you're required to talk to at least one person to get the carpet, but that didn't seem to be the case here.
Mm. And now he's back in Reinhardt selling some junk, and he's going to be buying 2 poison needles to set up for grinding. They're very expensive in this game.
Yeah, they are. 2,900? Yep.
Going back to Grambania, he's going to be getting the Tempest Shield that OKB got earlier. Just buying it from the shop, I assume.
Yeah. Might be buying multiples too, I don't know. I don't think you really need multiples, because I think it's 100% to work on almost everybody in this grind. Just from observation. There you bought one for Hero.
And then on this floor, he'll be getting a starry bangle. Assume that's the meteorite armband. Yep.
Yep.
And then 3,000 gold.
He's gonna grab Sancho, who does not fit in that doorway.
From the classic Ruida. Again, Dragon Quest likes to use a lot of consistency, so Ruida's Tavern is the place where you recruit your characters in DQ3. It's the person here. think it's the name of the person in DQ6 also? Maybe not. It's definitely the person in DQ9. You keep
Is there a person in DQ6? I don't know.
I mean, there's definitely like a friend bank.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's like a monster dude. Like this game, for some reason, you've got one bank for humans and one bank for monsters.
Okay. That could be. So, in Oracleberry, he's going to be stocking up on some holy water and monster musk munchies. Holy water for the characters that don't have the needles to use on the liquid metal slime. So this is all just preparation for a big grind here. So the Gakushin's chart says that this grind will take about 30 minutes, but there's a high variance. So so it's time to get comfy.
The monster munchies are not the same item he used to stun the fake queen earlier.
No, these are the same munchies as like in DQ4 PlayStation, like to increase the encounter rate.
Yeah.
アイテムなんで、まあ、殴りだと1ダメージか0ダメージかになるんですけど、聖水を使うと確実に1ダメージ与えられるんで、はぐれメタル狩りで使います。で、あとは毒針を2本。
All right, now it's time to
途中で。で、毒針は
pray for Hagure.
装備して殴ると確定1ダメージですね。
And while hunting, he'll collect a few items in this cave along the way.
確率で急所に刺さったら一撃で相手を倒せるっていう武器です。
So, general strategy.
There too.
Yeah.
Looks like he used the first one on Pierre and 2 on someone else. I wonder if they were all meant for the other character. I think Daughter has got the other 2.
I'm not sure. I think his chart says something about agility somewhere, but I don't remember.
Little demonites there can be annoying because they can change your party's tactics.
Mini demon. So one thing that so the goal is roughly 6 liquid metal slimes here. For experience points. And there's going to be a lot of like rearranging the party, using a different party composition when fighting liquid metals versus when running away. When fighting, he'll be using Sancho, Rex the boy, Tabitha the girl, and Apple. But Pierre instead of Sancho when running away. So he'll just be swapping them around, kind of as the need goes. Healing with herbs or with Healmore, depending on kind of HP lines and efficiency. And I don't think he's going to really fight anything except stuff with liquid metal slime. So,
yeah,
like a lot of DQ games, especially the Japanese versions, you'll be able to be using holy water onto liquid metal slimes to guarantee a point of damage to them. And then the poison needles should also be a guaranteed point of damage. So he should be able to guarantee 4 damage per turn onto liquid metals. I don't know their HP range in this, if it's like 4 to 6 or what the exact number is, but
and it looks like he's not even using the Tempest Shield. He's just running with all 4 characters individually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if there are certain formations where it's worthwhile or if he'll use it later, because he did buy one.
Yeah.
Maybe something like this. Oh, no.
Yeah, he didn't even pull out the hero.
Is the hero the one he gave it to?
Yeah. Still alive. Nope,
Got
not
him.
anymore.
ダメージ、物理攻撃を受けたときに、その、
Menusa.
Three people surrounded.
攻撃を
Oh
Great.
boy.
攻撃の何分の1か、4分の1ぐらいかな。4分の1ぐらいを確か
So
反
he
射させ
pulled
る
in people who are not surrounded
そ
to
の発動確率が
finish the fight.
なんで、ハグレメタルが3丁攻撃してきて、まあ3丁だいたい13ぐらいダメージ受けるんですけ
Don't
ど、
die,
3
Apru.
ダメージとか反射してくれるんですよ。その反射ダメージもダメージソースですね。ハグレメタルに対する。反射したら一旦で倒せる。
Don't
Ice
die,
Bolt.
Tabitha.
Still getting hit with Ice Bolt at this stage in the game.
Yeah. It's kind of funny.
Alright. Well, as with most Metal Babble grinds, the first one's going to be the most important. It'll give a lot of durability to your low-level characters, more agility to get a higher chance to outrun the Metal Babbles.
6体のうちの最初の1体ですね、これ。
Probably going to be looking at level ups for a minute here because he's got like 7 people in it with him.
まあ最初のうちはレベルアップ時間がめちゃくちゃ長いんで、
Yeah. As Countess mentioned
研究系
way earlier in the run, the jingles on the level ups are pretty slow in this version. The jingle and the text and all that. So it's actually kind of an interesting point of DQRTA is like
フローラなので、
there are plenty of cases where you'll
髪が青
do your grinding and then you'll run into more babbles or something later. And if you're going for a very fast time, often intentionally not fight them because you can waste so much time in level ups. For a race, I wouldn't be surprised if they're willing to take an extra babble or two, but especially since Gakushin is pretty far ahead, OKB is going to have to really push to catch up. Although
Yeah.
this grind could do it, but
And like you commented earlier, I haven't really seen anything that stood out as somewhere OKB was losing time except for that death to Jami. It just seems like he's been slowly slipping behind for the last couple hours.
yeah, the Flora choice was another one.
Yeah, true.
Took a few minutes.
で、
But look
But
at
yeah,
the reward.
ターンすると
it's true. Look at those blue-haired children.
で、
They're so cute.
青年期前半の最後の方に、
Apparently that was her natural
攻撃
color.
された後に天空の剣を山頂に預けるっていう
Or she just left a bunch of hair dye behind. I don't know.
まああれも意味が
That's probably not good for the kids. It'll stunt their growth.
魔物たちが世界中の子供を
Yeah.
使って回ってるっていう話があったと思うんですけど、それじゃあなんで主人公の息子と娘は無事だったのかっていうと、
Gakushin still on level ups.
天が魔物に入れたっていう設定がありますね。魔物の
Tabitha learns outside.
天空の剣がグランバリアを守ってくれてたらしいです。
Yeah, the kids were level 5 before this started, and I think this grind takes them to like mid 20s. So the first Metal Babble probably gets them at least like
Got her to
15-ish.
11.
11? Oh, okay. They probably got a strange curve going then. That happens sometimes with characters you get late. Like they also level up more slowly than the characters you already had for whatever reason. It happens with Gabo in DQ7. Like he's just behind on levels for a while.
主人公の息子の方ですね。
Yeah, and sometimes the characters that are lower leveled like have higher base stats to make up for it too. Like
Yeah.
DQ2, right? Like Hero versus Kanag versus or Lore versus Kanag versus Moon.
Yeah. And even Henry earlier had 50 HP at level 1,
Yeah.
which I think is the highest I've ever seen in the series at level 1 for a character.
Era commented earlier that Flora has like 70 at level 1.
Oh.
Unless
Okay.
she doesn't start at level 1. Unless it's just 70 when you get her.
Yeah. 72 out
Got
1.
him.
Okay.
2
Yeah, that
liquid
was
metal
the fast
slimes.
one. Yeah.
And you can see here, Sancho just got 13 hit points off that one level, for example. Sancho is very Very beefy. He gets a lot of hit points. Really good party member to have. Firebane for Rex. Numb off.
まあ、なんで主人公の血筋から伝説の勇者が生まれたかっていうと、多分シナリオ
Step guard.
わかるのかな。いろいろ会話してればわかるのかもしれないですけど。
It's up to level 16 off the second one. So, heal all.
That's a good one.
その嫁が天空の血を引いてるん
See
です
what
よ。
Tabitha gets for spells here.
Nothing.
再会した時に
Useless.
マイカンが実はビアンカ実の娘じゃねえんだみたい
I
な。
mean, she's not the hero, so.
実はフローラもルドマンの実の娘じゃなくて、実は実の娘じゃねえんだみたいな話を確かどっかで聞けんのかな、フローラも。
Hiaruko. Snowstorm.
でどっちも実は実の娘じゃなくて、天空の地図を引いてるんですよね。
Man, Rex was learning spells like every level.
その子供が
Yeah.
伝説の勇者が誕生する
She just got the one. He learned like 3.
はずなんだけど、
Yeah.
その天空の血筋がかなり薄まってて、その天空の血筋引いてるだけじゃ勇者は生まれないっていう話になって、そこにエルヘブンの血筋が混じると伝説の勇者が誕生するっていう話になってて、で主人公がエルヘブンの血
Can
筋
definitely tell that OKB is having to think a lot more about actions, and it could be one of two things. It could be either just, maybe Gakushin is just, a little bit more on top of things, a little bit better of a runner, or it could be that, OKB is getting. DQ loves to throw strange RNG at you. You can run a Dragon Quest game 300 times and still see something new. And reacting to and dealing with those different situations is like the main thing that makes DQRTA. So it could very well be that OKB is just getting himself into situations through the encounter formations or whatever that he's not used to having to deal with. And it can be really hard to react to those situations on the fly. And it's really important to, it's usually worth taking an extra second or two to make the right decision versus just trying to menu something quickly just for the sake of thinking you're going fast. And it definitely feels like there have been a few of those situations too.
特にないですね、解説す
But
る
OKB is going through the Sea Shrine.
あ、もうブリザードマン4っていう演歌結構やばいですね。もうブリザード
On
マ
the
ン
way to Elhaven.
ジャミが使ってきた全体に50ダメージぐらい
Sea Temple, Sea Shrine, whatever it's called.
Looking at the leaderboard here, it looks like Gakushin's PB is actually 18 minutes faster than OKB's.
Okay.
So there could just be some, lack of familiarity from OKB's side with certain things he's running into for sure. Their estimate's actually pretty aggressive considering their PBs. They must not be including credits in their estimate, I'd say, because Gakushin's PB is 3 seconds under 6 hours.
Huh.
And then OKB is 6:18, according to the Nico boards.
Wow, the estimate here is 6:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's a credits thing. So, for anyone not familiar, what was it, a year ago, 2 years ago? Square Enix published some directive about streaming credits music and not allowing it, basically. And so the Japanese DQ runs are traditionally JRTA, so system power on through the end of the credits. A couple of the modern games like DQ11, it's been new file through the end of the credits. But actually, I think DQ11 is just new file through the last hit. It doesn't even include credits. But the older games was the whole thing. And when Square Enix said that you're not allowed to stream the credits anymore because of the music, they went through a debate about whether or not they should change the timing to end at like the final hit of the boss. So some games retimed, some games backtracked on it. So
because the Nico streamers were actually taking that seriously and muting their streams when they got to the credits, or actually like cutting stream because they didn't want you to even see the visuals of what happened after you killed the boss. The actual directive said that you can't stream anything that happens after the final boss, so no end sequence, no walking
Yeah.
back to the castle or anything.
Yeah, so people would like hide the game feed and put up like pictures of food during the credits or whatever and
Yeah.
mute the music, and then just like they would re-show it at the very end, like when the end scrolled up for stopping the timing or whatever. And it was a big mess.
Yeah. The speculation was that they thought Sugiyama was behind it because he really doesn't like you sharing his music. He's the reason that all of the modern Dragon Quest games have this pop up on the title screen or the file select screens where you hit start and it says, "Oh, you can't stream this game just to stream the music. You got to actually be playing it." That kind of stuff. But
yeah, I think the rules were specifically announced for like the Japanese community. I don't know if
yeah,
they were the same rules in English, and
yeah, I
like,
don't think that would have had legal ground in the U.S.
and they've never like I don't think they ever actually enforced any of that. And I think they might have even backtracked on those rules because of the backlash. But it created like a few weeks worth of controversy and rule debate for the Nico boards. So Gakushin's gotten what, 3 so far? 4?
I haven't been paying too close attention.
I think 3. Let's see what level he is here. Yeah, I think he's gotten 3 so far. So halfway. Meanwhile,
I didn't see what
OKB
OKB
is.
was buying there.
I didn't either.
Did Gakushin even go to that shop?
I don't know.
Not sure where this is. He might be doing something that Gakushin's gonna do later.
Maybe. Magante bracelet. I don't know if this is safety. I don't know if this is like reordering because of having Flora. I don't know if this is
Yeah.
just reordering out of preference. I know I saw a Flora chart from Maru and Pingval that had 6 Hagure. So I'm assuming that the grind is going to end up being fairly similar.
And I haven't seen him run into any dungeons yet, so this is probably just, general talking and picking up items that you could do before the grind or after the grind. So there he went to the town where you picked your wife and talked to Ludman again, and Ludman's freaking out because I don't think you have to do this if you marry Bianca, but if you marry Flora, he has you go check on something for him, and you go sail up north, and there's like a shrine in there, and there's a jar inside that's either glowing red or blue. And the first time it's glowing blue, and he says, "Oh, that's cool," but now he's worried about it because you go check on it again, and it's glowing red, and the monster's about to break out of it. Yeah, and he's actually going down to check on the jar right now.
Meanwhile, Gakushin got another liquid metal slime.
Yeah, the guy's going to break out of that jar later, and it's going to be a big boss fight, and we're going to want to do the Metal Babble grind before fighting him for sure.
Big boss.
Yeah. Level up, still rolling in.
こっから多分10分ぐらいかかると思うんですよね。はぐれメタル狩り終了するまで。普通に行って
It's like OKB bought some more hair gel.
Yep, selling some junk now.
だからま
Or
あ
their shields, scale shield.
32分ぐらい終了としてそっから1時間
Must be barely short for something.
3分ぐらい
Some kind of whip.
6時間15分ぐらい
Some more hair gels.
Well. Alright then, just more hair gel.
I guess so. This is gonna go get the money and the meteorite bracelet.
あんまりブレないですよ。はぐれ4体買ったとは。割と安定する。それまで4体目借り終わるまでは割と時間のブレがすごかったりするんですけど、ここから回転率本当に上がるから、口笛のおかげで。
Grab Sancho.
んで OKB さんの方で解説し忘れたんですけど、 OKB さんこの
Does he have the demon hammer for this metal babble grind too?
神秘の鎧っていうのを手に入れてまして、
Who?
オーラを読めにした場合限定ですね。
Sancho would probably have it. I know he gets it at some point. Maybe that's later though.
ボロンゴを仲間にして
I mean, Gakushin is not using it, I don't think.
Ah,
I don't know about OKB though. Maybe it's a difference with Flora Bianca Rat or something.
にあるカボチ村っていうところに
I mean, or maybe he has it, but
訪れるとルドマンの使いが
I'm not actually sure if you can have it by this point or not. I just
yeah,
thought so.
Sancho's using holy water, so
多分8年間探してたんだと思います。
Survived again. Looks like that one had 6 HP, so they must be 4 to 6. I'm pretty confident you can kill them in one round.
yeah, I think that's right, but could be more. Could have a higher max.
Zoom in on the mini demon.
Yeah, it's kind of cool how like the camera will readjust as the fight changes.
Yeah.
Usually just zooming in on whatever the last enemy is, but
これ5体目だともっと早く終わるかな。4時間半切りそうだなこれ。はぐれ終わるの。
all right, OKB's stocking up on holy water now.
来週は
I don't keep for demon hammer? Okay. It must just be an end-game thing then.
レベルぐらいかな確か。27、8ぐらい。
I think that's 5 for Gakushin.
I think
But he's
so.
got whistle now.
There's another one. So you're gonna get it. It's staying around.
終わりそう。かなり順調。
Did that holy water like miss?
順調でしたね。何分ぐらい
I don't know. I saw something weird there.
I feel like I didn't see a damage number for the first holy water.
Guy's dead.
Yeah, that might be the final look of metal slime for Gakushin. We'll see. We'll see if he sticks around and gets another one.
25分ぐらいか。早いっすね。まあだいたい30分目安ぐらいですね。ここがはぐれ狩り。
I know there are a couple of specific thresholds, like Rex's HP, that matter at certain parts of the game. You can see that he's got. Earlier, I saw that he had 3 life seeds chilling out in his inventory, and depending on how they roll, can depend on whether you hit that threshold. So, oh,
I saw
Fubaha barrier.
OKP just threw 4 of them on to his Zenithian hero, the sun.
Okay.
Oh, Looked like he might have had an early one, but it ran. Now those holy waters are getting wasted.
Yep. Did OKB buy 2 poison needles also?
I wouldn't watch it.
Either. I didn't see him go to Reinhardt and do the shopping there. Let's see what he does in this menu.
Guess if you're on a budget, there's not much of a reason why you could just buy a stack of holy water instead.
Okay, he did. Well, the poison needle I think still has the insta kill chance.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't in all games, but it looked like it was happening in this one
Kind of
earlier.
looked like that holy water there missed too. The last one on the first round.
So Gakushin finishes his grind. OKB gets the first liquid metal slime.
Alright.
Maybe a little behind, but look, did a couple plot triggers that might make up a little bit of the time, but probably
Yeah.
still good. I don't know. I hate to put a time on it, but probably like 15 minutes behind. We'll see. It is DQ RTA, so there is still plenty of time left in this run for anything to happen. Now we've got Zenithian Tower here on Gakushin's screen. I think this is Zenithian Tower, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Sure looks like it. Yeah, people in chat wondering about what happened with the time. It's kind of hard to say. We've talked about it a couple times. There were a couple of specific things. So OKB married Flora instead of Bianca, so Flora loses a few minutes due to extra cutscenes and stuff like that. OKB also had a death to Jami, which cost a few more minutes. So those two things probably add up to, I don't know, 6 to 8 minutes worth of time difference. And I think in general has just had slightly worse luck and slightly slower play. But those are two pretty major points that I would say lost him a lot of time. I think there were a couple of equipment errors on a couple of the bosses too. So Gakushin just got the magma staff. I don't remember what you do with the magma staff in this game, but that was a magma staff he picked up.
Yeah. Do you use it for a plot trigger? I don't know. Might just be a good staff. Oh, opens path to Toroko.
Use the magma wand to go to the Cave of Underground Ruins. What these notes say. Yeah.
Sure. Oh, you probably use it right here. Okay.
So not only do we have one volcano, we have 2 volcanoes.
Yeah, maybe. I don't see much lava going on. It kind of just broke the mountain.
I mean, there was a giant explosion of lava into the air.
Yeah, but there's usually some left in there.
I mean, that's true. Now there's just water inside. Why Flora over Bianca? So Flora is generally a slower but safer strategy. Flora gets better stuff, so you get some more money. I know in the SFC version there's also some cases where there's a specific walk right after you get her where Flora auto revives, and I don't think Bianca does. So it makes a couple walks a little bit safer. I'm not sure how relevant that is for this version though. But it's generally safer and slower.
I
So
like the minecart
Bianca's,
in this version.
yeah, everyone loves minecart puzzles, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Sure do. Definitely not tedious riding the minecart and then backtracking on foot and then riding and then backtracking and then flip a
Nope.
switch and then I don't actually want that switch flipped yet, because if I didn't flip it, I'd get to a treasure chest. So now I gotta go back, get the treasure chest, then go back to the lever and flip it again, and then we go forward. Minecart paths or minecart puzzles are great.
あとはトロッコとか乗る時に4人より3人の方が速いのかな乗り込む速度が。
Zoom. At least this one moves.
They just use 2 monster munchies for good luck.
I don't know. I didn't see. Just looking at Gakushin's screen.
He had 9 and then he opened the menu again and had 8, and it looked like he used it again.
Huh.
I don't know.
僕って直せなかったかな。
Well, the first minecart, the camera panned behind the cart. It's not doing that anymore. It's just following it overhead.
Still only one liquid metal slime for OKB. So
Yeah.
not great.
OKB さん今いくつですかね。2、1、1か。
Here's another
ちょっと
minecart shot for you.
苦しいです。
Alright. I don't know if a wooden minecart would work underwater or in water that was that deep.
水洗いされて。
I don't think there'd be a lot of resistance, but the buoyancy might pick it up off the track.
Also, like the tracks would probably just rust,
Yeah.
fall through, crash. Ooh, nice poison needle proc.
OKB さん2体目。 で、トロッコ洞窟。
There he is.
Yep.
で、この終わりのない
Oh, we got some monsters first.
無限ループにはまっていた
Dragon men.
謎の男性を
Dragon soldiers.
無限ループから作
specifically.
って話しかけます。で、ここちなみに地味なテクニックがあるんですけど、このトロッコ、これ
Busan.
トロッコの方に近づこうとしても、その
Zoom.
男の人の方に勝手に歩き出すんですよ、イベントで。横っちょまで勝手に歩き出すんですけど、今みたいな歩き
I wonder how much, like, what percentage of this grind, this liquid metal slime grind, is level up text.
Probably a good amount. All the text is printing out one character at a time and not one line at a time.
Yeah. It's got to be like half the grind.
Yeah. I got some kind of stick up there, but I didn't recognize the name.
Yeah. Jaku something something.
That's what I got.
そうだな。主人公が奴隷にされた頃から回り続けていたんですかね。計算としては。主人公が奴隷にされた頃か、奴隷から解放された頃からずっとトロッコ
You killed Lion X's. Yeah, the guy that was going around in circles on the minecart, he's going to be important later, but right now he's just some weird guy. The Nintendo DS version, for whatever reason, they decided he should have Ned Flanders' accent from The Simpsons. I don't know why they went with that, but that's not my biggest complaint with the Nintendo DS localizations.
洞窟の中だしね。一日が経ったのかすらわからないでしょ。洞窟の中だったら。
We'll continue our minecart questing here. And
Blessing of Cain?
Hmm.
I'm trying to figure out what
like
that
Bless Staff?
wand might be.
Oh, I don't think we're supposed to be here.
Yeah, what's I'm not really sure what's happening.
I didn't see that happen, but we're out of bounds now.
学生さん、このさらっと
Alright.
屋外歩いてるんですけど、
Good. You get to skip some of these minecarts at least.
小技っていうか、まあ軽いバグ技ですね。学生さんが今最初
Would you rather ride mine carts or fight random encounters?
ガバガバで壁の外に
At least the random encounters feel like they belong in an RPG.
歩いて回って
It's true.
ます。
I feel like that only skipped like 2 minecarts out of like 15.
何十秒か短縮になるのかな。
Yeah, it
There's
wasn't a whole
another
lot.
screen of them.
仕掛けをカットできるから。
This goes on for entirely too long.
The notes in the chart here mention also that
この壁抜け
it looks like there's
めちゃくちゃ簡単。
some spots where you can get stuck in like an infinite loop on the minecart or something. I don't know. The text says that the Google translated text says there are some points that you will be addicted to if you make a mistake in how to pull out, so be sure to check how to pull out as well. See the bug video for details. Within the cave there's a loophole.
Okay. Maybe it's
Oh,
possible to get stuck in
maybe-
the same loop that he's in.
Oh, maybe it's not this. Maybe it's referring to the out of bounds.
That could be.
Like a mistake of getting back in bounds or out of bounds. I don't
It's
know.
also very possible if you like walk back in bounds after something you skipped, you might get stuck. Could be something like that.
Yeah, could be. I guess at least you'd be able to use outside or death warp or something. You wouldn't be.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have to like quit the game. But
Yeah, because these guys have not saved their game yet.
nope.
4 hours and 40 minutes in. If their game were to like crash or something, it'd just be over. So yeah, I guess what Gakushin has been doing here is they were trying to find a backdoor into Zenithia Castle because if you're familiar with DQ4 and DQ6, they climbed up the tower here, but the tower is in ruins and the castle is no longer up in the sky. So they went through that cave to get into the castle. And I see a lot of bubbles, which kind of suggests we're holding our breath underwater right now. I don't think that's the case in DS, but alright. Yeah, this weird guy we picked up seems to know something about this. And apparently the castle had a couple of orbs that were keeping it up in the sky, and one of them is missing.
Why could that be missing? Where could that orb be?
I don't know. There's a big hole in the floor there. Maybe it fell down there.
So yeah, it's the... You remember way back from Gen 1, we found the gold orb in the haunted mansion, and then Gemma crushed it. And that was one of the orbs used by Zenithian Castle here. I think.
Yep, there it is falling. I think we see it land in the haunted house. Ew.
Sure do. In the meantime, another poison needle proc for OKB.
Nice.
I don't know if that was number 3 or number 4, but
I feel like it was a common thing in in RPGs in the mid 2000s when this came out for them to just have cutscenes that go on way too long. It's like watching that ball fall from the castle took like a minute and a half. Like they could have sped that up at least 50%, and we would have still gotten it.
3体でしょよし、3体演歌で終わりですね。
We saw a flashback there where we got the ball from the ghost in the tower. Then we showed it to some strange guy in the town we were staying at. And I think we showed it to Henry, and now get the flashback of Pappas here.
It's funny because some of the stuff in the flashback, like talking to the guy in town, it's not something that actually happened.
It's not required to talk to him in this version.
I don't think it's required to talk to him in SSC either.
Oh. Thought it was.
You talk to Pappas, and like in the church, and then he
Not required. Oh, sure enough.
brings you off, but
Okay.
yeah.
I thought like the whatever the next required trigger was didn't happen until you showed the ball to him, but I suppose not.
Nope.
いやー、無駄墓地運だな。まあいいや。オッケーオッケー。
There's Horse Guy. Remember Horse Guy?
I remember. Another look at Metal Slime for OKB.
That's with Noir. Rip.
まあ3体演歌来てもね、1匹逃げてたからね、さっきもね。
So I think OKB needs one more.
4体目ですか？
そうですね。
だったらそんなに
Look at Metal Slime, but I'm not positive on that. Might be two.
波ぐらいですね。ただ、今、匂い袋使ったばっかで来ちゃったから。
Alright, so
学士さんの方は階層
saw those flashbacks that reminded us the gold orb got blown up, so we don't quite know how to fix it. I think the weird guy might have given you a lead, or maybe someone else does, but we're off to talk to the fairies, because the fairies are where the orb came from. And the fairies seem to have some kind of a presence in this forest here.
話になって今、妖精の国を探してるところですね。
I think we find out here that like the children that we have with us can see the fairies, but the hero actually can't see them anymore because he grew up.
Yeah, and this is like a Lost Woods maze kind of thing.
Yeah.
Some items to pick up in here, like the fairy sword. It's very useful in SFC. I don't know if it gets as much use in this version of the game or not. We'll find out.
まあ、すごい簡単な道ですね。まあ、構造はすごい単純なので。
Speaking of, there it is.
回収しましたね。妖精の剣は使うとスカラの効果がある剣ですね。で、攻撃力も結構高くて、娘が装備できるのが結構大きくて。
Jewel bags, money. Running away though.
There is some shopping that's done here, so money is a relevant thing.
焚き火のすぐそばに謎の当たり判定があって、
Like he needs 15,000 for fire armor. Armor of flame.
He'll probably just open a drawer and there'll be like 3 tuxedos in there and he'll just pay for it with that.
Yep. Let's see, selling some iron armor. Selling poison needle.
まず買い物をしてます。
Selling the water flying clothes.
いますね。水の羽衣もういらないんで。
That'll do it.
Buying fire armor.
で、炎の鎧っていう
Selling the water flying clothes, really?
炎の鎧っていう名前で、吹雪耐性がありますね。吹雪耐性がある。
That's what the chart says. Just surprised still.
Yeah.
なんで吹雪
I
耐性
know
がついたか
the
っていうと、
like daughter doesn't get
この
much
人の
use in
結
Super
構
Famicom. Maybe she doesn't
飛行
get too
機を
much
筒に
use
する
here either.
輝く息っていう
Or maybe she finds
す
something
ごい
else.
強力な
切れてくれる。
氷属性攻撃してくるんで、それ対策ですね。で、水の羽衣を売ってしまった理由なんですけど、
Okay, B still looking for another liquid metal slime.
この後、まあ、水の羽衣つけてたのが娘なんですけど、娘は
Now we're back here in the Fairy Kingdom where we were way back earlier, about 4 hours ago. And the Queen thanks us for having helped her before and says, "Yeah, if there's anything we can do to help with this gold orb thing, let us know."
で、娘はかなり
I think we need to go somewhere else to get the orb.
プリンセスローブ、ほんと強い。
I don't quite remember, but he's carpeting off somewhere.
Yeah, looks like it's this chart's referencing a fairy horn. We need to recover something for her. I don't know.
Saw something in that text there. Maybe she gave it to you. It might be the flute that we got earlier, or maybe a different flute.
Ah,
Oh yeah, this screen looks familiar.
学
This
神
is like a
祭は
lake with
妖
an
精の城
illusion
その
over it.
妖精の城にとっ
And
て
yeah, you're playing the flute that the queen just gave
妖
us,
精の方
and
に
it's gonna
行
make
くこ
this
とによっ
castle or
て
whatever it is
妖精の
appear.
城に行けるようになる。
yep.
これで終わらそう。
It looks like daughter gets a princess robe in this castle.
Oh.
オーケー B さんもそろそろ終わるかな。
これで終わるはず。
Orb.
Right, well that was easy.
Hikaru.
で、妖
Feel
精の
like
城に
glowing or shining or something.
女王様に相談すると、オーブを作る技術はすでに失われているんで、
Pose
でき
2.
ませんって断られて、でも
So I believe she tells us there that they're actually not able to make a new orb, but they can give you a, orb that might kind of work or is just like partially made or something. So you've got this orb that's kind of useless to you, and we're
で、今、妖精の地下の訪問
gonna figure out how to get a better orb with it.
で、隣のイカズチの杖
Better orb.
してますね。これは別に装備目的じゃなく
So
て
we go up here and there's this painting,
1万
and you
ゴール
poke
ド
it.
ぐらいで売れるかな、確か。
then it starts glowing. Now we find ourselves in this town that we were at a while ago, but it's not destroyed anymore because we're in the past.
過去に飛ぶことができると。で、洞窟前のおっさんに
Time travel in video games is never a bad idea.
Never.
教会の前に少年
Not sure why he talks to that guy, but the real reason we're here is to talk to this kid. Look how cute he is. Oh, and he's got an orb. Let's look at it. We take the gold orb from him and we give him back the, partially powered up orb
で、オーブをすり替えて、
and tell him to look after his dad, make sure nothing bad happens to him. And
帰るだけ。
that's what we're here to do. So, in the past, apparently it's not required, but in Gen 1, you actually can see your adult self standing outside that church and you can talk to him and he'll swap orbs with you. But you won't notice that he swaps it. He just says, "Hey, can I look at that?" You look at it and then give it back.
よし。
But
終わるはず。
so now we're on the other side of the fence of that conversation.
ラスト1体。残った。
Yep. So the crushed orb was a fake.
次は先行すれば。
Now we're back in the destroyed version of the town.
学士さんサンタローズに来てますけども、
Yep.
装
Going to
備
get
は
a
来てますね。雷の杖
Thunder
3
God
ゴールド
spear.
打って、まあその他、ぼちぼち打って、
Sure, it's not going to destroy the economy of this town selling them a
で
10,000 gold
雷
item.
ですね。雷神の槍書いてます。雷神の槍が
Guess we
3
spent
兆
just as much
の
though.
武器ですね。まあ、ここか
Guessing
ら
that's the
3
spear
兆が
version of the demon hammer.
メイン
Not
火力
sure.
になっていくんで、メイン火力用の武器ですね。
Yeah, so here's the cutscene that OKB did here earlier with Ludman. So he's gonna have to talk to Ludman again and then go check on the jar.
とりあえず消化しに来てますね。サラボナイベント。まあ、サラボナに
Yeah, I think that spear is just like a good weapon.
話になってて、
Ah,
で、ルドマンに話を聞いてみると、
Could be wrong. Maybe you're right. Maybe
とりあえず
it goes to Sancho.
学士
Be
さんの方ではなかったんですけど、OKB さんの方では結婚した後
maybe it does have like a
に
higher crit chance or
ルドマ
something.
ンに壺の色をちょっと見てきてくれとイベントが入ったと思うんですけど、
So yeah, lots of little
大丈夫。
it's a little plot triggers here.
やばいっていう話をしてて、
see OKB moving some stuff around, so I think he's done grinding.
Yep, must have gotten his last liquid metal slime.
なんか壺の
I don't know if that grind was any faster or slower than what
みたいな話
Gakushin
があるのかな。
had. Maybe a little bit slower.
まあなんで
Not much, but at the same
ちょ
time,
っとよくわかんないですけど、
Yeah,
he was already behind.
で見に行ってみると、
Good 25 minutes difference or so.
葉っぱ、そうか、葉っぱ取らなきゃ。
Now Gakushin's doing a couple of these triggers that OKB already did earlier.
今回は
yeah.
Checking out the glowing urn.
壺の色を見たところ
Te
で
urn.
一旦止めてます。フラグを。
Looks like OKB's climbing Zenithia Tower, so he's probably gonna do the minecart segment and all that too before fighting the guy that Gakushin's
まあ
working
これ
toward.
先に消化してもいいし、後でやってもいいんですけど、まあ今のタイミングで、その
Guess you fight Kandar again.
ルーラとかリレミトの MP を今のタイミングだったら余裕あるから、今のうちに
Not
こな
actually
しちゃ
sure
う
where
っていう感じで
Gakushin is right now.
フラグだけこなしてますね。
This is in Reinhardt.
Ah,
And it was a goon.
で
Kandar goon.
後に来て、これはこの魔人の鎧目的ですね。
Majin no
魔人
Yoroi,
の鎧
demon armor.
っていうのが耐性
Sancho
がめちゃくちゃ優秀な防具で、まあ装備すると呪われてしまうんですけど、この呪いの効果っていうのが
Life acorns on the sun to raise his HP.
ゼロになるだったかな。
Yep. I think 218 is the specific HP threshold for endgame for the sun.
もうないようなもんなんで、
There are a couple of extra optional life seeds
メリ
that
ットなしでメリットだけを受け
there was one in the minecart cave that he got,
魔人の鎧
but there's a couple of seeds that you can skip or use differently depending on whether or not you think you'll be over that threshold or whether you are over that threshold. There's
Another
another
life
life seed.
ここの命の木の実回収は手堅いですね。
I guess he didn't get good enough rolls.
Or just race safety, yeah.
イベント
Yeah.
とアイテム回収消化して天空城に戻って、ゴールドオーブ渡して天空城浮上ですね。ここから。
Right, so we're going to go back down to place the gold ore back in Zenithia Castle here. While OKB is
いやー、遠いね。
Making his way through Zenithian Tower. Wonder if we'll see any King Cure slimes. There we go. Speaking
Nice.
of, you say their name and they appear.
Yep.
Shoutouts to Purple Mario 920.
ちょっと円が多めなんですけど、
逃げれてないし。
Get a nice long cutscene of Zenithian Castle floating out of the water,
まあ最上階
slowly going back up into the sky.
Yep.
Slowly.
Very
Slowly.
slowly. Seems to have stopped there about 100 feet off the ground.
But there's a nice waterfall off of it.
True.
さんもまあ予定
The most important part of it, any DQ speedrun is the waterfall.
まあちょっとはみ出しぐらいかな。おそらく。ここから何事もなければ。
何事もなければ。
何事もなければ。
大事。
それは。
葉っぱが一枚しか
それ
ない。
はそれは何事か。
And now we have the Zenithian airship.
Yep.
まあない
So
か
this is your main method of flight in this game, is the entire castle.
で天空城浮上したら
I actually didn't think there was this much stuff you could do before fighting Jorn, because you get the final key for beating him.
進みますね。ぴったり右下
But
じゃな
he's
く
still
て
doing stuff.
うーん
Makes sense to put that boss fight off because it's a tough boss fight.
右下下ぐらいの角度で入れるのがポイントかなこれ。
Yeah, it's not even the next boss that he fights.
Oh,
Couple more. 2 more before then.
だけど OK。 で
It's going to get the next boss that they fight will be the guy guarding the Zenithian armor, I think.
oh.
ボ
I
ブル
didn't
の
think there was
方
a guy guarding it.
ボブル
I
の
don't know if he's like guarding it. Isn't there like some like snake guy or something?
はなんで来ることになったのかは
Am I completely misremembering?
なんでここに来たのかわかりません。まあ多分そこに塔があったからじゃないかな。
Well,
嫌な
we'll find out soon.
で、タンスからフックス記録を回収。
As you can tell, we're clearly experts in this entire speedrun.
Yeah.
I've been learning the SOC version, but I'm still in the Gen 2 phase, so Gen 3 is very, very fuzzy to me. And it's been a
Believe-
number of years since I've played this in English.
I believe he just picked up a rope out of that dresser in Zenithia, which is a key item that's just sitting in a dresser, and it's pretty dumb if you don't pick it up.
Yeah.
関わってるので、今さっき入手したフック付きロープで屋上から入ります。
And they'll use the rope right here as an example to climb down into the tower.
謎のギミック。
Yeah, the Dragon Quest series has a couple of towers that you do from the top down. One of those things that was kind of cute the first time, but now it's just a little, overplayed maybe. DQ4 does it twice, then you do it again right here.
DQ2 kind of does it a bunch. DQ2 does like the thing where you go up and then you go back down, and the key
Yeah.
items at the bottom instead of at the top.
まあ全然
Yeah, that's true.
安全ですね
It。just ends up being long.
安全に進めます。
Found some Jami recolors already, and now we're finding some Guns recolors. I don't know what that dude on the right's supposed to be.
I was just wondering the same thing. DQ5 does have some enemies.
ブラックドラゴンとか出てきてますけど、もう火炎とかこの時点ではもう
Some black dragons.
大したダメージ入らない。
There are actually dragons in Dragon Quest occasionally.
後ろ二人はもうほぼ
Yep, you gotta dig to get to them, but they're there.
question in the chat about which runner is in the lead. That's going to be the person on the left. Gakushin is ahead by probably 20, 25 minutes right now.
Yeah.
It's a pretty significant lead.
地下に行きますね。まあ、地下はちょっと怖いエンカウントがあって、
Combination of luck, boss fights, slightly different route.
メタルドラゴンっていうのが出てくる。
But it is DQRTA, so it's certainly possible for, you know, final boss wipes or any boss wipe really to close that gap a little bit.
こいつ、まあ、2体です
Some metal Drax.
こいつが3体だと、うん、今70ダメージとかもらってたのわかると思うんですけど、まあ、3体いると集中しちゃうと落とされちゃうんで、まあ、ここ落とされてもそんなにロスにはならないです。
Why you actually come into this tower?
戻んないといけないぐらいで。
I know there's bosses down here, but I don't know what you get for beating
ま
them.
ず最初にアンクルホームか。
Let's see.
Dragon statue eyes.
Dragon Orb, Dragon Wand.
祝福の杖っていうのを回収してたと思うんですけど、これ今から学士さんはもう
And a couple Dragon Eyes along the way.
ボス戦
Oh, the dragon staff is in here too. That's an important one, I guess.
ぐらいの回復量ですかね。
Yeah, and you
Not
can
a key
get
item,
two
though.
of, and you can get two of them through a technique through.
ですけど、
Oh,
まあこっから基本的には
You have to do things in a certain order, but it lets you pick it up twice.
かけます。
Hmm.
サンチョ
Interesting.
とレックス
yeah, we're on
So-
the first boss fight here. Gons. I don't know the specifics of him, but he's the dude with the axe that kept chopping our dad up. Getting our revenge on him now.
Yep.
まあ
2400 HP.
する機会あったから、
I
スカルツナに
don't really see anything
明日
significant on the strategy besides, you know, increasing defense, by kill, attacking. It's like
Yeah,
a pretty straightforward DQ boss.
スカラの効果
he didn't seem to be doing anything but attack.
まあルカナンの守備下げでもいいんですけど、
I think the
と
fairy sword is getting a little bit of use in here.
まあ蘇生
I don't know if that's the fairy sword or if that's.
まあどっちでもいいんですけど、並び替え
Oh no, that's the staff. Sorry, that staff of blessing
Oh,
from earlier. It's being used for healing.
っていうテクニックがあって、だから死んでもスカラが切れない。
you'd think I'd know that from DQ7, but Keta actually doesn't use it much.
Ah,
今やってましたね。
Kind of strange, like he's casting heal more constantly instead of using the item that would cast it for free, but it's kind of on a second character as a backup heal, I guess.
基本的にはもうスカラを、まあ、スクルトですかね。
so defeated Gons, got the
で負けないです。
Hidari, the left eye.
Yep.
Now jumping back in to go to the next boss. Gakushin has a big note here about making sure to give the
見たことがない。
heal staff to the daughter. If you forget, you can hardly beat Gemma. So yeah, the next boss coming up here is going to be the it's going to be Gemma, who has 3,800 HP, intense flames, bounce, attacks and heals. Looks like maybe. General strategy is to do a bunch of increases or uppers. I guess increases.
普通に
5 increases. Fubaha, so barrier.
た
Use
ま
by
に
kill.
暴れると
Use Rukanon.
全部
So
削られる
really buff up your defense. Barrier gives you breath resistance. By kill, sap, all that stuff.
あ、まだだ。
And
危ね。
Hope he's
then do
nice.
some damage. Looks like recovery during certain turns. He can do Blaze Most.
でゲマはもう基本的には同じですねスクルト入れて
I don't know. The strategy is a little bit hard to read, but
確率的
the
に
general structure is
2回入れ
a
ば
relatively
るかな
standard fight. So we got a barrier, we got a defense,
5回
got
で上限です
some buy kill, some increase.
2回で相手の守備力をゼロにするで今魔法カンタ貼られましたね
You reflected that
カンタ貼られた
that sap.
んでルカナン反射されちゃいましたねまあとりあえずルカナン1回入ってるんで1回入ってる状態で倒してこれ魔法カンタ切れたらもう1回入れに行くって感じですね
Big Blaze Most. Increases are stacked up pretty well now.
まあ回復基本先行で入れていくんですけど
Gonna use some offensive AI tactics.
回復が航行したりすると結構まあ最悪死人が出たりするのとあと
Healing as needed.
ゲマはこうやってメラゾーマポンポンポンポン打ってくるんですけど今危ないです、
Those Blaze Mosts really hurt.
Yeah.
とかあと
And TQ4 doesn't even have any bosses with Blaze
メ
Most.
ラゾーマ2連発が
Randomize says Blaze more.
あったりするとここしてんなこれこういう今みたいな場面とかですね
Still in it.
結構危ないのがちょい
Yeah, I think the fight's in pretty decent shape.
大体大丈夫なんですけどたまにこれがぴったり刺さっちゃって死人出たりする
Pierre's
Ah,
down,
こん
but
な感じで
that's probably fine. Means he loses a healer, but he's done enough damage now that
こうして
probably only got like a couple
Well,
turns left. Ooh,
Here's another healer.
悪くね
might use a leaf on this one.
悪いのはゲマだ
Yep.
Another bounce, another Blaze Most.
間違えた
There's the Fairy Sword.
まあぼちぼち多分倒せるじゃないかなと思うんです
Does
け
he
ど
regenerate? I don't see
い
any.
かがでしょうか
You went first.
危ねえ
Yeah, it was a bad turn order, but it's okay.
橋渡りすぎでしょ
All right,
Oh,
he
got
got
him.
him.
All right.
大丈夫全滅してないからセー
It's not my fault. It's Gemma's fault.
入る
Changing the order before after resurrecting. Buff before death comes back. Huh. That's interesting.
まあこんな感じでゲマ暴れると結構やばいですね
Right, so we beat Gons and we beat Gimma too. Gimma's gonna escape here though.
Yeah. Haven't seen the last of Gemma.
Catch up to him later.
強いんですよね
We get the Dragon
最大
Orb or
120ダメージ
eye?
から
Yeah, the other eye.
The other eye, yep.
連発してくっから
でメラゾーマに対する耐性がないんですよねこっち側って
マジックシールドぐらいかあるとしたら
Oh, AoE paralyze on a boss. Thanks, TQ11.
スーパーハイコン版だとゲマここで死ぬんですけど PS2 版だとここで死なないで撤退しますね
So yeah, now with the
ここじゃまだ死なない
with the eyes, those can be placed in the dragon statue thing.
でゲマとゴンズを倒して竜の両目を回収してこの
Silver Devil.
中心にある竜の顔の像みたいな
Looks like OKB is done with the remembrance scene. It's heading off to the fairy world.
It's heading to the forest now.
Yep.
There's that weird thing again.
JP chat was filled with Noir.
まあ、幼年期の本当に冒頭の冒頭に、まあ、この PS2 版のドラクエ5
There's our handy rope again.
ランダム幅があってっていう話をしたと思うんですけど、
Imagine a rope being a key item.
For
The
how
only one in
many
existence.
for how many Dungeons and Dragons puzzles you can break just with 100 feet of rope, it really doesn't come up in actual RPG video games often.
Yeah. This must be a special rope, though, because apples can use it.
Ah, yes. Maybe we tie him up with it and lower him down. I don't know how he'd get untied. Just like grabs it in his teeth and slides down.
So how'd he climb up?
Ah, yes.
He can do both.
Why do they really make you go up and down a lot in this room? Just backtracking.
This sure is a tower. But the dragon's open.
Just take the mustache off the dragon and let me drop down into the mouth. Like, don't make me jump down to the bottom floor and climb back up. There's the staff down there. I don't know why I thought the staff was in a dungeon by itself.
But first, the dragon orb.
仕様みたいなバグなんですけど、ドラゴンの杖っていうのがあるんですけど、これドラゴンの杖のちょっと下の方を調べると、ドラゴンの杖
And then, yeah, you can see that
その下のドラゴンの杖取った後に
the text popped up twice for obtaining the staff.
2本取ります。
Oh,
So,
interesting.
find the description of this here. Take 2 dragon wands. The invisible dragon wand is falling right under the dragon wand. Let's pick it up and use it. However, if you take the real thing first, the second one will disappear.
Huh. That's really weird. But alright.
Yeah, so it's something about like grabbing it while falling, I guess, that there's like an invisible one while you're jumping off. Don't know.
So the dragon staff is the best offensive weapon, I believe, for the main character hero. And also, if you use it in battle, it casts Speed Dragon. So I assume he's going to give it to someone else, probably for the Bee Dragon effect, unless someone else can actually equip it.
The bee dragon effect does in fact get used.
Ah.
But I don't know if anybody else equips it or what.
マシーンになるんですけど、その効果目的で2本取ってますね。
So it looks like he popped back into Zenithian Tower just to grab a leaf. Must be to make up for the one that he used during the Gemma fight.
Yeah.
で、学神さんの方はさっきフラグだけ立ててたサラボナ
Okay, B's here getting the
これからボス戦ですね。またすぐボス
the orb,
この辺は本当にずっとボス戦らしい。
the unempowered orb.
だいたいボスと戦ってる。で、ドラゴンの杖1本は
Just traded around both the dragon staffs. I did not exactly see who he gave them to.
I think Pierre got the second one. Right. So we went back to Lidman and we told him his jar was glowing, and he's like, "Wait, you checked on that a half hour ago and you didn't come right back here to warn me?" So he's up here on this tower freaking out about that, and We're gonna watch the horizon as the monster sealed in the jar breaks out. And he's gonna walk up and fight us. And this is a fight that's going to happen.
It sure is. And it might even be a fight that Gakushin will win.
Yeah, maybe.
So the boss coming up here is going to be Bjorn, 4,700 HP, 1/3 chance to attack, 1/6 chance to intense flame, 1/6 chance to upper, 1/6 chance to lightning, and 1/6 chance to cast defense.
Why are there corpses in here? They didn't clean those out after sealing him, or have people died in there since then? I guess there's
I
no
don't-
handrail on the stairs. Maybe they were checking on the thing and they fell off. I don't know.
General strategy is going to be kind of the same thing that it's been the norm here. So stacking up increases, using barrier, buy kill, and I think the Zenithian shield gets used a little bit for bounce also.
Yeah, Bjorn is about 200 feet tall, and we're just gonna stand on this tower and fight him. And he's gonna be polite and just stand there, and not like use his reach to like, or just like kick over the tower. Probably better to not think too hard about this fight and the logistics behind it.
And yeah, Bjorn's got really high defense power, so sap hitting is going to be a thing. I don't know if actually cast sap or they rely on bounce from the Zenithian shield. Because I don't see many. I don't really see sap in the turn priority, so we'll see how this fight goes. But can make another cup noodle during this movie.
Go grab another monster out of the fridge.
Sap, he used upper on himself. That's great. Another upper on himself, oh boy. It's like he's using the Z sword to dispel the uppers. So the Zenithian sword in DQ games typically uses freezing waves when used as an item in combat, so it dispels enemy buffs.
In DQ6, it actually casts spy kill for some reason.
It's weird.
Yeah, I don't know why they changed that one.
Got some pretty good damage going on right now. Bounce wore off.
Yeah. His HP looks a little sketchy, but this is a point in the game where you're taking a lot of area damage, but you don't have any area healing. He's mostly healing with Heal All, which will take one person to full HP, and the Blessed Staff, which will heal somebody by about 80.
Yeah, it's kind of the really interesting thing with Dragon Quest, both casually and speedrunning, but especially speedrunning, is that you get AoE healing very late, if at all, in all of the games. And in many speedruns, you don't even really get effective magic healing until very late in the game. So there's a lot of healing in these runs that gets done by items. So the heal staff, herbs, Sage's Stone, whatever.
In most Dragon Quest speedruns, you never get a reliable revival spell.
Yeah.
And about half of them you get the 50-50 revive spell and just pray it works, or just pray you don't need it. But I don't know, besides DQ2, do I know any DQ RTAs where you get a 100% chance to revive someone when you cast the spell?
あー、倒しましたね。
Oh, Bjorn's
Sure.
down.
You get it in DQ4 PlayStation.
Oh yeah, you do get it like right at the end.
Yeah, right at the end.
He chewed through those 4700 HP pretty quickly.
まあ主人
Yeah, you
公
did.
が死んでも大丈夫っていうのは、まあ、この後自動蘇生入るっていうのと、主人公別にこの後経験値いらないので、
Yeah, you usually learn like those area healing and the reliable revives around like mid 30s, maybe early to mid 30s.
最後はも
I've
う
been watching the DQ7 world record, which ends the game at like level 25.
Well, DQ6 and 7 also have the whole vocation system, class system
Yeah.
thing with them that puts a whole nother spin on levels also.
Yeah.
一回も死んだ状態で戦
In
闘していて
DQ7, you don't get any of the good classes. You put one person in the heal slime class, and he gets heal all and heal us off of that. But you never get any of the advanced classes.
あ、まだか。イブール倒したのか。
So yeah, that Bjorn fight went actually pretty well.
Yep.
Kyakushin is back up to the top of Zenithian Tower here,
OKB さんがこれ
using the
はい。
Sky Bell.
で、学神さんの方はブローン倒した後に、天空城戻ってドラゴンオーブをプサンに渡すと、なんとプサンは、マスター
And we have
お話ですね。
Master Dragon.
I was the weird guy the whole time. Not sure why he didn't just say that. All
We
right.
thought he was just a goofy guy spinning around in a minecart.
天空のパンチ
Yo.
もらって、まあ
Bjorn got sealed away in some kind of giant magical urn that kept him locked up there forever, and Master Dragon was just stuck on a minecart for just as long.
マスターを渡すことができて、
Would you rather be stuck in an urn for 1,000 years or spinning around in a circle on a 30-foot track of minecart for 1,000 years?
I'll take the urn. At least people will come check on me.
回収をしに行きます。
They stuck him on that minecart, and then they sunk it in the bottom of a lake, and then rose mountains around it.
ここはまあ最新部まで行くと王者のマントっていう主人公の
I'm not sure the other guy was even locked up. I think you could just walk in there. Maybe you needed a key.
入るんですが、RTA では最新部までは行かずに、
Or he's only in the cart for 20 years. Okay.
Wow.
That makes it so much better.
この右にいるムーンフェイスっていうのが
I don't know.
Meanwhile,
Probably around the 10 to 15 year mark, you stop noting the passage of time,
すると結構いやらしいっていうか
assuming you can survive not eating for that long.
結構怖いモンスターですね。
Maybe he's got some cup noodles in the cart.
ah. Puts a cart full of cup noodles like on the track next to him going around the opposite direction, so every now and whenever they pass by each other he can just reach over and grab one.
There you go.
このすぐ下にあるんですけど、エルフのお守りっていう装飾品で、
The zombie dudes in the gold armor look like Alina with this bit rate.
見てる人の
The Discord capture isn't at the greatest resolution that we're looking at. Like with their heads turned, their mohawk looks like her hat.
I don't really know if I agree with this, but I can see it if I squint hard enough.
You'll have to look again if they come back.
Yeah. Maybe when OKB gets there.
Yeah.
Speaking of, OKB is now in the tower, so he's going to be fighting Gons soon.
でも魔人の金槌ってもう攻撃がもうミスか会心の一撃になるっていう装備ですね。
Here's the Zenithian armor. I guess you do fight somebody for it. I thought it was just chilling there.
Yeah, Snake
this
Dude.
this guy's just trash, isn't he? I don't think he's a boss.
Yeah, I think maybe you're right. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I was right that there was a Snake Dude. I did not remember him being that trashy.
I feel better for forgetting he was there.
I feel better for remembering he was there. It all works out.
Yep.
会心の一撃か、ミスかになる方が結局平均で与えられるダメージが大きくなるんで。
Alright, so we got 3 out of the 4 pieces of Zenithian equipment. We don't care about the third one, or the fourth one, in any version of this game.
Nope, it is way too far out of the way to care about.
Yeah, it's just defense power, which really isn't a great stat in Dragon Quest, especially late game. Early game, if you got high armor, then you could get monsters to just not deal any damage to you, but late game, the way it works out is 4 points of defense power takes 1 point of damage off your attacks. And you see that Gakushin's getting hit by like 40 damage here, so to reduce that significantly, he'd need like 20 to 40 more defense power to take off 5 to 10 damage. So what's more important is spell and breath resistance, because that's real easy to make significant. You just buy a new shield and you get like, 20 spell resistance at this point in the game. Hi, it's the Bianca statue.
Oh yeah, she exists, huh?
Yeah. Talk to this lady here, who I think is actually pretending to be the hero's mother, but then we ask her some questions and she turns into a Gigantes.
It is Ramada.
Yep.
3,500 HP. It's an attack, strong breath attack, blizzard, and Begiragon, Firebolt. But again, a lot of the strategies, increase barrier, sap. I think that there's, still using just the healing items, the heal staff. The battles in this game move really quickly, like the battle text. So it's kind of hard to actually like keep track of what's going on sometimes, to see like what skills are being selected. And you can see DQ5, I should have talked about this like throughout the run, but when characters are choosing their action, you can actually see a little card above their character name and health that shows what buffs and debuffs they currently have active. So you can sometimes catch up on like what the current situation is by looking at that, and you can see that, oh, this person has increased by kill and barrier on or whatever. But they select the action so fast, especially Gakushin, that it can be hard to rely on seeing that.
OKB's got guns down, but that's not really a surprise. So we'll be fighting Gimma here in about 2 or 3 minutes, probably.
And Ramada is down. Easy peasy. However, if you thought that was the end of it,
I didn't. We just met this dude, so.
Yeah, but I mean, it could have just been that dude.
That's true. We haven't met the next dude either, so.
I always get this scene mixed up with DQ6. Doesn't DQ6 have like a thing that's very similar to this?
There's the
Like
part with Jamira standing. Yeah. He's just lecturing, talking about how we're all gonna get sirloin steaks. Maybe that's only the DQM version. But yeah, it's kind of a similar room. You walk around the sides of both of them to talk to the person lecturing.
So anyway, about 3 hours ago, Error of Rudo said in chat that he'd be able to tell who's ahead after the eyeball fight. So, evil, however you want to say it. So that fight's going to be coming up soon. Got a little bit of a dungeon here to go through first, though. Some more snaky dudes. I like those snaky dudes. They're pretty cool looking enemy. I actually like their animations in this version of the game, too. Snaky
This is
hands.
kind of a long dungeon to walk through for there not being a lot going on in here. And then after you beat the next boss, you have to walk through it again with no encounters, and it still takes you like 2 minutes to walk out.
Yeah.
I don't actually know why you don't unstatue your wife there. Maybe the staff they used broke when they used it on you. Because she doesn't get unstatued until you beat the next boss.
OKB is fighting Gemma. Already getting hit with the Blaze Most. It's funny how Intense Flames in so many DQ games can be so threatening, but if you have barrier like the run does in this, it just, I guess she's doing 13 damage, 15 damage, 20 damage. Like, who cares?
Yeah, barrier plus having resistant equipment is pretty strong.
Ooh. There
And that's
goes.
the damage you're taking in an area too. Oh, yeah, he's got someone down. He renamed his son and his daughter, but I think that's the daughter.
I think so, yeah. Sora. All right. Gakushin going up to Iburu. I don't know that I can really have any idea what's going on in this fight, so we're just gonna figure it out. So we got to open up with a breath attack. Looks like he's got some kind of rotation, so exploded or freezing waves, breath or bounce, a fixed 105 damage attack, and that's the rotation, I guess. I think one of the strategies, or maybe an SSC, is to keep using abilities on him to force his bounce to wear off. Because I think it only does like one action, or maybe use the Z sword to get it to wear off, to encourage him to keep casting it. But I don't see anything about doing the same in this fight. So I'm not sure if the strategy is a little bit different. Yeah, the Z sword, okay.
That makes sense. There's some bosses in the DQM games where you can cast buffs to convince the bosses to use magic waves more often or freezing waves.
Some more breath attacks. Sancho missing over here. There's that 105 damage attack onto the Tabitha. Ooh, exploit it. Bad turn order.
Yeah.
You normally rely on the daughter being pretty fast, so able to get heals off before boss actions. And there have been a few unlucky outspeed throughout this run. And in typical DQ fashion, outspeeds are frequently punished.
Yep.
Turn order doesn't go as planned. It's very easy for somebody to die or everybody to die.
Very easy to get outturned with how the agility initiative thing is calculated in this series. Generally, you need to be 4 times faster than somebody to have no chance of getting outrun. So sometimes there's adjustments applied, but generally, just at the start of the turn, it just rolls a number for your agility between 25% and 100% of your agility, and then that's your turn order. The highest goes first. So if you're double someone's agility, you're likely to go before them, but it's certainly not guaranteed. If you get the minimum roll and they get the maximum, they'll still go first.
Yeah, and in plenty of the DQ games, there just is no guarantee. DQ3 SFC being a good example where I tested it and a 0 speed boss can outspeed your 255 speed characters. If you get bad luck, there just is not ever a guarantee sometimes. I saw a Shinobi Ashi, my best friend Tiptoe. Somebody just learned it.
Be Sancho.
Sauriku. So we've got a revive, a reliable revive now.
Yeah, nice.
ドラゴン目玉じゃねえな。なんだろう。
Kier learning mid-level explosive magic, Iora, this far into the run.
Yeah.
何回やってんだ今日俺本当に。
And then for winning this fight, you get the Ring of Life. I know in the SFC version you have to actually pick up the Ring of Life because I've seen people accidentally leave without picking it up and then have to walk all the way back in. Yep, here it is. Inochi no Ring. But it looks like it went directly to them.
Yeah.
No need to pick it up off the ground, I guess. Yep.
We'll find out shortly that that's actually part of a set with our fire and water rings.
Sancho just cast Tiptoe 7 times.
Nice. It's probably tired of encounters. That should take care of them.
Does the duration stack, I guess? Or the effectiveness? I don't know. But now I kind of want to learn this version of the game.
Do his notes say to use it 7 times, or was he just being cute?
The notes don't say.
Nah.
The notes are really just like a route. Doesn't have all the little details.
Yeah.
Movement and encounter cancels and all that junk.
So here's the long walk out of the castle here, and the whole time the love theme is playing, but it takes you like 2 minutes to get out of here.
He was probably memeing. That's
also
that sounds
true.
yeah.
Yeah. Maybe he wanted to learn it before coming in here. That would make sense. Then he's memeing because he learned it off the fight instead.
Oh,
Probably
maybe.
wanted to get it off of the Ramada fight.
That could be. Alright, so OKB is going to be getting the Dragon Orb here, and then also presumably doing the double Dragon Staff. Dragon Wand.
まあ、ここはリレミト
Yeah.
が書き
Technique.
書
Let's
き
see
書き
here. Grab one while falling.
まあ
Yep.
歩いて外に出て、そうするとようやくここで
Maybe it's not while falling. Maybe it just.
が解けて、
I don't
Maybe
know.
there
That
are just two.
kind of looked like he just picked it up off the ground. Yeah.
Yeah. In the meantime, Gakushin has restored Bianca from being a statue. No longer a statue.
Yep.
Countess will be much more excited when OKB gets back to that point.
Yes. Yeah, now that Bianca's no longer just frozen standing still in the middle of the bad guy's castle, she will be relegated to standing still doing nothing in the wagon.
Yeah, that's kind of the reality of it.
ここでシナリオ的なポイントが一つあって、もともと主人公よりもビアンカの方が2歳年上なんですけど、
But she's still the same level she was before we left, so even if we wanted to use her, she wouldn't be like she'd need some metal babbles to be
2
relevant.
年くらい
She's still probably like sub level 10, and we're mid 20s right now.
2歳あったのがなくなるっていう粋な
Well, OKB's mid 20s. Gakushin's probably high 20s. I haven't seen his menu in a minute.
And even though we just left Bianca and the kids behind in the bedroom, we're coming to the bar to recruit the kids. Why we didn't just bring them with us from the bedroom, and why we go to the bar to recruit children is an exercise I'll leave to chat viewers.
Yep.
でエルヘブン洞
Yeah,
窟
now we're going back into this. This is the tunnel that we sailed through to get to the town where we got the magic key and the magic carpet.
会いに行きます。
There's some statues in here where we can place rings, and we're gonna place the life ring, the fire ring, and the water ring in here. And it's, I believe, gonna open the passage to the demon world. So Gakushin's approaching the end game, basically. Little Jar is kind of cute on PS2. Bjorn's stuck in.
Yeah.
Do you think it looked like that before they sealed him in it, or did it just kind of adapt a moose face over the years of keeping him back?
It's a good question. I bet it looked like that to start with. It's probably part of the magic that lets it work at all.
Ah, yeah, it has to look
Like-
like him to.
Yeah, like a voodoo doll kind of thing.
Yeah, there you go.
まあ象に捧げると
Also, you're starting to get a little quiet again.
There we go.
Thank you.
これで魔界に飛べ
Yeah, so OKB is
たどり着くと
going into the Bjorn fight. So,
ただで賢者
as a reminder here, 4,700 hit points,
体回復
attack,
使うと全体
strong breath,
効果
increase lightning, sap,
無制限無制限
general strategy of stack up the increases, use barrier, buy kill, some Zenithian shield for reflecting lightning and sap.
配分で
Real quick over
And-
on Gakushin's screen, stepping out of the portal into the demon world, we actually hear our mother's voice, so we're finally on the trail. We've got evidence that Dad was right that she's still alive somewhere. She warns you, tells you, you know, stay out of this. I got this handled or something. She's apparently holding back the demon lord from taking over the world. But then I don't know how the conversation goes, but she ends up giving you the Sage's Stone just out of nowhere, which is an item that'll do an area heal finally. That's really going to help with the final bosses. Then we can proceed through and try to find her and help her out. There's a town here along the way. I don't know if we do anything in there, if it's just a stopping point, and then we'll head straight to the final boss's castle.
Yeah, let's see here.
OK 社の主人公はちょっと HP が低いんで結
Things, shrine.
Doesn't look like he even stepped in it.
Nope. Straight to Evil Mountain without stopping at Jahana.
All right.
Fully recovers in front of Gemma, so final recovery is not necessary.
Looks like Bjorn's going all right so far. He lowered his
nobody's
defense in
dead.
there. I see Hagu and Metal Slimes on the left.
I see them running away from them.
Yep. Goodbye.
Running into a Hagure and 7 Metal Slimes and not even trying.
Yeah, you're like 20-25 minutes ahead. You're not just gonna hold turbo through that fight and see what happens. Oh well.
I definitely would.
Yeah. Or B-Dragon them for the memes. B-Dragon would surely kill 1 or 2 of them, right? They're not all gonna run.
Does that work in DQ5, I wonder?
I would assume it deals 1 damage to everything, but I don't actually know.
I'm curious.
As far as I know, DQ3 is the only game where it's an instant kill.
Yeah.
Spazuzu.
Yeah.
Spazuzu got demoted to random encounter after DQ2.
I mean, that's
Something
probably
about-
for the best.
Yeah. Something about getting killed by defeat, even though he was supposed to be a boss monster. Oh, probably it does now. Yeah. I don't know. It might do 0 damage. It might do exactly 1 damage if it's like DQ4.
Speaking of DQ4, we got some DQ4 enemies here, some Fury Faces. Evil Spirit or whatever it was called.
Some more DQ2 enemies.
Gigantes.
This game brought back a lot of DQ2 enemies that hadn't been seen since DQ2.
Which is pretty cool. DQ2 had some good enemies.
Yeah.
Gotta be getting pretty close to Bjorn dying on OKB's stream here. This fight's been going on a long time.
Gakushin killed him pretty quickly.
The red version of the Night Whips.
4000ちょっとぐらいだったと思うんですよね、HP が。HP4000 いくつだったかな ?4000。4700。
Snake hand guys. The DQ3 enemy there.
Yeah, Skull gone.
Bjorn's down.
All right.
Oh, they're also transparent, the red ones.
And coming up here, very soon, we're going to have the refight
Actual
with...
mom.
What's that?
Oh, actual mom is what I said.
Ah.
But yeah, also Gemma as well.
Yeah, refight with Gemma was what I was going to say. Refight of Gemma, 4000 HP, 1/3 chance to attack, 1/6 chance to strong flame, 1/6 chance to shining breath, 1/6 chance to blaze most, 1/6 chance to burning breath, which is a paralysis breath, was what Error of Rudo was mentioning in chat earlier. Could take 1 to 2 times per action, but only once if he uses the shining breath. So strategy is going to be pretty similar. You know, the general increase, barrier, buy kill, setup. 5 increases is going to be the target. And yeah, hope for not getting paralyzed.
I don't remember exactly what her shtick was, but I guess Gemma decided they don't need her anymore and blew her up. Now we're fighting him.
And It's also worth noting here, Countess mentioned the Sage's Stone earlier, but the heal staff heals for more than the Sage's Stone on a single target. So if single targets need healing, the staff will still be used instead. So definitely some strategic decision stuff going on here. Shining Breath a couple times.
And a Blaze Most.
And a Blaze Most. And this note said that Shining Breath would only be... Oh, maybe I misread it. I thought it was only if he acted once, but I guess maybe it just means that he won't use it twice in one turn.
Well, maybe Google Translate misread it.
Could be.
There was a nice turn for some healing catch-up.
Kenja no Ishii.
And he really recoils when you hit him.
Yeah, his animations are very exaggerated. He's really spamming that breath.
Yep.
And Sancho is Sancho's missing a lot.
Yes, he is. I see that. So he's got the Demon Hammer at this point, right? So he's only hitting probably a third of the time, but it's a critical hit what he does.
That's what it looks like.
Might be 37.5%. I think that's what it is in later games.
で、ゲマの行動で1回目と変わってるのが、この焼けつ区域ですかね。焼けつ区域全体に麻痺。これが全員麻痺にならなければ、完全に無駄行動になってくれるんで、ここが攻撃チャンスかな。畳みかけるチャンスは、この 焼けつ区域が誰にも効かない。
Survive that Blaze Most.
Yeah, thankfully it was only the fire breath beforehand.
マヒナヨシのキアリクを打てるんで、息子がマヒらなければ大丈夫っていう状況
Double breath.
ですね。
This fight's going reasonably well. It's got to be getting kind of close.
Yeah. It's breath and an attack.
I haven't seen the paralysis breath at all, or if I did, it didn't hit anybody.
I think I saw it once, but it didn't hit anybody.
There it is.
Yeah. That looked like it hit Tabitha.
Yeah, it looked like. Angetsu.
Sancho is just not doing anything. There he goes.
Meanwhile, OKB is fighting Snake Dude for the Z armor.
Great. I wish him luck. Oh, I was too slow.
Burning Breath. Seemed okay, though. Don't think it hit anyone.
It didn't look like it.
And Gemma 2 is down.
Yeah, that fight looked like it was relatively fine. There weren't that many physical attacks, but they were coming in when he needed them, when he needed a chance to recover a bit.
Yeah. The scary things were definitely the turns where the Shining Breath was comboed with the Blaze Most.
Yeah.
Because that was able to take some people out just from full. Or near to it, anyway.
Oh, she's fine.
学信さんはもうあとラスボスだけですね。
Well, then she got hit by lightning. I hate that.
It's kind of a
Okay,
theme in
B brought
Dragon
a better
Quest.
statue.
Ah,
まあ、イベント入ってますね。
I'm curious if OKB is going to have a tiptoe for
マーサが
Great Temple.
必死にラス
Yeah.
ミルドラスを止めようとするんですけど、まあ、パパスが
Sap failed
取られて、もう
on
もういいか
Ramada.
らもう休めっつって、あとは息子に任せようって言って天に召していく。
Failed again.
Right.
Failed again. Oh boy.
で OKB さんが今ボスと戦って
Got the Firebolt too. I don't think Gakushin saw the Begiragon.
もう一回解説しておくと、こいつはもう完全に一回コードなんで、コマンドミスらない限り
Killed again.
負けないボスです。ただ、ルカナン入れて戦うんですけど、
Might just be killing it without.
4分の1ぐらいなんで、あ、今入ったな。
JP chat filled with Nuaha again. I mean, probably for mom dying
戦闘が7
or getting
Yeah.
zapped.
ことはあるんですけど、負けることはないです。
Oh hey, whip dudes.
Oh,
で、進行するのに必要
we're
な
running
聖
away
なる
from
武者
them.
知
That's bad
識を
memories
アイ
right
テム
there.
回収
I know.
して、
Even though no one who was actually in that fight has those memories.
True. Great, what's going on here? I think you went downstairs to grab some water to throw on the lava or something like that. Then this is the area where you can find king medals, and king medals are great in this game. In this game, for some reason, they cast the chance spell, and in this game, the chance spell has a chance to just wipe out everybody's MP. And I know on DS, if that happens, you just have to leave. And you can't really leave because you don't have any magic to cast outside with.
学神さん
But
は
there's
もう
a very, very small chance that that will happen if you encounter a king medal and it doesn't run away and it casts chance and it rolls that effect. And I've seen it happen to Purple Mario on DS twice.
I mean, the runners do get a couple of magic water during the run, and also there's an optional praying collection that you can get in an earlier dungeon that you can get it either to sell for backup money or for backup MP recovery.
Yeah, you probably don't want to heal from 0 to 100 though with that.
No, but if you had to leave, you said you can't really leave because you don't have MP.
Yeah, that's true.
Could be at least enough to get
If you had
outside.
like just the basic magic water, that'd be a good use for it.
So here we get the simple little 9 puzzle.
Yeah. And it's the final approach.
Yep. Sure is. There's going to be a mini boss battle with 2 hell battlers. The strategy here is going to be to use the dragon wand with Pierre and use some Megante equipment and hope that sacrifice takes him out. Otherwise, fight them.
最後ここの宝箱があるんですけど、この宝箱を開けると奥の壁が崩れて、
I think on DS, Mario used either the slime or the apple for that fight. Just equipped him with the bracelet, let him go at him.
Yeah, the apple is what's on the chart here.
Ah.
And then Pierre using the dragon wand.
Ooh, X Hell Battler. Hell Battler was one of the final bosses of Dragon Quest IV. The Infernus Shadow on NES or whatever stupid name he had on DS.
Got him.
Got him.
エルバドラたちを
Both
回避
caught.
させることができるっていう
That doesn't work on TQ4.
通称バゴ爆弾
Nope.
Gakushin has a pretty comfortable lead right now. He's approaching the final boss here. OKB's probably about 30 minutes behind, I'd say. So he's
Yeah,
probably
close
gonna be a
to it.
little overestimate.
リンゴどうすんの
He's coming along though. He's got one boss to fight before he gets to get the wife back, and then he'll be in the demon world as well.
しない。はい。まあ、蘇生しない
There's a big warning on this note to make sure that reordering your party and everything
馬車にも
and reviving is done
モンスターじゃないや味方だけ
before
馬車内の味方も
the floor with Mildred,
その回復
because if the characters on screen change on part of this scene, the game can freeze.
Oh, really?
There's a
Huh.
possibility of freezing if there is a change in the graphic of the member outside the carriage.
最後命の木の実を振ってたと思うん
You
ですけ
could
ど
also do that the first turn of the fight too, if you're just changing party members.
Yeah, I think that's what he's doing here, but if you're reviving or anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess turning from a coffin into a person on a revival might be an issue too. Alright, so this is the final boss, Mildreth. I don't know a lot about his rotation. I know he calls for backup, and that can be annoying.
Yep, so 2,500 HP, 50 regen per turn, as Shining Breath, and then can attack, Blaze Most, Freezing Wave, or call for backup. And it looks like those are alternated. So Shining Breath and then one of the other actions alternating back and forth. Looks like he's doing attacks mostly right now. Can call for killer machines or devils, devil priests. It also looks like maybe there's a situation where if he tries to call for help and it's full, it maybe replaces with another Shining Breath. It's not entirely clear how this is supposed to read, but normal strategy, some increases, Fubaha for barrier, by kill, spam the Dragon Wand here. Sage of Stone gets a lot of work for healing on this fight. Can see that he's trying to take out a couple of these killer machines.
His hero used the Dragon Wand, so he's just breathing fire every turn.
Yep.
Looked like it might have one-shot one of the killer machines, actually.
No, he had hit it beforehand.
Oh, okay.
Ryodine.
Not sure he's cast that yet. Oh, interesting. It revived one of the killer machines from earlier.
Yeah, huh. That is interesting.
Also, Killer Machine B, it's not A. I guess Mace Master A was on the right side though, that's strange as well.
Right, and then after this, there's a second phase to the fight.
What?
I know, shocking.
The only shocking part is that there's not more.
And I don't really understand how this second phase works. So this lists Mildred 2, A, B, and C, and it seems like he can swap between patterns at various points. They list different amounts of hit points for the different phases, 2,500 or 2,000. So I'm not sure if he like moves through them or if it's a pick one kind of thing.
Unless I'm mixing him up with Deathmore's 2, I thought as his HP drops, his pattern changes completely. That might be what you're reading.
It could be. I don't know. It lists 2,500 HP for A, 2,000 for B, and 2,500 for C. But needless to say, AoE attacks, saps, Explodettes, Blaze Most, Freezing Waves, lots of
この A ローテが正直強いですね。
lots of stuff. So he's opening up with an attack
まあ1回なら
and an
2ポイント
Explodette.
で
So
3
this should be A. So we should get a sap or bounce.
ローテーションが
Yep.
続くっていう感じです
And
ね。
then
最初の1ターン目が
burning or hitting.
7かで2
So some kind of breath or an attack maybe here. Yep, there's a breath.
灼熱か打撃かっていうローテーションになってまし
Back
て
to the waves.
頭が良くて
Um,
気をつけないといけないことが
so maybe it just goes A, B, and C.
魔法カウンターは自分が魔法カウンター状
Maybe it does go through all of them, kind of like you're saying as his HP goes down.
ちょっとイブールの時にも説明したんですけど
So 2500 for this phase.
魔法カウンター状態の時に魔法カウンターが選択された場合ってローテーションが飛んじゃうんですよね。
The next phase has pretty similar sets of actions.
魔法カウンターのターンって結構癒しのターンなんで、そこのターン
burning,
にしちゃうと
Freezing Waves, Blaze
攻
Most,
撃がきつくなっちゃうんで
Rukanon.
魔法カウンターが
Rukanon, I guess, is new for the second phase. So if he uses that, you'll know. Yeah, there we go. He's just used Rukanon. So he must be in phase B.
イオナゼンのタ
Oh
ーン
no,
に
Rukanon is also an A. Never mind. Well, I guess you just have to count to some extent or pay attention to the order.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't like change between phases here. Like his action patterns are changing, but he's still in phase A right now.
Sanchez showing up for work in this battle at least.
Yeah.
Well, missed.
危ないですね。で、その魔法カウンターがどれぐらいの割合かかってると打ってこなくなるか。
Looks like he used the Zenithian sword and then Mildred threw waves right back, so all effects were cancelled.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to use the Z sword. I don't know if it's to get him to use bounce more often or if it's to so he can sap, so he can land a sap. Feel like it's more related to landing sap, but not entirely sure.
Spamming Shinobiyashi.
It
That must just be a meme then.
must
Maybe
be.
you always learn it after that fight. Kill one more metal babble, you'd have it earlier. But
I mean, or it's the meme because of the no encounters just showing up regardless of.
yeah.
Okay. Boy is down.
これはミスりましたね。主人公のザオラルに頼ってますね。あ、生き返った。よかった。
Boy's back up. Boy's back down.
I think Boy is the one with the reliable revive, isn't he?
Well,
So he came back with half HP that time.
I know that
That time.
that it's Zing that's being used, Vivify that's being used to try to bring him back up, so it's failed 3 times in a row now.
Yeah.
Here goes Tabitha.
Alright, Pierre.
Another failure.
Here's in dragon form. 2 damage from Pierre. Not quite enough. Now he's running. Yeah, that's a wipe.
Yep.
負けましたね。
Well, that's gonna make it a little closer.
I think he was on the final form of that, but I'm not 100% sure.
がなかったっていうのとが大きかったかな。負けちゃったのは。で、息子が
Let's see.
大電打ったんですけど、相手に魔法
Gakushin asking if he has enough time. Well, if he doesn't have enough time, then
そこに攻撃が来ちゃって、息子が落とされちゃって
then no one would. Oh, blue hair's back.
で、ザオラル打って一回蘇生
Flora is no longer a statue.
蘇生した直後に すぐまた落とされちゃって、その後ずっとザオラル失敗してたんで、厳しかったですね。
No resurrection item. Did he not go?
This guy's finish. Not gonna cut it off here.
Gakushin went back to Zenithian Tower to get another leaf from a chest. I thought he still had a leaf, an unused leaf, but maybe it was on the person who was dead.
Yeah, possible. Well,
And
I don't know
and
why
Rex,
you put it on the one who can cast revive.
yeah, I don't know. And Rex specifically, the one who died there, the boy, is the one that the HP threshold is really important for with the life seeds and everything. So I'm not surprised that that's, you know, a failure condition.
Leaf. It's buying a leaf.
Yep. You're a little quiet again, Cowie.
Ow.
Thank you.
10枚で交換できるんですけど、
He's not buying a leaf.
ゴールドなんで2万ゴールド必要なんです
That one, elf water.
で、エルフの飲み薬も消費しちゃってる場合、エルフの飲み薬も補充
Yes, Ash. The sun is very key to the fight.
薬もカジノにしかないので、
Yep. I don't know the exact strategy, but there are multiple points in this chart that emphasize the importance of his hit points for the final fight. Anytime a life seed comes up, it like makes a note about it. 216 seems to be life seed priority, Rex, Pierre, Tabitha, depending on whether it exceeds 216 HP.
He should be over 216. He just walked through all that swamp and he still has 210. I have no idea if he has to refight phase 1 when he goes back. We'll see about that.
Yeah, I don't know. I assumed so, but I don't know for certain. See if it says in this chart anywhere.
分は最低でもかかるけど、10分って本当に早い時だから、まあ11分、12分。
Okay, be about to place the rings and head to the demon.
間のイベントも足すと、やっぱ、
Yeah, don't see.
分とか見とかないといけなくて、こっから2分でつけるかっていうとちょっと厳しいんで、予定タイムはちょっとオーバーしてしまうかな、これは。
Yeah, OKB's been doing pretty decently the last hour or so. Not really falling much farther behind or anything.
頑張ってほしいですけど。本当、ミスしなければ、そうそう
It's looking for the fire ring. Or the water ring, I mean.
ないのはちょっと厳しいかな。
Yeah, unfortunately, easy to lose track of what OKB was doing because Gakushin was on the final gauntlet.
Yep.
But OKB had some interesting fights going on in there too. It's the Kenja Noishi, Sage of Stone, onto Tabitha.
What does the fairy sword do when they use it? You mentioned it a couple times.
I was hoping you weren't going to ask because I'm not actually sure the exact effect. I think it reduces the amount of damage you take or something like that. But I don't know the exact mechanisms that it works with. I'm sure
あ、違うね、あなたね。
Error or Ash or somebody will pipe in with the
えっ
answer.
とそうね、逆だわ。
What does
What
the
was-
fairy sword do is the question.
娘さんね。
Hard to hear me.
わかんなくなってきた。
What does the fairy sword do? Massive defense. Is it specific to like physical defense? It's not. Doesn't reduce anything from spells. Okay. I knew it was some kind of defensive boost, but I wasn't sure if it was like a flat damage reduction or if it was
移動床フロアなんで、この3フロア。
stat thing. Gakushin. Now I'm confused. Great. If he's confused, I'm
Yes,
certainly not
we
going to be able
have.
to explain what's going on.
Yeah.
Killer Machine.
さあ、道中演歌もこれが
Golden Golem.
ですかね。
Nice simple enemy names.
調べしきれたね。
Yep.
いやー、キラーマシンか、嫌な演歌
More
だな。
final encounter.
Yep.
お願いします。
再戦ですね。
It looks like phase 1 again.
Sure does. Which is what I figured.
Yeah.
With normal looking text and everything.
Yep. Imagine.
ダメだな。
Not like the DS version.
Yeah. Yeah. DS version was so okay until you get to this guy.
第一形態は
Alright, Mildred 1, 2500 HP,
もう一回
50 regen per turn,
キスターン
Shining Breath,
輝く
and then one of Attack, Blaze Most, Freezing Wave, or Call for Help.
行動でキラーマシン呼びか悪魔神官呼びか
Triple Pazuzu.
メラゾーマか
Just cast defeat, easy
通
peasy.
常攻撃かいてつカードで優しいミルドラスはずっと通常攻撃か、メラゾーマかまあ神官呼びでも OK ですね。厳しいミルド
More
ラス
Mace
は
Masters
キラ
here,
ーマシン呼び
Yep.
Devil Priests.
かな。キラーマシン呼び連発が厳しいミルドラスかな。いてつカードもちょっとめんどくさいですけどね。
Meanwhile, OKB is still
お優しい。
making his way through the dungeon.
あとは、そうだな、タイムがぶれるポイントとしては、サンチョが、魔人の金槌っていう攻撃が必ずミスか会心の一撃になる武器を装備してますので、いかに会心
Sancho doing some work.
結構出してますね。お、優しい、通常攻撃。ここまではかなり優しい。
Kapow, kapow.
攻撃。 あとは、そうだな、タイムがぶれるポイントとしては、サンチョが魔人の金槌っていう攻撃が必ずミスか会心の一撃になる武器を装備してますので、いかに会心に
More
なるか。
Mace Masters here.
ここまではかなり優しい。
Yep.
Killer machines. Great. Gonna have to stop and target them for a turn here.
Yeah.
At least one of them.
They kind of seem to be the lesser threat versus the other, the base masters. Maybe it depends on who they target, but the base masters being able to revive is pretty annoying.
True. It feels like these guys have a little bit more health,
Oh.
like they're less likely to just incidentally
Yeah.
die to AoE. Versus the Mace Masters that don't seem to be as tanky.
Now this fight doesn't seem to have as much like wagon juggling as I'm used to seeing in the DQ5 final boss. But it's worth noting that the Sage's Stone he's got actually heals the people in the wagon as well, but I think he only has one character in there.
Yeah, really mostly just Pierre. I mean, Apple's probably there, but Apple's probably dead.
Yeah, I think so.
Does
There.
it heal the wagon members too?
I'm pretty sure. I see it popping up. Yeah, it definitely just said Pierre got healed there.
Oh, interesting. I knew it does something like that in DQ6, but I didn't. Ugh.
I knew on DS it definitely healed the wagon because it's kind of annoying because Mario's always got a full wagon when he walks up and it heals like 9 people.
Oh. Okay, B's on Gemma 2. Hopefully nothing goes wrong there, but
Yeah.
more to the point. Mildreth 2. Starting in phase A. 2500 HP for the phase. Starts with an attack, then waves or explode at. Rukanon or bounce. Burning breath or attack. In a rotation.
Oh, he looks so weird without arms.
I mean, he looks kind of weird with arms too.
True. Stuff just keeps shooting out of him.
The wings help. And the tail. And the tongue. He's basically Lingwar with that tongue.
全部で HP がまあ6000ぐらいあって、まあ約6000ぐらいあって、HP2000
Kind of a weird turn order there.
に行動が変化していく感じですね。で、一番最初のこの形態がかなり強い。立ち上がりはいいですね。立ち上がりいいですね。で、初期で魔法カンタが相手にかかってますんで、これを早めに解除したい。いやー、行動きついな。
Getting some good damage off of the reflected Explodet. Taking a lot of damage too, but
この娘のここが怖いっすね。
big hit on the boy.
Yep, still there though.
Yeah, 222. It's the boy's max.
いいですね。息子でフバーハを入れて、娘は魔法カンタ。
I mean, you did say that this was going to be an aggressive estimate.
Yeah. Yeah, to not lose 30 minutes on your PB in a DQ RTA that's sketchy. Even not getting wiped, you know, just with like the Metal Babble RNG and the recruitment RNG early on, they both recruited their 2 monsters real quickly.
Yeah.
じゃあ当ててくれー。
ぼちぼち次の形態に移行するんじゃないかな。
This fight seems like it's going okay so far.
どう
Yeah.
What does B look like? He just did freezing wave sap.
I saw
Might be
B
on
has,
B.
I saw B adds Blaze Most and C adds Explode. If we see either of those, he's not on A anymore.
山頂が当ててくれないですね。
Surely he's into B at least, though. Boy is hurt.
形態移
I
行
don't know. I
Okay.
think he just did a bounce. And bounce is still in A.
のけぞりが
There's a world do.
変わるんですよね。
Yeah. There's an Ionazun, though. That's gotta be C.
多分形態移行したかな今。
Unless I just didn't see it.
No,
in
it's
others.
still in A. It's in A.
Oh, A has it? Oh, sure enough.
一応合図としては今イオナズン打ってたと思うんですけど、ミルドダースが次の形態イオナズン打ってこなくな
This
るんで
fight's
すよ
going a lot slower than others then.
あ、メロゾーマ打ってきたんで。
All right, there's Blaze Most.
とりあえずこの形態はまだ
Okay.
大丈夫。
So he's definitely into B.
この
2000 HP in
形態としては
phase B.
相手の素早さがめちゃくちゃ下がります。なので、娘も確定なんじゃないかな、先行。確定先行できるようになるんじゃないかな。だから、回復が航行して壊滅するって
It is going kind of slow. He's still alive, though. Rukanon. Plays most. It's weird because one of his actions in B, he can just, like, skip.
息子の MP 回復
あ
して、まあこの形態は本当に弱いんで、
Unless I'm reading this wrong.
Saw him use an elf water there, too.
Mhm.
And that's actually a thing where, since they haven't saved the game at all, if he, dies again after committing and using these world dues and these elf waters, he may just not consider himself able to finish if he dies again.
じゃないと、もう携帯移行した瞬間に痛恨の一撃が息子に飛んできて終わるっていうことになりかねないので。
KB is about to get to Mildrath as well.
携帯は大丈夫なんですけど、あ、携帯移行
There's
した
an
んですよ。
Ionazun, so he should be back on C now.
Yep. Should be. 2500 HP.
携帯で大事なのは、相手が痛恨を打っている可能性があるターンは、
reflecting it, though.
息子の HP を216以上にすることですね。痛恨っていうのがこれ216固定ダメージなんで。
Big crit. That's why the boy has as much HP as he does.
でも息子は
Yeah.
死なない HP を常にキープする。他のキャラは
7 left.
最悪死んでもしょうがない
Yeah.
です。てかもううちの2人は痛恨
He's only got 6 HP more than the 216.
Yep, would have been at 1 at that
I'd say that's
threshold.
the attack that defines how much HP he needs. Ooh, who's he healing? Okay, well, he was nice that turn. That's good because he was hesitating over which of the two children to heal.
Yeah, he's can tell he's definitely on his toes right now.
Yep. Explode that.
He's doing good damage though. He's got to be at least halfway through this phase.
It's a real nasty fire breath for the characters that don't resist it.
Sancho doing work.
大丈夫か
Barrier got his health back up.
痛恨が来た後は痛恨が来ないんで、痛恨で終わった次のターンは痛恨が絶対来ないんで、放置してて大丈夫。
Two actions. Got him.
All right. 630, 230. Yeah, so their estimate wasn't including credits. That makes it a little comfier. I don't know how long the end sequence is of this game.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah, OKB is also walking up to Mildreth right now.
Yep, I'm guessing they'll give him one chance at it.
Yeah.
I'm assuming. When you see the best runner stop to think, you know it's a hard situation. That is certainly true. So OKB still has the double Hellbat fight to go through real quick here. Hopefully can just get the Megante. Quick kill on them. Got one of them. Not both. He's just going to do a normal fight to take out the second Hellbat here.
Until when I'm allowed to play more. It's stressful going over estimate in a marathon.
Yeah.
Especially when you still got to fight the final boss. You got the pressure of your timer on you.
He used to dump here. He's following the... Oh, never mind. Boys got more than I thought. 228.
Wow.
He must have collected quite a few more life seeds. Or saved some. Maybe Gakushin used a couple early on other characters. Or sold them. That OKB saved. There are a couple of optional uses of them.
Or maybe he fought a King Metal when we weren't looking.
Or maybe that. I mean, he could certainly be a level higher from something. I suppose. Alright. OKB, Mildreth won.
その主人公がおそらく神秘の鎧つけてるかと思うので、この携帯主人公自動回復あるんで、まあ気持ち安定するかな。気持ち、ほんの気持ち。
Did he revive his apple? I think he did. I think the Sage of Stone is healing him.
I didn't notice. Let's see.
Yeah.
Yep.
Peter and Apple. All right. I'm excited for the Apple strats. There might be a scenario where, like, if he's in a bad spot, he might pull out the apple and leave, you know, the Sage Stone user and maybe someone else who's tanky, and then throw out a heal, and then the Sage Stone will cover the people in the wagon. And maybe the apple will soak a hit. Antagonist's armor. Ah. I didn't notice him pick up something.
I didn't notice either, but there was definitely a lot of shopping that was done and
Yeah.
various chests that weren't exactly the same between them, so. Or it could be something with the Flora route in general. Oh, there we go. There's the apple strat.
Oh.
Called him out to use Megante.
I did see that he had 2 of those bracelets, so okay. I don't know where he got the second one, if it came from the casino or a treasure chest.
No, they definitely picked up 2.
Hmm.
Or at least one of them picked up 2. But I don't remember like where they were specifically.
順調
Apple.
Apple bomb.
もうちょいかな
I like that.
Actually, I do remember seeing OKB went to some town I didn't recognize, and he talked to a dude that was standing next to a treasure chest, and that's what was in the treasure chest. So that might
Oh,
have been
yeah.
a Flora item. Though it was Gen 3, and I didn't think you got free items in Gen 3 from Flora, but maybe you do.
当てれば落ちると思う当てない
Maybe it's something you can pick up in Gen 2, but it's just still there in Gen 3. Because it doesn't really make sense for Ludman to still be sending you people in Gen 3 when his daughter's been missing for 8 years. Here is healing on his turn? Okay, he must have miracle armor then. Remember the first time I played this game on SFC, I had a slime knight with miracle armor and a miracle sword.
まあ
That
静
and
岡に
the
あるんで
hero
一
and
番
the
手が
sun
高い
were
から
my team. So you only have 3
静岡にな
people.
っちゃうんで
Which I think that's most people's teams when they play SFC for the first time.
飛んだ
Yeah.
Green lefty finished. I guess he's not playing out the credits, he's just sitting there on the screen after the boss.
Looking at the goofy Mildred with his tongue sticking out.
Yeah.
さあ最終形態ですねもうここまで来るともうフローラチャートかビアンカチャートかの差ってまあなくて
All right, back into Mildred phase 2.
Yep.
神秘の鎧着てる主人公も下がっちゃうしもうやってることはもう完全に学神さんと変わらなくなりますね
He didn't have feet at the start either.
そこまで良くなかったんで
Just a head and a
Yeah.
blob.
本当に結構
Every time I watch this transform, I see new stuff that's coming up.
Yeah.
たらもう雫
What
もう迷わず切っちゃってもいいぐらい
if he was like Necrosaur and you had to fight him for each of those phases? Fighting one that's just a blob with a head.
Sounds like Necrosaro phase 4.
Yeah.
See ya, Pierre.
Well, didn't last long.
入れ替えて回復優先で
Sancho with the hammer.
ここは入れ替
Can definitely tell that OKB is not as confident on this fight as
あー優しい
Gakushin
これ
was.
Yeah.
Just like,
Something that occurred to me earlier, I had forgotten about this, but I remember High Spirits used to point it out when he used to run DS, is that the final phase of this fight casts defense, but all of his attacks are critical hits. So
yeah.
it doesn't matter that he's lowering your defense power at all. But if it's possible to reflect the defense onto him, then that's a benefit of him casting defense. But otherwise, it's just a waste of a turn, a free turn for you to heal. And that flame breath hits hard.
OKB is fighting differently. It's got Pierre out a
Yeah,
lot
he does.
instead of Hero.
厳しいですね2回行動は1回で止まってほしいここは
More breath resistance on Pierre, I think, but
いけるか
I don't know if that's the reason why or
立て直せるか雫切らずに
I think he's healing with Pierre. I see him casting heal all.
yeah, still using the Dragon Staff since since they get 2.
ちょっと息子の MP が低くなってきたんで、
Who's got the other dragon staff?
回復したいところです
Oh
ね。
no,
I
Pierre's
assume
got it.
Hero, because Pierre's using it right now.
Yeah, I didn't
Assume
see
it's-
Pierre using it at first.
Ah.
I guess the waves would take off the effect, wouldn't it? Because once he uses the staff, he's stuck breathing fire until he gets hit with freezing waves.
あった。
And Sancho's doing his job right now.
Sure is. I think in DQ5 it's 50% to hit, right?
That could be.
I'm pretty sure it's really good in DQ5.
作動で、まあ、携帯更新ないかな。
But I don't know if it varies by version either.
Yeah. Mostly know Dragon Warrior 4, it's 1/3, and Dragon Quest 8, it's 37.5%. So in between, it could be different.
Yeah. I think it's 50 in this. Because I think I remember looking at it when
ぼちぼち携帯移行しそうですけどね。
looking up stuff on DQ4 PlayStation, which ended up being 1/3 on that, but I think I saw a reference to the axe in this game somewhere being 50. Okay, B thought he forgot to bring Elf Drink, but found in Sancho's list. Oof.
携帯移行しました。
Sancho.
まあ、ここの2番目の携帯は全然流しなので。
Gotta be getting close to pattern B here.
No. He
I
went
haven't seen any
last
Blaze
then.
Most yet, though.
まあ OKB さんの方、息子の
There's Blaze
MP が
Most. There we go. Pattern B.
完全回復
2000 HP in pattern B here.
216は超えてくれるんで、戦いやすいかとは思うんですけど。
A lot more use of Ryodyne.
It's always interesting to me when bosses have complex patterns like this, but you just wouldn't notice in a casual playthrough. You would just think that it's, just
このタイミングで
random.
このエルフ来た
Yeah,
みたいな携帯のうちに。
for sure.
このタイミングとかで。
It's like even if you're like, 10 minutes into the fight and suddenly he gets a critical hit on you, I might just think that, oh, I'd been lucky up to this point. He hadn't used this.
オッケー入った。
Or meta.
Pulls out Hero using Elf Water on the boy.
Yep.
And Pierre comes back out.
あ、ピエールも216超えてるの大きいですね、これ。
Ooh.
スキーが
He's trying to kill the daughter, but not succeeding.
雲からなるかなんだから、ワンチャンだよね。
I think he's on to C now.
なんでそこでここすんね
Yep, there's the explode out.
Ooh, that was a bad turn.
これは
Sure was.
どうしようかな。そこ入っちゃってんだよな。
Thinking about this.
させて、
オッケーオッケー、止まってくれた。
回で止まれ
Trying to make sure the boy stays up.
Yeah.
Reviving the daughter.
魔法管切れたタイミングでうなずもダメよ。
His bounce wore off.
そう
Daughter's down again. Pierre's down.
いやー、苦しいな、これ、MP が。
Yeah.
I thought he still had a world due. I thought I saw that in his inventory somewhere. But I don't know who had it.
また、けど、
Okay, another revive, another elf water.
危ね
Okay.
That spell had hit sun, it would have been over probably.
ー。まあ
They're still in it.
まあまあまあ
A lot of parrying and a heal all.
いや、攻めらんねえな。
Bounce. Aegis-stone? No. Behoimi.
うーん。はい。
まあ、賭けかな。
難しい、これは。
Right?
2回動くか。まあでもここ起こすしかねえ気がする
Okay.
な。お、防御するか。これはいい選択だけど。保険が
That's
Interesting.
just skipping that turn, killing off the hero. It's time to bring Sancho back.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to
まあ保管
not
は
have the whole team get hit by the burning breath. There should be a sap or oh, exploit it.
ナイスナイスナイスナイス。
You skip
したかな。
action.
し直したし、まあちょこちょこダメージは
All right. I think he's got this under control now. He's got his setup going again. He's got barrier. Got the right team in.
オッケーオッケーオッケーオッケー。いい誘いどころ。
Sancho coming back in with more crits.
Yep. Very nice recovery from that.
波動から。いやー、死ななきゃ大丈夫。
波動
Yeah, this boss is like 6,000 and 6,500 HP, and we're dealing high double digits for most of our
Hey,
hits.
there's the world due.
ナイスタイ。
Actually, the biggest damage we could do to this phase besides Sancho's crits is Mildred's spell reflecting off of the sun.
Yep.
波動ストップナイス。
It's got to be getting close. Wait, less than 1,000 at
ここは
least.
しっかり。ここしてるけど。
怖い怖い怖い怖い。
危ねえ。ナイスナイスナイスナイス。
Another hit.
ナイスナイスナイス。もうちょいもうちょい。あと500ぐらいじゃないか多分。いい反射。
Good damage.
攻めに行きたい。
Another crit.
もう結構ミリだけど。
One or two more good turns.
あと1、3丁ぐらいか。1、3丁か2、3丁ぐらい。
オッケー。
オッケー。
Got him.
Alright.
疲れ。
That was a very dangerous fight there, but he did very good recovering from it.
Absolutely.
Alright, 6:50:17 is OKB's time. About 18 minutes behind. That's not too terribly bad for a DQRTA race. I think
Yeah.
that I still think that estimate was really aggressive, even if they weren't including credits. But
というわけで
Yeah, I agree.
はい、ありがとう
And
ございました。
謎をして
18 minutes isn't bad, but when you consider that it's 18 minutes with a final boss wipe.
yeah, true.
はいまあ長丁場でしたけど見ててすごく
Why is this so popular in Japan? The Dragon Quest series in general is a really popular RPG series in Japan.
緊張しますね。
And the Dragon Quest speedruns are they're very fast, they're very dynamic. There's a lot of thinking on your feet, there's a lot of RNG, there's a lot of patterns to know and situations to account for, and doing it all very quickly is very satisfying. The menus are usually really quick. The bosses are really fun. It's a really cool series of speedruns. And casual games.
Yeah,
But
and like the comment you made earlier, where you can speedrun these games 300 plus hours and still get into encounter formations and situations you've never seen before. Just
Yeah.
the type of thinking that it takes to get yourself out of those situations, like his recovery there, OKB's recovery at the end. He had to think on his feet and use the tools he had remaining to him at the end of the fight there to get himself out of that situation.
見られたんで
そうですね。
Yeah, exactly.
なかなか
I would say that you know, if anybody is used to watching RPG speedruns of other series, I would say that the biggest selling point for DQ specifically to me is that it's a little bit less scripted, especially the boss fights and the encounter fights compared to
Yeah.
other RPGs.
And most of the RPG speedruns I've seen are Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy, and Final Fantasy in particular, most of the more popular games just have a lot of cheeses you set up for most of the bosses, so they only last a few turns. You're not staring at a boss like we were for Mildrath here for, 10, 15 minutes and, going back and forth a bit, having to manage your resources and all that.
Yeah, exactly. And you'll
Yeah,
watch a Final Fantasy run, and runners will be, you know, a few seconds ahead or behind every split or something like that. Like, you know, incredibly seemingly consistent. And you can watch a DQ run, and people will gain or lose 2, 3, 4 minutes on a split. Just all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, that Dragon Quest 3 run with the hot plate you're mentioning is actually coming up later in this marathon. I think it's Thursday morning. To answer two other comments in chat, there are some of the Dragon Quest games that have RNG manips, and most of them are not allowed. Like they just avoid using them. For the Japanese language runs anyway, they tend to avoid using glitches that allow you to skip chunks of the game in their main categories, but the manip and glitch categories still exist.
Well,
And speaking of that, the next run coming up is Dragon Quest 1, which is harp hunting, which is where they're going to manipulate some metal slimes using the silver harp. So,
yeah, and it's also worth noting that this run here, Dragon Quest V, there's another route of this game that involves doing a casino manipulation to get more stuff.
yeah.
And this is specifically the category with no casino manip, so it's split up. But there are some RNG manipulations, but they're usually more isolated. Unless we're talking like an NES DW1 full manip kind of run or something. There's not usually like super tight step routes or anything like that in the DQ games.
Yeah. Yeah, most of the games just don't have that because of the way they generate numbers. But though, Dragon Warrior 3 is a big exception to that. And Dragon Warrior 1, people have found out step routes for that one too. Yeah, yeah, the next run coming up, if I didn't say it was Super Famicom, it's Dragon Quest 1 Super Famicom. And me and Hactical are going to stick around for that.
Yep.
As soon as it's set up.
I think I'm going to step away for a couple minutes to grab a drink, bio break, snack, etc. before the next run starts. But Dragon Quest 1 is going to be a little bit different than this, a little bit simpler. If anyone's familiar with Dragon Warrior 1 NES, it's a remake of that that's kind of been rebalanced. There are a couple different categories. The most common one that people may have seen in some other marathons is the Dragon Loop category, which is a common race category. The run that's coming up is actually going to be the metal harp hunting run, which uses some manipulation techniques like Countess was mentioning. So it's been a long time since I've seen a harp hunting run. So it should be interesting for me. And yeah, it'll be pretty comfy. So stick around if you want to check that out.
奏者の方も増えてほしいっていうのと、本当長い時間見てくださって本当にありがとうございました。じゃあこれでちょっと終わろうかなと思います。じゃあ次の作品が確かドラクエ1だったと思う。このままドラクエ作品が続くので引き続きよろしくお願いいたします。お願いいたします。お疲れ様でした。はい。みんなどうぞまだ RTA In Japan 続きますので、はい。ご視聴お願いします。はい。
30 should be enough.
ありがとうございました。
I don't know. Gakushin had a fairly clean run, going until his death to Mildrath. Then, OKBs, I don't know. He had that death to Jami, and then he also went with Flora, which were his two main time losses. But besides that, he was a little slower than Gakushin, I think, just overall, especially starting around Gen 2.